Chapter 21 of De Lorme by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. The player's account of himself had interested me more than he knew, especially that part of it which referred to the unfortunate Count de Bagnols. There seemed something extraordinary in the chance, which threw circumstance after circumstance of his history upon my knowledge, and I felt a superstitious sort of feeling about it, which was weak, I own, but which was pardonable, perhaps, in a mind labouring like mine under a high degree of morbid excitement. I fancied that I was destined to be the Count's avenger, and I felt, at the same time, that I should be doing human nature good service in ridding the world of such a man as the Marquis de Saint Brie. Nor did I believe that the eye of heaven could look frowningly upon so signal an act of justice. I reasoned, finally, too, upon the right of an individual to execute that retributive punishment which either the laws of his country were inadequate to perform, or its judges unwilling to enforce. But where was there ever yet a deed unsusceptible of fine reasoning to justify it to the doer? Acts well nigh as black as the revolt of Satan have met able defenders in their day, and in the prejudiced tribunal of my own bosom I easily found a voice to sanction what I had already determined. In regard to the papers of the Count de Bagnols, which had fallen into my possession by so curious a train of circumstances, I had them still about me, but I did not think fit to mention the circumstance to Monsieur Achilles Lefranc, upon whose judgment I had no great reason to rely. I determined, however, if fortune should ever permit me to revisit my own country, to seek out the nearest relations of the Count, and to deliver the papers into their hands as an act of justice to the memory of that unhappy nobleman; and I also felt a sort of stern pleasure in the hope of once more measuring my sword with the daring villain whose many detestable actions seemed to call loudly for chastisement. There might be a touch of over-excited enthusiasm, of that sort of exaltation of mind which men call fanaticism in religion, and which borders upon frenzy, when it relates to the common affairs of life. But I hope, I believe, nay, I am sure, that there was no thirst of personal revenge in that wish. I felt indignant that such a man should have been allowed to live so long, and that neither private vengeance nor public justice should yet have overtaken him with the fate he so well merited; and my sensations, which were at all times irritable enough, had been worked up by the scenes and circumstances I had lately gone through, to a pitch of excitement which not every man could feel, and none perhaps can describe. While little Achilles had been engaged in recounting his history, he had kept close by my side, jogging on upon his ass, looking like a less corpulent and more youthful Sancho Panza, accompanying a less gaunt and grimly Quixote. Not that I believe my appearance had been much improved by 2 such nights as I had passed, nor indeed was the bandage around my head very ornamental; and in this respect was I but the better qualified to represent the doughty hero of La Mancha. No adventures, however, of any kind attended our journey, and we passed the mountains and descended into Spain undisturbed. Towards 3 o'clock, after having proceeded near 10 miles in an eastern direction, we reached a little village, which seemed a great resort of the smugglers, for here every one of them was known, and several of them had their habitations, if indeed such a name could be applied to the spot where they only rested a few brief days in the intervals of their long and frequent absences. The moment our cavalcade was seen upon the hill above the village, a bustle made itself manifest amongst the inhabitants, and we could perceive a boy running from house to house spreading the glad news. A crowd of women and children assembled in an instant, and coming out to meet us, expressed their joy with 1,000 gratulatory exclamations. The rich golden air of a spring afternoon in Spain, the picturesque cottages covered with their young vines, and scattered amongst the broken masses of the mountain, The gay dresses of the Spanish mountaineers, the graceful forms of the women and children, and the beautiful groups into which they fell as they advanced to greet us, all offered a lovely and interesting sight to the eyes of a stranger. It was one of the pictures of Claude Gelée wakened into life. Every one sprang to the ground, and 1,000 welcomes and embraces were exchanged, the sight of which made my heart swell with feelings I cannot describe. There were none to embrace or welcome me. Amongst the foremost of those who came to meet us on our arrival was a beautiful young woman of the most delicate form and feature I ever beheld. Exquisitely lovely in every line, but so slight, so fragile, it seemed as if the very breath of the mountain wind would have torn her like a butterfly. She ran on, however, with a quicker step than all the rest, and casting herself into the gigantic arms of Garcias, gazed up in his face with a look of that tender affection not to be mistaken, while a glistening moisture in her eye told how very, very glad she was to see him returned in safety. She was the last person on earth one would have imagined the wife of the fierce and daring man to whom her fate was united. But Garcias with her was not fierce. It seemed as if to him her tenderness was contagious, and the moment his eye met hers, its fire sunk and softened, and it only seemed to reflect the tender glance of her own. After giving a delicious moment or two to the first sweet feelings of his return, the smuggler appeared suddenly to remember me, and taking me by the hand, he presented me to his wife as a French gentleman, to whom he and his were indebted for much, adding that all the hospitality she could show me would not repay the kindness and patronage he had received from my house. She received me with a modesty, and a grace, and a simple elegance I had hardly expected to meet in an insignificant mountain village, and led the way to their dwelling, which was by far the best in the place, not even excepting that of the principal officer of the Spanish customs, who, somewhat to my surprise, came out of his house to welcome back Garcias with more friendship than I could have supposed to exist between a smuggler and a douanier. Our arrival was a signal for feasting and merriment. Some of the youths of the village had been very successful in the chase, and the delicate flesh of the izzard, with fine white bread and excellent wine, were in such abundance that my poor little follower, Achilles Lefranc, ate and drank, and sang, and gesticulated, seeming to think himself quite in the land of promise. He busied himself about everything, and though he neither understood nor spoke one word of the language, he was so gay, and so lively, and so well pleased with himself, that he won the goodwill of the whole village. After affording us shelter till we had supped, as soon as the sun began to sink behind the mountains, every house in the place poured forth its inhabitants upon a little green. In the centre stood a group of high ash trees, under which the great majority seated themselves, notwithstanding the disagreeable odour of the cantharides which were buzzing about thickly amongst the branches. The rest took it in turns to dance to the music of a guitar, which was played by the young smuggler whose vocal powers I had already been made acquainted with. Never in court or drawing-room did I see more grace or more beauty than on that village green, while the awful masses of the mountains, stretching blue and vast behind, offered a strange grand contrast to the light figures of the gay ephemeral beings that were sporting like butterflies before me, and mingling of the two scenes, and the calm placidity which both tended to inspire, did not fail to find its way to my heart, and to soothe and quiet the anguish which had not yet left it. In the meanwhile, the musician joined his voice to the notes of his guitar, and sang one of their village songs. Song. Dance, 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 life so quick is past. Seize ye its minutes for joy as they fly. Existence flowers so brief a space may last. 'Twere pity to see them but blossom and die. Dance, 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 on the roses tread. That swift fleeting time shall let fall ere he go. He's now in his spring, but full soon shall he shed on every dark ringlet his wintry snow. Dance, 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 cheat the heavy hours, their tyrants would bind us to time's chariot fast. Weave then a chain of gay summer flowers, and make them our slaves while youth's reign shall last. He had scarcely ended, and was still continuing the air upon his guitar, when a horse's feet were heard clattering up over the stones of the village, and in a moment or two after, a young man rode up, dressed in a costume somewhat different from that of the villagers, but still decidedly Spanish. On his appearance, the dance instantly stopped, several voices crying, "It is Francisco from Lerida! He brings news of Fernandez! What news of Fernandez?" Together with a variety of other exclamations and interrogatories, making a quantum of noise and confusion sufficient to prevent his answering anyone distinctly for at least 5 minutes after his arrival. The horseman, however, seemed but little disposed to reply to anyone, slowly dismounting from his horse with what appeared to me an air of assumed importance. "Ah, he is playing his old tricks," cried one of the merry boys of the village. "He wants to frighten us about Fernandez." "No, indeed," cried Francisco with a sigh. "I have, as the old story-book goes, so often cried out wolf, that perhaps you will not believe me now when it is true. But I bring you all sad news, and with a heavy heart I bring it. To you, my cousin, especially," he continued, speaking to Garcias's wife, who sat beside her husband, with her elbow leaning on his knee. "I know not well how to tell you what I have got to relate, but I came off in speed this morning to see what we could all do to mend a bad business. Your brother Fernandez is now in prison at Lerida, and I am afraid that worse may come of it." "In prison! Why? How? What for?" exclaimed Garcias, starting up. "He shall not be in prison long." "I fear me he will," replied the other, shaking his head. "I fear me he will, if ever he come out of it. You all know the dreadful state of our province of Catalonia, since that tyrant villain, the Count Duke, has filled it with the most lawless and undisciplined soldiers in Spain. For the last 3 months our minds have been worked up to a pitch of desperation, which every day threatened to plunge us into anarchy and revolt. Wrong upon wrong, exaction after exaction, oppression outdoing oppression." "But Fernandez, what of him?" cried Garcias. "Speak of him, Francisco. We well know what you have endured." "Well, then, all I can tell you of him is this," proceeded the Catalonian, apparently not well pleased at having been interrupted in the fine oration he was making. "As far as I could hear, for I was not present, he interfered to prevent one of the base soldados from maltreating a woman in the street. The soldier struck him. Fernandez is not a man to bear a blow, and he plunged his knife some 6 inches into his body. He was immediately arrested, disarmed, and carried to the castle. If the soldier dies, he will, they say, be shot off from one of the cannon's mouths. If he recovers, the galleys are to be Fernandez's doom for life." The wife of the smuggler had listened to this account of her brother's situation without proffering a word either of inquiry or remark; but I saw her cheek, like a withering rose, growing paler and paler as the incautious narrator proceeded, till at length, as he mentioned the horrible fate likely to befall the hero of his tale, she fell back upon the turf totally insensible. The effect of the history had been different upon Garcias. His brow became bent as the speaker went on, it is true, but the passionate agitation, which at first seemed to affect him, wore away, and he assumed a cold sort of calmness, which remained uninterrupted even upon the fainting of his wife. He raised her in his arms, however, and bidding Francisco wait a moment till he could return, he carried her away towards their own dwelling, accompanied by all the women of the place, in whose care he left her. On coming back, he questioned the Catalonian keenly to ascertain whether his brother-in-law had been in any degree to blame; but from all the replies he could obtain, it appeared that the conduct of the soldier had been gross and outrageous in the extreme; that Fernandez, as they called him, had merely interfered, when no man but a coward or a pander would have refrained, and that he actually stabbed the soldier in defence of his own life. Garcias made no observation, but he held his hand upon the pommel of his sword, and every now and then his fingers clasped upon it with a sort of convulsive motion, which seemed to indicate that all was not so quiet within as the tranquillity of his countenance bespoke. "Well," said he, at length looking up to the sky, which by this time began to show more than one twinkling star, shining like a diamond through the blue expanse, "well, it is too late to-night to think of what can be done. Come, Francisco, you want both food and rest. Come, you must lodge with us. Monsieur de Lorme," he added, turning to me and speaking in French, "you will find our lodging but hard, and our fare but poor; but if you will take the best of welcomes for seasoning to the one, and for down to the other, you could not have more of it in a palace." I returned home with him to his cottage, but not wishing to intrude more than I could help upon his privacy, when I knew his wife was both ill in body and in mind, and fearful also of interrupting any conversation he might wish to have with his companion, I retired to a room which had been prepared for me, and undressing myself with the assistance of my little follower Achilles, who made a most excellent extempore valet de chambre, I cast myself on the bed, hardly hoping to sleep. A long day of fatigue had been friendly to me, however, in this respect, and I scarcely saw my little attendant nestle himself into a high pile of dried rosemary, with which the mountains abound, and which, with the addition of a cloak, forms the bed of many a mountaineer, before I was myself asleep. My slumbers remained unbroken till I was awakened by Garcias, shaking me by the arm. It was still deep night, and starting up, I saw by the light of a lamp which he carried, that he was completely dressed, and armed with more precaution than even during his excursions into France. "I have to ask your pardon, monseigneur," said he, in a low, deep tone, as soon as I was completely awake, "for thus disturbing you, and indeed it was my intention not to have done so; but I am about to set out for Lerida, and before I go I wish to lay before you such plans as are most feasible for your comfort and safety in Spain. In the first place, you can remain here, if a poor village, and poor fare, and mountain sports may suit you; but if you do, your time may hang heavy on your hands, and beware of lightening it with the smiles of our women. Remember the Spaniard is jealous by nature, and revengeful too, and there is not a black-eyed girl in this village that has not some one to watch and to protect her." The blood rose in my cheek, and I replied somewhat hastily, "Were she as unprotected as a wild flower, do you think I would take advantage of her friendlessness? You do me wrong, Garcias, and by heaven, were I so willed, it would be no fear of a revengeful Spaniard would stand in the way of my pursuit. But, as I said, you do me wrong, great wrong." "Be not angry, my noble count," replied the smuggler, with a calm smile. "I know what youth and idleness may do with many a one, even with the best dispositions. I warned you for your own good, and I am not a man who values any of this earth's empty bubbles so highly as not to say my mind when I am sure that it is right. But hear me still. Humble as I am in station, I have one or two friends of a higher class, and I can give you a letter to the new corregidor of Saragossa, who will easily obtain you rank in the Spanish armies, if you choose to employ yourself in war, which I know is the only occupation that you nobles of France can hold." "Not to Saragossa," replied I. "No, not to Saragossa. I cannot go there. But you say the new corregidor. What has become of the former one?" "He died last month," replied Garcias, "and a good man he was, God rest his soul. He was much beloved by all classes of the people. He died, they say, of grief for the loss of his only child. But if you love not Saragossa, hark to another plan. I go to Lerida. You can accompany me as far as the town gates, but you must not go with me farther. You have heard of the fate of my wife's brother. He shall be saved, or I will light such a flame in Catalonia as shall burn up these mercenary sworders by whom it is consumed, as by a flight of devastating locusts. I shall burn them up like stubble. What may come of my journey, I know not. Death, perhaps, to many, and therefore, though you may go with me to Lerida, turn off before you enter the town, and make all speed to Barcelona, where you will find many a vessel ready to sail for France. You will easily find your way to Paris, where you must conceal yourself as well as if you were in Spain, and as you will land in a different part of the country from that where your appearance might prove dangerous to yourself, you will run no risk of interruption in your journey. At the same time, you will be able more easily to communicate with your family and friends, and negotiate at the court for your pardon. I did not hesitate in regard to which I should choose of the three plans that Garcias propounded. At once, and without difficulty, I fixed upon that course which, by carrying me directly to Paris, would give me 1,000 facilities that I could not possess in Spain. Though so far from the capital, of course, a frequent communication existed between my native province and Paris, and I thus hoped soon to satisfy myself in regard to all the circumstances which had followed my flight from the Château de l'Orme. I should also be in the immediate neighbourhood of the Count de Soissons, and I doubted not that, by putting myself under his protection, I could easily obtain those letters of grace which would insure me from all the painful circumstances of a trial for murder. For although the severities which the Cardinal de Richelieu had exercised upon the nobles, in every case where they laid themselves open to the blow of the law, showed evidently that my nobility would be no protection, yet, knowing little of the politics of the court, I fancied that he would not reject the intercession of a prince of the blood royal. There is no reason why I should not acknowledge that, in these respects, I was most anxious about that life which I would have cast into the most hazardous circumstances, I even thrown away in an honourable manner; but to die the death of a common felon, or even to be arraigned as one, was what I could not bear to dream of. There is something naturally more valuable to man than life itself, something more fearful than death; for though my whole mind was bent on saving myself from the fate that menaced me, at the same time with every thought came the remembrance that it was Helen's brother I had slain, that she could never, never be mine, and I cursed the life I struggled for. As soon as my determination was expressed, Garcias pressed me to hasten my movements, and as the little player had awoke, and, seeing me about to depart, insisted on accompanying me, the next consideration became, how to mount him, so as to enable him to keep up with the quick pace at which we proposed to proceed. Horses, however, were plentiful in the village, and the smuggler, although it was now midnight, took upon himself to appropriate the beast of one of his companions, for which I left 3 gold pieces as payment. I was soon dressed, and Garcias having supplied me with some articles of apparel, of which I stood in some need, we proceeded to the green, where we found Francisco, who had brought the news of his kinsman's arrest, together with the horses, and 4 or 5 of Garcias' associates, armed like himself and prepared to mount. We were instantly in our saddles, and set off at all speed, greatly to the annoyance of poor little Achilles, who, not much accustomed to equestrian exercise, and perched upon the ridge of a tall, strong horse, looked as if he was riding the Pyrenees, and riding them ill. I kept him close to myself, however, and contrived to maintain him in his seat till such time as he had in some degree got shaken into the saddle, after which he began to feel himself more at his ease, and to play the good horseman. Little conversation took place on the road, the mind of Garcias labouring evidently under a high degree of excitement, which he was afraid might break forth if he spoke, and I myself being far too much swallowed up in the selfishness of painful thoughts to care much about the schemes or wishes of others. I gathered, however, from the occasional questions which Garcias addressed to Francisco, and the replies he received, that the whole of Catalonia was ripe for revolt, that the sufferings of the people and the outrages of the Castilian soldiery had arrived at a point no longer to be endured, and that the murmurs and inflammatory placards which had lately been much spoken of were but the roarings of the volcano before an eruption. Several private meetings of the citizens and the peasantry had been held, Francisco observed, and at more than one of these, aid, arms, ammunition, money, and co-operation had been promised on the part of France. All was ready for revolt. The pile was already laid whereon to sacrifice to the God of Liberty, and it wanted but some hand to apply the torch. "That hand shall be mine," muttered Garcias. "That hand shall be mine, if they change not their doings mightily." And here the conversation again dropped. For 3 hours we rode on in darkness, by rough and narrow paths, which probably we might not have passed so safely had it been day, for we went on with that sort of fearlessness which is almost always sure to conduct one securely through the midst of danger. Although I felt my horse make many a slip and many a flounder as we went along, I knew not the real state of the roads over which we passed, till I found him plunge up to his shoulders in a pit of water that lay in the midst. By spurring him on, however, I forced him up the other side, and shortly after the day broke, showing what might, indeed, be called the courtesy of a road, but which seemed in truth but an old watercourse, obstructed with large stones and deep holes, and, in short, 1,000 degrees worse in every respect than any path we had followed through the gorges of the Pyrenees. No feeling, I believe, is more consistently inconsistent than cowardice. Children shut their eyes in the dark to avoid seeing ghosts, and as long as my little companion Achilles could not exactly discover the dangers of the path, he proceeded very boldly. But no sooner did he perceive, by the light of the dawn, the holes, the rocks, and the channels which obstructed the road at every step, than he fell into the most ludicrous trepidation, and called down upon his head many an objurgation from Garcias for hanging behind in the worst parts, floundering like a fish left in the shallows. During the whole of our journey hitherto, we had passed neither house nor village, as far as I could discover, and we still went on for about an hour before we came even to a solitary cottage, where Garcias drew in his rein to allow our horses a little refreshment. Here he paced up and down before the door, seemingly anxious and impatient to proceed, knitting his brows and gnawing his lip with an air of deep and bitter meditation. I interrupted his musings, nevertheless, to inquire whether he could convey a few lines to their destination, which I had written to inform my father that I was, at least, in safety. "To be sure," replied he, hastily, taking the letter out of my hand. "Did I not deliver the packet safely to Mademoiselle Arnault at the château? And doubt not I will deliver yours too, if I be alive; and if I be dead," he added with a smile, "I will send it." "What packet did you deliver to Mademoiselle Arnault?" demanded I, somewhat surprised. "I never heard of any packet." "Nay, I know not what it contained," answered the smuggler. "It was brought to me by a friend at Jaca, and I know nothing farther than that I delivered it truly. That is all I have to do with it, and fully as much as any one else has." I turned upon my heel, again feeling the proud blood of the ancient noble rising angrily at the careless tone with which a peasant presumed to treat my inquiries. But the overpowering passions which, under the calm exterior of the Spaniard, were working silently but tremendously, like an earthquake preceded by a heavy calm, levelled in his eyes all the unsubstantial distinctions of rank. Nor did I, though struck by a breach of habitual respect, give above a thought to the manner of his speech. The matter of it soon occupied my whole mind, and for the rest of the journey I was as full of musing as the smuggler himself. A packet from Spain for Helen Arnault! What could it mean? She who had no friends, no acquaintances beyond the circle of our own hall. A new flame was added to the fires already kindled in my bosom. I suppose that my mind was weakened by all that I had lately suffered, for I cannot otherwise account for the wild, vague, jealous suspicions that took possession of me. But so it was. I was jealous. At other times my character was anything but suspicious, but now I pondered over the circumstance which had just reached my knowledge, viewed it in 1,000 different lights, regarded it in every aspect, and still the jaundiced medium of my own mind communicated to Helen's conduct a hue that, however extraordinary, it did not deserve. With thoughts thus occupied, I scarcely perceived the length of the way, till, as we climbed a slight eminence, Garcias pulled in his rein, and looking forward, I perceived at no great distance a group of towers and steeples, announcing Lerida. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of De Lorme by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. The irritable suspicions which, without his own knowledge, he had excited in my bosom, made me still regard the careless manner in which Garcias had treated my inquiries concerning the packet he had conveyed to Helen, as a matter of some offence. I forgot that he knew not my feelings on this subject, and I am afraid I made no allowance for his, excited and overwrought as they were. Notwithstanding the degree of irritation that I felt, however, I could not resist the frankness of manner with which he addressed me, when we came within sight of Lerida. "Here, Monsieur le Comte," said he, "you had better leave us. That path will take you into the high road to Barcelona, whither, if I might advise, you would make all possible speed. My way is towards those towers, where my poor Catalina's brother lies in bonds. What may come of it, I do not know, but either this night shall see him once more a free man, or my head shall lie lower than it ever yet has done. Farewell, Monsieur le Comte. I doubt not we shall meet again. Do not forget me till then, and ever believe that a warm and grateful heart, however rude, may dwell in the bosom even of a Spanish smuggler, and that if this arm or this sword can ever serve you, you may command it. Are you too proud to accept that horse you ride as a present from one who is under many a debt of gratitude to your house?" I hardly know what it was, for there was certainly very little in his words to change the angry feelings with which I had regarded him a moment before; but the manner wherewith a thing is said, more than the thing itself, has often the power to let us into the dark council chamber of a man's bosom, and show us the motives which govern his actions. Gleaming through the very coldness of Garcias's demeanour, I saw the wish to act towards me in the kindest and most grateful manner, only overpowered by the excitement of his own circumstances, and I instantly made those allowances which I should have done at first. "I will accept it, Garcias, with pleasure," replied I, "because I hope hereafter to repay it, with other debts to you, in a way that I have not now the means of doing." A word or two more passed, and then, bidding him adieu, I rode along the path he pointed out, followed by Achilles Lefranc, and soon reached the high road of which he had spoken. Here my poor little companion, who had hitherto smothered the torments of St. Bartholomew, rather than risk being left behind, found it impossible to contain his expostulations any further. "Monseigneur," said he, in a tone which mingled the doleful and the theatrical in a very ludicrous degree, "God knows that I am willing to follow on your steps to the last grain of my sand, to serve you with my best service to my last breath; but indeed, it must be on foot. Horseback becomes me not. I am already worn to the bone. So help me heaven, as I would rather ride a grindstone by the hour together than the stiff ridge of this hard-backed charger. Consider, my lord, consider that my business has ever been on foot, and that never but once before did I venture to cast my legs across that iron-spined beast called a horse. At least, in pity, give me half an hour's repose at the first cottage we pass, for I can get no farther." The request of the poor little man was but reasonable, and after proceeding about half a league farther on our way, we stopped at a small sort of inn, where I suppose the carriers from Lerida ordinarily paused to water their horses. Here, with rest, and food, and wine, I strove to put Achilles into a fit state for proceeding on his journey. But none of these applications seemed to touch the part affected, and the ludicrous stiffness that supervened when he had sat still for a few minutes almost made me abandon the hope of going forward that day. After about an hour, however, a very powerful incentive to motion came in aid of my wishes, and soon induced Monsieur Achilles to start from his settle, and though every joint seemed made of wood, and creaked in the moving, he nevertheless got to his horse even more quickly than myself. The cause of this revolution in his feelings was very simple, and consisted in nothing more than a sound somewhat disagreeable to one of his peculiar temperament. The morning was clear, and the wind high, coming in quick gusts from the side of Lerida, which, as near as I could judge, lay at a distance of 2 miles. It was not far enough, however, to prevent our hearing, after having rested, as I said, near an hour, the beating of a drum, mingled with the retreat call upon the trumpet. At this Achilles pricked up his ears, and the good dame of the house shrugged up her shoulders, saying, "The soldiers again! They will never stop till they have taken our all." A pause then ensued, and a moment after, an irregular fire of musketry made itself heard, and close again upon that, burst after burst, came the roaring of some heavy pieces of cannon. The good hostess, who was alone in the house, threw herself upon her knees before a picture of St. Diego, and beseeched him so heartily for protection, that I could hardly divert her attention to receive payment for what ourselves and the horses had consumed. In the meanwhile, Achilles, who seemed heartily to sympathize with the hostess, though his feelings urged him in another direction, had moved to his horse with a very white face, and before I could mount, was already on the road. "Let us make haste," cried he, "in God's name! To my ears, the noise of cannon is no way harmonious. Let us make haste, monseigneur. I am sure I hear them coming. I do not even love the sound of a firelock. The only drum that should be tolerated is that of a charlatan, and though he may kill as many people or more than a soldier, he does it quietly, promising to cure them all the while. Don't you hear a noise behind us, monseigneur? I am sure I hear a drum, of which sound the drum of my ears has all the jealousy of a rival. Morbleu! What a roar of cannon! That must have killed a great many people." Such broken exclamations did he continue to pour forth from time to time, as fast as the jolts of his horse admitted, till we had placed a good many miles between us and Lerida. We were then obliged to slacken our pace, though we still heard occasionally the distant roaring of the cannon, proving incontestably that the struggle between the populace and the soldiery continued unabated. Though from very different motives, I was as glad to avoid taking any part in the transactions which, I had reason to believe, were going on at Lerida, as little Achilles himself. I had gathered from the conversation of Francisco and Garcias that the Catalonian peasantry had been instigated to revolt, in no slight degree, by secret agents of the French government, and I had but little inclination to be identified with schemes which I could not look upon as highly honourable. To have been mistaken for one of these agents by the populace would have placed me in a very embarrassing situation, unacquainted as I was with the designs and measures of my own government, and I well knew that to disclaim a character with which the multitude chose to invest one was the surest way to provoke without convincing them. I was therefore anxious on every account to reach Barcelona as speedily as possible, and to quit a country where no pleasing part was left me to play, before the first news of the insurrection caused an embargo to be laid upon the ports. But, unfortunately, our horses had by this time become so jaded, that I was obliged to slacken my pace and proceed more slowly, lest they should fail us altogether. About an hour more elapsed before we reached any place that could give shelter and rest for our horses, for I remarked here, as in the country near Saragossa, though Catalonia is better peopled than many parts of Spain, that the towns and villages are sadly distant from one another, when compared with the overflowing population of France. At length, however, the road wound up the side of a gentle hill, upon whose green and velvet top a group of old rough cork trees, scarcely yet bearing a blush of tardy verdure upon their branches, were mingled with a number of earlier trees, all clothed in the thousand bright hues of spring. Amongst these, as we rode up, we could every now and then discern the straight lines of a cottage, diversifying the wild and irregular masses of the foliage, and offering here and there a hard outline, cutting upon the clear background of the sky. Yet the whole was the more picturesque and beautiful for those very stiff lines of the buildings, whether from the contrast of the forms alone, or from the mingled associations called up in the mind by the sight of man's habitations, combined with the more graceful productions of simple nature, or from both, I know not. However, there was an air of calm tranquillity in that little village, and its group of trees raised up upon the soft green hill, and standing clear and defined in the pure sunshiny sky, which formed a strange mild contrast with the distant roar that the wind bore in sullen gusts from Lerida. There was a latent moral in every look of nature's face, which, did man but study it, would prove a great corrector of the heart; and when I thought of the carnage and the crime which that far-off roar announced, the peaceful aspect of the scene before me made me shudder at the effect of excited human passions, and I hurried on my way to escape as fast as possible from the tumults which I doubted not were then in action at Lerida. Knowing, as I did, that horses are cheap in this part of the country, I resolved to venture some portion of my remaining money rather than delay my progress to Barcelona. Accordingly, as soon as I perceived the least appearance of hospitable walls, I asked poor Achilles if he could muster strength to continue his journey, representing to him that any delay might probably prevent us from quitting Spain, if it did not induce still more disagreeable consequences. A tear of pain and fatigue actually rose in the weary player's eye, as he abandoned the hope of repose with which the sight of the village had inspired him. But the sound of the cannon and the beating of the drum still rung in his ears, and he professed his willingness to go on as long as he was able, to do anything, in short, to get out of hearing of such sounds as the wind had borne from Lerida. The village, however, was but a poor one, and on inquiring at the posada whether we could exchange our horses for 2 fresh ones, offering at the same time a suitable repayment for the accommodation, I was informed that no horse could be obtained in the place for love or money, except those employed in agriculture, which were not precisely suited to my purpose. Nothing remained then but to stay where we were, to give our horses food, and 4 hours' rest, and to take what repose we could ourselves obtain. So nearly balanced had been the wishes of poor little Achilles between fear on the one scale and fatigue in the other, that I do not believe he was at all sorry to hear that a halt was inevitable; and while I acted as the groom, and took care that every means was employed to renovate the vigour of our beasts, he cast himself upon a truckle bed, and within 2 minutes was sound asleep. I followed his example as soon as I had provided for the renewal of our journey; for though well calculated to bear no ordinary portion of exercise, I was now considerably exhausted, having ridden more than 30 leagues that day, in addition to all that I had undergone before. My sleep, however, was feverish and interrupted, and before the 4 hours were concluded I was again upon my feet. It was about the hour that the Spaniards generally devote to sleeping, during the great heat of the middle of the day, but on going to seek for my horse, I found the villagers collected in various groups at the different doors, all eagerly talking upon some subject that seemed to excite their feelings to the uttermost. I easily conceived that some news had reached them from Lerida, but judging it best to remain as innocent of all knowledge concerning any tumults that might have occurred as possible, I asked no questions, but proceeded towards the stable for the purpose of preparing for our departure, leaving my weary follower to enjoy his slumbers till the last moment. Before I reached the door, however, a clattering of horses' hoofs made me turn my head, and I saw a Castilian trooper galloping as fast as his horse would bear him into the village. He was armed with a steel headpiece, cuirass, and gauntlets, and mounted on a horse which, though wounded and bloody, still bore him on stoutly. His offensive arms consisted of his long heavy sword, a case of large pistols, a dagger, and 2 musketoons, so that, considering him as an opponent, his aspect would have been somewhat formidable. As he came up, he glanced his eye ferociously over the various groups of peasantry, amongst whom 2 or 3 muskets were visible, but without taking farther notice of anyone, he cut in between me and the stable door, and springing to the ground, in a moment led out the horse which had borne my little follower thither, evidently with the purpose of transferring his heavy demi-pique saddle from his own wounded charger to its back. This, however, did not at all suit my purposes, and laying my hand upon the halter, I told him the horse was mine, and that he must stand off. This information brought upon my head a torrent of Castilian abuse, and thrusting himself in between me and the horse, he struggled to make me quit my hold, raising his gauntleted hand as if to strike me in the face. He was a smaller man than myself in every respect, and also embarrassed with the weight of his arms, so that it was with ease I caught his wrist with one hand to prevent his striking me, while with the other I grasped the lower rim of his cuirass and threw him back, clanking upon the pavement. In an instant 6 young villagers sprang out of their houses, surrounded the prostrated trooper before he could make any attempt to rise, and would, I believe, have dispatched him with their long knives had I not interfered to save his life. "Viva la Francia! Viva la Francia!" cried 6 voices at once. "Let him rise! Let him rise! The French caballero commands it! Let him rise! Let him rise!" Some of the Catalonians, however, were for opposing this piece of clemency, and evidently animated by the same spirit of hatred to the soldiery as their countrymen of Lerida, cried aloud to kill the tiger. "How many of ours has he killed?" exclaimed they. "How often has he plundered our houses, assaulted ourselves, insulted our women? Let him die! Let him die!" But the discussion had for a moment diverted their attention from their prisoner, and though one of the strongest villagers had his foot upon the soldier's corslet, he contrived suddenly to throw him off, and, springing up, to catch his wounded horse, which still stood nigh. 6 blows with musket stocks and knives were now aimed at him in an instant, but leaping into the saddle, he spurred his horse through the crowd, and, saved by his corslet and morion from many a random stroke, galloped down the road like lightning. At the distance of about 100 yards, however, he turned in the saddle, and while his horse went on, aimed one of his musketoons calmly at the group assembled round me, and fired. The ball whizzed close by me, and grazed the cheek of a villager near, leaving a long black wound along that side of his face. Fortunately for the fugitive, none of the muskets were loaded which graced the hands of those he left behind, otherwise his flight would have been but short. As it was, he departed undisturbed, and the whole of the group around turned to me, inquiring, as of one who had some title to command them, what was to be done next. Were they asked, to collect and join the patriots at Lerida, or to march forward upon Barcelona, collecting what troops they could on the road, and at once attack the tyrants in their headquarters? I, of course, disclaimed not only all right to direct them, but all knowledge of the subject, telling them that I had merely cast the soldier from me in defence of my own property, and that I was not aware what patriots they spoke of at Lerida, or what tyrants at Barcelona. "What!" cried one of the young men, with a look divided between surprise and incredulity. "Do you not know that the inhabitants of Lerida have risen and cast off the yoke of the Castilian tyrants? Do you not know the glorious news that they have beat the mercenary soldados of Castile through every street of the city wherever they dared to make a stand, till the few that escaped have shut themselves up in the citadel? Do you pretend not to know that they have well avenged the death of the poor youth that the bloody-minded slaughterers fired off last night from a cannon's mouth? Pshaw! You know it well enough, and we know too, that it was with arms and ammunition from France that all this has been done. So, viva la Francia, viva el Francés!" It was in vain I protested my ignorance of the whole. They were determined to believe me an agent of the French government, and nothing I could say had any effect in persuading them to the contrary. The only means I could devise for extricating myself from the unpleasant situation in which I was placed, without violating the truth, was to tell them that I was going on myself to Barcelona, but that I thought the best thing they could do would be to remain quiet till they heard more particularly from Lerida, taking care to be prepared for whatever event might occur. They received this advice as if it had come from some Delphic oracle. "Yes, yes, he is right," cried one. "We will wait for orders from Lerida." "He will get to Barcelona before the Castilian now," cried the second. "Quick, saddle the cavalier's horse." "Send us off a dispatch as soon as all is safe at Barcelona," cried a third. But to this last I did not think fit to make any reply, as I had not the least intention of complying with the request. All was soon ready to set out, but a sudden difficulty delayed me some time, which was, that when about to depart, I could nowhere discover Monsieur Achilles Lafond, whom I had left upstairs sound asleep. To leave the poor little man alone, in a country, the language of which was as unknown to him as Hebrew, was a piece of cruelty I could not think of committing. I was nevertheless nearly obliged to do so, for after looking for him in vain in the room where he had slept, and in every other place I could think of, with the assistance of half a dozen Spaniards, men, women, and children, he was drawn out from below the bed, where he had ensconced himself on hearing the sound of a musket, with the various shouts of the Spaniards in the street. He seemed, however, in no degree ashamed of his cowardice. I own it," cried he. "I have nothing of Achilles about me but the name. I am vulnerable from top to toe, and so great a coward into the bargain, that I think the only wise thing my great namesake ever did was in staying away so long from the fields of Troy, and the most foolish thing in going back again at all." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Delorme by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. The horses of the smugglers were accustomed to hard service, and therefore soon refreshed, so that when we again mounted they wanted but little of the vigour with which they had at first set out. Still, however, 20 leagues lay between us and Barcelona, and since my unfortunate encounter with the trooper, the necessity became more urgent of arriving there with all speed. Nevertheless, it was in vain that we spurred on as rapidly as we could, even little Achilles exerting himself in proportion to his ideas of the danger. Night fell upon our journey ere it was more than 2/3 finished, and as we could not arrive before the gates were shut, we were obliged to pause and wait for the return of day at a small town about 10 miles from Barcelona. Here, however, all was quiet, and I judged from the tranquillity that no news had yet reached this place from Lerida, concluding also that the soldado, whose wounded horse must have been soon exhausted, had not yet passed through. In this case, there was still hope of arriving at the city before the insurrection was known, so that we might embark on board any vessel about to quit the port immediately, or even hire one of the light boats that are continually running across the Gulf of Lyons, between Barcelona and Marseilles. The next morning, an hour before daybreak, we were again upon our journey, and arrived at the gates of the city not long after they were opened. A crowd of country people were going in, carrying fruit and milk, and other articles of consumption to the town, and mingling amongst the horses and mules that bore these supplies, we endeavoured to pass in unnoticed. All proceeded very well for some way, till we passed the guard-house near the inner gate. In fact, we had proceeded a few paces beyond, when suddenly a couple of soldiers rushed out, half a dozen more followed, and I was knocked off my horse by a violent blow on my head, which they chose to bestow upon me with a prospective view to prevent my resisting. As soon as I was on my feet again, the cause of this brutal conduct became evident, without question, as my good friend the trooper from Lerida was the first person that met my eyes. "Ha, ha!" cried he, coming before me, while the others pinioned my arms behind, and shaking his clenched hand in my face with a grin of unutterable rage. "Ha, ha! We have thee now, and by the soul of a Castilian, I would pluck thy heart out with my own hands, did not the viceroy wish to examine thee himself. But never fear. Before 2 hours be over, thou, too, shalt have a flight from a cannon's mouth." My situation was not a very agreeable one, but yet it was not one that impressed me with much fear. Indeed, it was never any circumstances of mere personal danger that much agitated me. Anything that touched me through my affections, or through my imagination, ever had a great and visible effect upon my mind; but to all which came in the simple form of bodily danger, I was, I believe, constitutionally callous. While the soldiers were engaged in pinioning my arms with cords, which they drew so tight as almost to tear my flesh, some of their companions dismounted my trembling little companion, and as his excessive fear and non-resistant qualities were very evident, they did not think it necessary to decorate his wrists with the same sort of strict bracelets which they had adapted to mine, but simply led him along after me in a kind of procession towards the arsenal, whither it seems the viceroy had removed from his own palace the night before, on the news of the insurrection at Lerida. The way was long, and I believe the brutal Castilians found a sort of pleasure in parading us through the various streets, and showing to the populace a new instance of the height to which the daring authority they assumed might be carried. Their insolence, however, seemed to me, even from the glances of the people as we passed, to be likely to receive a check sooner than they imagined. Not a Catalonian did we approach, but I recognised that flash in his eye, which told of a burning and indignant heart within, and though they suffered themselves to be shouldered by the licentious and ill-disciplined soldiers as we went along, it was with a bent brow and clenched teeth, which seemed to say, "The day of retribution is at hand." As we approached the arsenal, I caught a glimpse of the wide, grand ocean, and there was something in the sight of its vast free waves which seemed to reproach me with the bonds I suffered to rest upon my hands. I believe, involuntarily, I made an effort to burst them asunder, for one of the guard, seeing some movement of my hands, struck me a violent blow with the pommel of his sword, exclaiming, "What! Trying to escape? Do so again, and I will send a ball through your brains." I was silent, giving him a glance of contempt, which only excited his laughter, and calling to his companions, he bade them look to the proud Frenchman. Patience was the only remedy, and still maintaining my silence, though I own it cost me no small effort, I suffered them to lead me on, with many a taunt and insult, till we arrived at the port and arsenal. Here I was dragged through 2 large courts, and conducted into a stone hall, where I was subjected for near an hour to the insolent jeering of the soldiery, while the Count de Saint Colomma, then viceroy, finished his breakfast. To all they could say, however, I answered nothing, which enraged them more than anything I could have replied. "Have you cut out his tongue, Hernan?" asked one of the soldiers. "No," replied the other, "though he well deserves it. I spared it to speak to the viceroy." "Slit it then, as they do the magpies, to make them speak," said a third. "Oh, the viceroy will find him a tongue," replied the first. "Mind you that sullen boor that would not betray the conspiracy at Tarragona, and how the Count of Molino, who then commanded Algeciras, found a way to make him speak." "How was that?" demanded one of the others. "I served in the 10th Legero then, and was not present." "Why, he made us tie him on a table," answered the first, "and then fix a nice wet napkin over his face, pricking some holes in it, however, or it would have smothered him altogether, they say. As it was, every breath was like the gasp of a dying man, it was so hard to draw it through the cloth, and one might see his fists clenching with the agony, and his feet drawn up every time we poured a fresh ladleful of water over his face. Every now and then Don Antonio told him to stretch out his hand when he would confess, but he bore it stoutly till the blood began to ooze out of his eyes and ears, and then he could not hold to it any longer, but stretched out his hand and betrayed the whole story, after which the Conde was merciful, and had him hanged without more ado. It was fortunate for poor little Achilles, who sat beside me, that his knowledge of Spanish did not extend to the comprehension of a single word that passed, or this story would probably have bereft him of the little life he had left. Terror had already made him as silent as the grave, for which quality of silence he had never been very conspicuous before, and he sat with his eyes staring and meaningless, his mouth half open, his feet drawn up under the bench, and his hands laid flat upon his knees, the very image of folly struck dumb with fright. There was something so naturally small and unmeaning in his whole appearance, that the soldiers seemed to look upon him altogether as a cipher, and in this respect his insignificance for some time stood him in as good stead as the armour of his namesake. But at length, finding that they could draw nothing from me, my companion's look of terror caught the Castilian's attention, and they were proceeding to exercise their guard-room wit at the expense of poor little Achilles, when suddenly the noise of drums and trumpets was heard, announcing, as I found from their observations, that the viceroy was retiring from the great hall to his own cabinet. In a few minutes a messenger arrived with orders for the officer of the guard to conduct the prisoners to his presence; but in the lax state of discipline which seemed to reign amongst the Castilian troops in Catalonia, it was not surprising that no officer could be found. I was placed, however, between two soldiers, and, with some attention to military form, led up the grand staircase towards the cabinet of the viceroy, at the door of which I was detained till the messenger had announced my attendance. The pause was not long, for shortly the door again opened, and I was told in a harsh tone to go in, which I instantly complied with, followed by little Achilles, while the soldiers and the viceroy's officer remained without. The scene which presented itself was very different from that which I had anticipated. The room was large and lofty, lighted by two high windows, commanding a view of the sea, and altogether possessing an air of cheerfulness rarely found in the interior of Spanish houses. The furniture was luxurious, even amidst a luxurious nation. Fine arras and tapestry, carpets of the richest figures, cushions covered with cloth of gold, tables and chairs inlaid with silver, and 1,000 other rare and curious objects that I now forget, met the eye in every direction, while on the walls appeared some of the most exquisite paintings that the master hand of Velasquez had ever produced. It put me strongly in mind of the saloon at the Marquis de Saint Brie's pavilion de chasse, but the lords of these two splendid chambers were as opposite, at least in appearance, as any two men could be. Seated in an ivory chair, somewhat resembling in form the curule chair of the ancient Romans, appeared a short, fat man, not unlike the renowned governor of Barataria, as described by Cervantes. I mean in his figure, the excessive rotundity of which was such that a paunch of Sancho himself would have ill borne the comparison. His face, though full in proportion, had no coarseness in it. The skin was of a clear pale brown, and the features small, but rather handsome. The eyebrows were high and strongly marked, the eyes large and calm, and the expression of the countenance, on the whole, noble and dignified, but not powerful. It offered lines of talent, it is true, but few of thought, and there was a degree of sleepy listlessness in the whole air of the head, which to my mind spoke a luxurious and idle disposition. The dress of the viceroy, for such was the person before me, smacked somewhat of the habits which I mentally attributed to him. Instead of the stiff fraise, or raised ruff, round the neck, still almost universally worn in Spain, he had adopted the falling collar of lace, which left his neck and throat at full liberty. His juste au corps of yellow silk had doubtless caused the tailor some trouble to fashion it dexterously to the protuberance of his stomach, but still many of the points of this were left open, showing a shirt of the finest lawn. His hat and plume, buttoned with a sapphire of immense value, lay upon a table before him, and as I entered, he put it on for an instant, as representative of the sovereign, but immediately after again laid it down, and left his head uncovered for the sake of the free air, which breathed sweetly in at one of the open windows, and fanned him as he leaned back on the cushions of his chair. Behind the viceroy stood his favourite negro slave, splendidly dressed in the oriental costume, with a turban of gold muslin on his head, and bracelets of gold upon his naked arms. He was a tall, powerful man, and there was something noble and fine in the figure of the black, with his upright carriage, and the free bearing of every limb, that one looked for in vain in the idle listlessness of his lord. His distance from the viceroy was but a step, so that he could lean over the chair and catch any remark which his lord might choose to address to him, in however low a tone it was made; and at the same time he kept his hand resting upon the rich hilt of a long dagger, which seemed to show that he was there as a sort of guard, as well as a servant, there being no one else in the room when we entered. I advanced a few steps into the room, followed, as I have said, by Achilles alone, and paused at a small distance from the viceroy, on a sign he made me with his hand, intimating that I had approached near enough. After considering me for a moment or two in silence, he addressed me in a sweet musical voice. "I perceive, sir," said he, "notwithstanding the disarray of your dress, and the dust and dirt with which you are covered, that you are originally a gentleman. I am seldom mistaken in such things. Is it not so?" "In the present instance, your excellence is perfectly right," replied I, "and the only reason for my appearing before the Viceroy of Catalonia in such a deranged state of dress is the brutal conduct of a party of soldiery, who seized upon me while travelling peacefully on the high road, and brought me here without allowing me even a moment's repose." "I thought I was right," rejoined the viceroy, somewhat raising his voice; "but do you know, young sir, that your being a gentleman greatly aggravates the crime of which you are guilty? The vulgar herd, brought up without that high sense of honour which a gentleman receives in his very birth, commit not half so great a crime when they lend themselves to base and mean actions, as a gentleman does, who sullies himself and his class with anything dishonourable and wrong. From the mean, what can be expected but meanness, and consequently the crime remains without aggravation. But when the well-born and the well-educated derogate from their station, and mingle in base schemes, their punishment should be, not only that inflicted by society on those that trouble its repose, but a separate punishment should be added for the breach of all the honourable ties imposed upon a gentleman, for the stigma they cast upon high birth, and from the certainty, in their case, that they fall into error with their eyes open. What say you, sir?" "I think your excellence is perfectly right," replied I, the viceroy's observations having given me time to lay down a line of conduct for myself. "I have always thought so from the time I could reason for myself, and such have always been the principles instilled into my mind." "Then what excuse, sir, have you?" demanded the viceroy, rather surprised at the calmness with which I agreed to all his corollaries. "What excuse have you for meanly insinuating yourself into another country, and, by the basest arts, stirring up the people to sedition and revolt?" "If I had done so, my lord," replied I should be without excuse, and the severest punishment you could inflict would not be more than I merited. But I deny that I ever did so, and more, I can prove it impossible that I should have done so, from the short space of time which I have been in Spain, not allowing opportunity for such a crime as has been imputed to me. This is the 3rd day I have been in this country." The viceroy looked over his shoulder to his slave, who, stooping forward, listened while his lord said in a low tone, "You were right, Scipio. I am glad I looked to this myself. I am afraid I must exert myself, or these rude soldados will stir up the people to worse than even that of Lerida." Then, turning to me, he added in a louder voice, "I looked upon your guilt, sir, as so evident a matter that I did not think you would have had the boldness even to deny it. But as you do, it is but just that you hear the charge against you. It is this, that you, a subject of Louis the French king, have, together with many others, found your way into this province of Catalonia, and, as spies and traitors, have instigated the people to revolt against their liege lord and sovereign, Philip IV., in evidence of which a Castilian trooper of the 11th Tercia deposes to having seen you with the rebels now in arms at Lerida, and that, moreover, you overtook him on the road hither, and, with other rebels at the village of Maila, would have slain him, had it not been for the goodness and speed of his horse. What can you reply to this?" "Merely that it is false," replied I; "and if your excellence will permit, I will tell my tale against his, and leave it to your wisdom to find means of judging which is false and which is true." "Proceed, proceed," said the Viceroy, throwing himself back in his chair, seemingly tired with an exertion that was probably not usual with him, and had only been called up by the pressing circumstances of the times, circumstances which his own inactivity had suffered to become much more dangerous than he thought them even now. "Proceed, sir, but do not make your tale a long one, for I have many important things to attend to." "It shall be a very short one, my lord," I replied. "My reason for quitting my own country, Bearn, was that I had slain a man who attempted to strike me." "A gentleman or a serf?" demanded the Viceroy. "He was in the classe bourgeoise," replied I. "You did very right," said the Viceroy. "Go on." "To escape the immediate consequences," I continued, "I fled across the Pyrenees, guided by some Spanish smugglers, who conducted me to a village not far from Jaca, whence I intended to proceed to Barcelona, and thence embark for Marseilles. From Marseilles I intended to proceed to Paris, and there negotiate my pardon, so that I might eventually return to my own country in security." "But," said the Viceroy, "what did you at Lerida? That town lies not in your road from Jaca to Barcelona." "My lord, I never was at Lerida," replied I. "Though I have been in Spain before, I never was within the gates of Lerida in my life." The Viceroy looked over his shoulder to his African confidant, saying, in the same low tone with which he had formerly addressed him, "Mark his words, Scipio." Then, turning to me, he asked, with rather a heedless air, "Then I am to believe, young sir, that the whole tale of the soldier who accuses you is false, and that you and he never met till, for the purpose of plundering you, or something of the same nature, he seized you this morning at the city gates?" "Not so, my lord," I answered. "Far be it from me to say so, for I have a heavy charge myself to lay against that soldier. He overtook me yesterday on the high road, seized upon my attendant's horse, and raised his hand to strike me for opposing him." "Good!" exclaimed the Viceroy. "Had you denied meeting him, you were undone, for he gave last night a full description of your person. I now hear you with more confidence. Explain to me how, then, you happen to be on the road between Barcelona and Lerida, which is quite as much out of your way from Jaca as Lerida itself." "Your excellence will remember that I said I was guided by smugglers," I replied. "These smugglers were bound to Lerida, but they assured me that they would put me in the high road to Barcelona, after which I could not miss my way. They kept their word, and I proceeded safely and quietly on my journey, till, arriving at a village which your excellence calls, I think, Maila, I stopped for a few hours to rest my horses. Here I was overtaken by this soldier, who, without asking permission or making an excuse, seized upon my servant's horse, and on my opposing him, raised his hand to strike me. I threw him back on the pavement, and the villagers, rushing out of their houses, would, I believe, have murdered him, had I not interfered; for which good office, no sooner was he on horseback than he fired his carbine at my head, the ball of which missed me, but wounded one of the peasants in the face." The Viceroy paused for a moment, while the African whispered to him over his shoulder, in so low a tone that the words did not reach me. "Did you, then, not hear any report of a revolt at Lerida?" demanded the Viceroy at length. "I did," replied I, "at Maila, and before that I heard the sound of cannon and musketry from the side of Lerida." "Can your attendant speak Spanish?" "Not a word." "Does he understand it?" "No." The viceroy, while he spoke, looked steadfastly at Achilles, whose face happily betrayed nothing but the most confirmative stupidity of aspect. He then called him forward in French, and bade him detail what had occurred during the course of the foregoing day. The little player had by this time in some degree recovered his intellects, and hearing the mild tone in which the viceroy had hitherto questioned me, as well as the calmness with which he addressed him himself, his penchant for bombast was excited by the solemnity of the occasion, and the presence of a representative of royalty, and he poured forth a stupendous piece of eloquence, such as he thought the ears of a viceroy required. "May it please your sublime highness," said he, "the following is a true account of what occurred to my noble and estimable lord and to myself during our woeful peregrinations of yesterday; and if it is not the exact and simple verity, may all the stars of the golden firmament fall upon my head and crush me into atoms." The viceroy looked back at the African and laughed, but the slave, whose oriental imagination was perhaps more in harmony with the tumidity of little Achilles' style than the more refined taste of his lord, opened his large eyes, and seemed to think it very fine indeed. Neither of them interrupted him, however, and the player proceeded. Shortly after Aurora had drawn back the curtains of the sun, and Phoebus himself jumped out of bed and began running up the arch of heaven, the illicit dealers, who had been hitherto our guides, our guards, and our sutlers, all in one, left us, to proceed themselves I know not where. We were now upon the broad and substantial causeway which leads from the far-famed city of Lerida, as I am given to understand, for I never was there, to this renowned metropolis of Catalonia, when, I being much fatigued with the unwonted extension of my legs across the back of my equine quadruped, my noble and considerate lord permitted me to stop and repose my weary limbs at a small pot-house by the roadside. Suddenly, after we had been there about an hour, loud roared the cannon and quick beat the drum, and my lord not loving tumults amongst the people, as he said, and I not loving tumults amongst the cannon, we got upon horseback and rode on till our horses could go no farther. Truly I was thankful that their weariness came to back my own, or verily I believe that my lord, whose thighs must be made of cast iron, would not have left a bit of skin upon me by riding on till night. However, we stopped, and by the blessing of God I lay down to take what the people of this land call a siesta, but what I call a nap. When, after having lain in the arms of Somnus for about half an hour, 4 hours he should have said, I was startled by the tremendous sound of a musket, and, incontinent, crept under the bed, from whence I was dragged out shortly after by my master, mounted on the awful pinnacle of my horse's back, and compelled to ride on to another village, where we slept in quiet until day this morning. After that we proceeded to these hospitable walls, where a generous soldier rushed forth upon us, and invited us in with a pressing courtesy, which was not to be resisted. He bestowed upon my lord a long piece of cord, which your sublime majesty may observe upon his wrists. Me he decorated not in the same manner, but they took care of both our horses, and— "Hold!" said the viceroy, "I have heard enough. You said," continued he, turning to me, "that you had been in Spain before. Where did you then reside, and to whom were you known?" "I resided at Saragossa," replied I, "and was known to the corregidor and to the Chevalier de Montenero." "The Conde de Montenero?" said the viceroy. "Good! I expect him here this very day, or tomorrow at the farthest. If he witness in your favour, your history needs no other confirmation; for though a foreigner, all Spain knows his honour." "A foreigner!" exclaimed I. "Is he not a Spaniard?" "Certainly not," answered the viceroy. "Knew you not that? But to speak of yourself, mark me, young sir, you are safe for the present, for your story bears the air of truth. But woe to you if you have deceived me, for you shall die under tortures such as you never dreamed of. And to show you that in such things I will no longer be trifled with between these cut-throat soldiers and the factious peasantry, I will instantly order your accuser to have the strappado till his back be flayed. By the Mother of Heaven, I will no longer have my repose troubled at every hour with the rapacity of these base soldados and the turbulence of the still baser serfs. And the full countenance of the Count took on an air of stern determination, which I had not before imagined that it could assume. "Scipio," continued he to the negro, "see that these two be placed in security, where they may be well treated, but cannot escape. Bid my secretary, when he arrives from the palace, take both their names in writing and note down their separate stories from their own mouths. Henceforth I will investigate each case to the most minute particular, and, be it peasant or be it soldier that commits a crime, he shall find that I can be a Draco, and write my laws in blood." His resolution, unfortunately, came somewhat too late, for his indolence and inactivity had permitted the growth of a spirit that no measures could now quell. The hatred between the soldiery and the people had been nourished by the incessant outrages which the former had been suffered to commit under the lax government of the Count de Saint Colomma, and now that the populace had drawn the sword to avenge themselves, they were not likely to sheathe it till they had done so effectually. When he had finished speaking, the viceroy threw himself back in his chair, fatigued with the unwonted exertion he had made, and waving his hand, signed to us to withdraw, with which, as may be supposed, we were not long in complying. The African followed us, and being again placed between two soldiers, we were conducted to a small, low-roofed room, which filled up the vacancy between the two principal floors in that body of the building. The soldier who had been my accuser did not fail to follow, addressing many a triumphant jest upon our situation to the negro. The slave affected to laugh at them all heartily, but was, I believe, amusing himself with very different thoughts. For the moment we were safely lodged in the room he had chosen, he beckoned our good friend the soldier forward, and made him untie my hands. As he did so, an impulse I could scarcely resist almost made me seize him and dash his head against the floor; but the negro avenged me more fully, for he instantly commanded the other soldiers, with a tone of authority they dared not disobey, to bind the delinquent with the same cord, and taking him down into the court, to give him 50 blows of the strappado, and farther, to keep him in strict confinement till the viceroy's farther pleasure was known. "Ha, ha!" cried he to the soldier, with a grin that showed every milk-white tooth in his head. "Ha, ha! Why do you not laugh now?" And having placed a guard at our door, he left us. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of De Lorme by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. The chamber in which we were now placed was not an unpleasant one, nor was it ill furnished. It had probably been heretofore occupied by some of the inferior officers on duty at the arsenal, and there was still to be seen hanging up above the bed a headpiece and pair of gauntlets of steel, and an unloaded musketoon. The walls, which were entirely destitute of hangings, were, however, ornamented with sundry curious carvings, the occupation, possibly, of many an idle hour, representing battles and tournaments and bullfights, wherein neither perspective nor anatomy had been very much consulted, and mingled with these rare designs appeared various ciphers and initials, together with Christian names, both male and female, in great profusion. The windows of the apartment were little better than loopholes, with a strong iron bar down the centre. They possessed, however, a view over the whole of the lower part of the city, and being situated in the southwestern side of the principal corps de logis of the arsenal, faced the inner gate communicating with the town, and commanded both the inner and outer walls, with a part of the counterscarp and glacis. On approaching one of these scanty apertures, to reconnoitre the objects which surrounded the palace of our detention, I heard a party of soldiers conversing under the windows, and stopping the babbling of little Achilles by a motion of my hand, I listened to gain any information that I could, considering my present situation as one of the very few in which eavesdropping was not only justifiable, but necessary. They were merely speaking, however, of some military movements which had just taken place, by order of the viceroy, for quelling the insurrection at Lerida, and they did not at all scruple to censure their commander in their discourse for detaching so great a force from Barcelona at a moment it might be required to overawe the city. This conversation soon ceased, and after some coarse vituperation of the Catalonians, they separated, and I heard no more. Notwithstanding their departure, I continued to stand at the window, as if I was still listening, in order to collect and arrange my own thoughts, uninterrupted by the merciless tongue of my attendant, who now, having recovered his speech, of which fright had deprived him for a time, seemed resolved to make up by redoubled loquacity for the time he had been obliged to waste in silence. I had, in truth, much to think of. The whole circumstances which had lately happened to me, as well as my present situation, would have afforded sufficient matter for reflection, but nevertheless the news which I had heard from the Viceroy concerning the Chevalier de Montenero engaged my thoughts perhaps more than all the rest, and made me look upon the chance which brought me to Barcelona, rather than to any other Spanish town, and even my detention there, as rather fortunate than otherwise, notwithstanding all the unpleasant circumstances by which it had been accompanied. I doubted not for an instant that, however the Chevalier might be prepossessed against me in some respects, he would instantly do me justice in the matter of the present charge, and show the Viceroy that it was impossible I could be guilty, which none could know better than himself. At the same time, the knowledge that I had now obtained of his not being Spanish by birth, freed me at once from the difficulty under which I had before laboured, and left me at liberty to exculpate myself from every circumstance which had before appeared suspicious to his eyes, without violating my promise to the unfortunate corregidor of Saragossa. After considering these points for a minute or two, I applied myself to calculate how long it would take him to arrive at Barcelona, supposing that he travelled with all speed from the place where I last saw him, and I judged that, passing by Bagneres and Venasque, he might have already arrived, as I doubted not that when he left Lourdes he had directed his course immediately towards Spain. Nothing did I long for more ardently than his coming, not alone from the desire of obtaining my liberation, but because I longed to re-establish myself in his good opinion. I longed to be near one that I esteemed and loved, to confide in him all my thoughts, my feelings, my sorrows, my regrets, to tell him my own tale, to ask for consolation, and to seek for advice; and certainly never, never did I feel so much as at that moment the desolate solitariness of man, when, with none to aid him, he stands in the midst of sorrow and misfortune by himself. With all his follies and his weaknesses, I will own, I had even clung to the society of the little player, merely because it was something human that seemed to attach itself to me; and while he was near, I did not appear so totally abandoned to myself and my evil fate. But when I thought of the coming of the Chevalier, of clearing myself from all suspicions, regaining his regard, and walking by his counsel, my heart was lightened of half its load, and I felt as if I had again entered within the magic circle of hope, that had long been shut against me. While I was thus reflecting, the door of the chamber opened, and the Viceroy's favourite negro slave entered, followed by a servant, loaded with various kinds of viands and a flask of wine. The servant put his burden down on the table and withdrew, but the negro remained, and shutting the door, invited me in a civil tone to partake of the provisions which his Excellence had ordered to be brought me. "My lord the Viceroy," said he, "has given me in charge to see that you be hospitably treated, and I have pleasure in the task, young sir, for I hope, through your means, to rouse my master to a just sense of the oppression which these poor Catalonians suffer from the unruly and insolent soldiers." There was something in this speech so different from what might be expected in a negro slave and a favourite, that I did him the wrong of suspecting that he wished to entrap me into some avowal of opinions contrary to the Viceroy's government, and I therefore replied, "You must know more of the subject than I do. I have been but 3 days in Catalonia, and therefore have had but little opportunity of judging whether the people be oppressed or not. even if I had any interest in the matter." "Interest? Spoke like a white man," muttered the black to himself. "Ah, young sir, if you had known oppression as I have, you would find an interest in every one you saw oppressed." "I should have imagined," replied I, still doubting him, though I own most unworthily, "that your situation was as happy a one as well might be, and that your service on his excellence the viceroy was not very oppressive." He laid his jet black finger upon the rich golden bracelet that surrounded his arm. "Think you," asked he, "that chain, because it happens to be gold, does not weigh as heavily as if it were of iron? It does. I tell you, Frenchman, it does. True, I am slave to the best of masters, the noblest of lords. True, if I were free this moment, I would dedicate my life to serve him. But still I am a slave. Still I have been torn from my home and my native land. Still I have been injured, wronged, oppressed. And every one I see injured, every one I see wronged, becomes my fellow and my brother. But you understand not that." "I do, my good friend, more than you think," replied I, convinced by the earnestness of his manner that what he said was genuine. "Whether you do or not," said he, "there is one principle on which you will understand me. You can fancy that I love my benefactor. I love him, but I also know his faults. He is of a soft and idle humour, so that his virtues, like jewels cast upon a quicksand, are lost, unknown, and swallowed up. His idleness is a disease of the body, not a defect of the mind, though the mind suffers for the fault of the body. And so much does he value repose, that nothing seems to him of sufficient importance to embitter its sweetness. Fearless as a lion of death or of danger, he is a very coward when opposed to trouble and fatigue. He is just, honourable, and wise, but this invincible apathy of nature has brought him to the brink of a precipice, over which he would sooner fall than make one strong effort to save himself. For 2 years he has governed Catalonia, and during those 2, all the reports of the brute soldiery have been believed. Few of the complaints of the injured peasants have reached him. Those few have been through me, for the guards and his officers, who all join in the pillage of the people, take care to cut him off from every other source of information. Thus the soldiers have heaped wrong upon wrong, till the people will bear no more; till at Lerida, at Tarragona, over half the country, in short, they are already in revolt. Barcelona still remains quiet, and, by the exertion of proper authority, by showing the Catalonians that the viceroy will do equal justice between them and the soldiery, that in future he will be the defender of their rights and liberties, the province, his government, perhaps even his life, may be saved. For this object, when the news reached him last night of the insurrection at Lerida, and at the same time the charge against you, I persuaded him to examine you himself, without the presence of his officers or his council. You answered wisely and saved yourself. When next he shall examine you, do more, answer nobly and save him, and perhaps a whole people. Tell him the oppression you have seen, tell him the murmurs you have heard. Aid me to stir him up to exertion, and you may, if it be not too late, avert the evils that are gathering round so thickly." "I will willingly do what you wish," replied I; "but I fear, unless he can send one obnoxious regiment after another out of Catalonia, and supply their place with troops whose discipline is more strict, and who have not yet made themselves abhorred by the populace, then your viceroy will do but little to allay this fermentation among the people." The negro shook his head. "They will never be changed," said he, "while Olivares, the Count Duke, governs both Spain and the king. Why did he send them here first? He knew them to be the worst disciplined, the most cruel, turbulent, rapacious troops that all Spain contained. But he wished to punish the Catalonians for holding a junta on one of his demands, and he sent them these locusts as a scourge. However, I have your promise. Before night the Count will send for you again. He will ask you what rumours you heard, how the Castilian troops were looked upon by the people, and other questions to the same effect. Conceal nothing. Let him hear the truth from your lips at least. Will you do so?" "I will," replied I, decidedly. "Then fare you well," said the negro, "and fall to your meat with the consciousness of doing what is noble and right." And thus saying, he left the chamber. "Good faith, monseigneur," said little Achilles, who had already settled upon the basket of provisions, and was making considerable progress through the contents, "I could not resist this charming sight had you been the king, and my master into the bargain. I must have fallen too. Hunger, like love, levels all conditions." "You did right, my good Achilles," replied I. "But hold a moment, I must join the party." And sitting down with my little attendant, I aided him to conclude what he had so happily begun. The wine flask succeeded, and we neither of us spared it, proceeding to the bottom with very equal steps, for though, as his lord, Achilles always conceded to me 2 draughts for his 1, he found means to compensate for this forbearance by making his draught twice as long as mine. Indeed, when the bottle reached his mouth, for the negro had supplied us with no cup, the matter became hopeless, so long did he point it at the sky. During one of these deep draughts, which occupied him so entirely that he neither heard nor saw anything else, a distant shout reached my ear, and then all was silent. There was something ominous in the sound, for it contained a very different tone from that which bursts from a crowd on any occasion of mirth or rejoicing. It was a cry somewhat mingled of horror and hate. At least my fancy lent it such a character. At the same time, I heard the soldiers in the court below running out to the gates, as if they had been disturbed by the same sound, and went to inquire into its cause. Little Achilles had not heard it, so deeply was he engaged in the worship of the purple god, and the moment he dismissed the bottle, he recommenced his attack upon a fine piece of mountainous mutton, which still remained in the basket. But in a moment or two his attention was called by a renewal of the shouts, and by the various exclamations of the soldiers in the court, from which we gathered that, most unhappily, some new outrage had been offered to the people, who, encouraged probably by the news of a revolt at Lerida, had resisted, and were even then engaged with the soldiery. "Let them fight it out," cried my companion, encouraged by the good viands, and still better wine of the viceroy. "Let them fight it out. By my great namesake's immortal deeds, methinks I could push a pike against one of those base soldados myself. Pray heaven the peasants cut them up into mincemeat. But while you look out of the window, monseigneur, I will lie down, and, in imitation of that most wise animal, an ox, will ruminate for some short while after my dinner." As he said, I had placed myself at the window, and while he cast himself on the bed, and I believe fell asleep, I continued to watch the various streets within the range of my sight, to discover, if I could, the event of the tumult, the shouts and cries of which were still to be heard, varying in distance and direction, as if the crowds from which they proceeded were rapidly changing their place. After a moment or two, some musket shots were heard mingling with the outcry, and then a whole platoon. A louder shout than ever succeeded, and then again a deep silence. In the meanwhile, several officers came running at all speeds to the arsenal, and in a few minutes 2 or 3 small bodies of troops marched out, proceeding up a long street, of which I had a view almost in its whole length. About halfway up, the soldiers defiled down another street to the right, and I lost sight of them. The shouts, however, still continued, rising and falling with occasional discharges of musketry, but in general the noise seemed to me farther off than it had been at first. Shortly it began to come rapidly near, growing louder and louder, and straining my eyes in the direction in which the tumult seemed to lie, I beheld a party of the populace driven across the long street I have mentioned by a body of pikemen. The Catalonians were evidently fighting desperately, but the superior skill of the troops prevailed, and the undisciplined mob was borne back at the point of the pike, notwithstanding an effort to make a stand at the crossing of the streets. This first success of the military, however, did not absolutely infer that their ascendancy would be permanent. The tumult was but begun, and far from being a momentary effervescence of popular feeling, which, commencing with a few, is only increased by the accession of idlers and vagabonds. This was the pouring forth of long suppressed indignation, the uprising of a whole people to work retribution on the heads of their oppressors, and every moment might be expected to bring fresh combatants, excited by the thirst of vengeance, and animated by the hope of liberty. All was now bustle and activity in the arsenal. The gates were shut, the soldiers under arms, the officers called together, the walls manned, and from the court below the stirring sounds of military preparations rose up to the windows at which I stood, telling that the pressing danger of the circumstances had at length roused the Viceroy from his idle mood, and that he was now taking all the means which a good officer might to put down the insurrection that his negligence had suffered to break out. From time to time I caught the calm, full tones of his voice, giving a number of orders and directions, now ordering parties of soldiers to issue forth and support their comrades, commanding at the same time that they should advance up the several streets which bore upon the arsenal, taking especial care that their retreat was not cut off, and that a continual communication should be kept up, pointing out to their inferior officers where to establish posts, so as to best guard their flanks and avoid the dangers of advancing through the streets of the city, where every house might be considered as an enemy's fort, and finally directing that in such and such conjunctures certain flags should be raised on the steeple of the various churches, thus establishing a particular code of signals for the occasion. In the meanwhile the tumult in the city increased, the firing became more continuous, the bells of the churches mingled their clang with the rest, and the struggle was evidently growing more and more fierce, as fresh combatants poured in on either party. At length I saw an officer riding down the opposite street at full speed, and dashing into the arsenal, the gates of which opened to give him admission. He seemed to approach the Viceroy, whose voice I instantly heard demanding, "Well, Don Ferdinand, where are the cavalry? Why have you not brought up the men-at-arms?" "Because it was impossible," replied the officer. "The rebels, your excellence, have set fire to the stables. Not a horse would move, even after Don Antonio Molina had dispersed the traitors that did it. Not 10 horses have been saved. What is to be done, my lord?" "Return instantly," answered the Viceroy promptly. "Collect your men-at-arms, bid them fight on foot for the honour of Castile, for the safety of the province, for their own lives. Marshal them in 2 bodies. Let one march by the Plaza Nueva down to the port, and the other by the Calle de la Cruz to the Lerida gate." "I am sorry to say the Lerida gate is in the possession of the rebels," replied the officer. "A large body of peasants, well armed and mounted, attacked it and drove in the soldiers half an hour ago. They come from Lerida itself, as we learn by the shouts of the others." "The more need to march on it instantly," replied the Viceroy. "See, the flag is up on the church of the Assumption. Don Francisco is there, with part of the 2nd Tercia. Divide as I have said. Send your brother down with one body to the port. With the other, join Don Francisco at the church of the Assumption. Take the 2 brass cannon from the Barrier Nuevo, and march upon the gate of Lerida. Drive back the rebels, or die." The Viceroy's orders were given like lightning, and turning his horse, the officer rode away with equal speed to execute them. I marked him as he dashed through the gates of the arsenal, and a more soldier-like man I never saw. He galloped fast over the drawbridge and through the 2nd gate, crossed the open space between the arsenal and the houses of the town, and darted up the street by which he had come, when suddenly a flash and some smoke broke from the window of a house as he passed. I saw him reel in the saddle, catch at his horse's mane, and fall headlong to the ground, while the charger, freed from his load, ran wildly up the street till he was out of sight. The sentinel on the counterscarp had seen the officers fall, and instantly passed the news to the Viceroy. "Pedro Marona!" cried the Count promptly. "Quick, mount, and bear the same orders to Don Antonio Molina. Take the Calle de la Paz, quick! One way or another we lose our most precious moments." Don Ferdinando should have seen his corslet was better tempered. However, let 6 men be sent out to bring him in. Perhaps he may not yet be dead. The gates of the arsenal were thrown open accordingly, and a small party carrying a board to bring home the body issued out; but they had scarcely proceeded half-way to the spot where the officer had fallen, when the sound of the tumult, the firing, the cheers, the cries, the screams, mingled in one terrific roar, rolled nearer and nearer. A single soldier then appeared in full flight in the long street on which my eyes were fixed. Another followed, and another. A shout louder than all the rest rang up to the sky, and rolling and rushing like the billows of a troubled ocean, came pouring down the streets a large body of the Castilian soldiery, urged on by an immense mass of armed peasantry, with whom the first rank of the Castilians was mingled. Though some of the soldiers were still fighting man to man with the Catalonians, the mass were evidently flying as fast as the nature of the circumstances would permit, crushing and pressing over each other; and many more must have been trampled to death by the feet of their comrades than fell by the swords of their enemies. In the meanwhile, the pursuers, the greater part of whom were on horseback, continued spurring their horses into the disorderly mass of the fugitives, hewing them down on every side, with the most remorseless vengeance; while from the houses on each hand a still more dreadful and less noble sort of warfare was carried on against the flying soldiery. Scarce a house but one or two of its windows began to flash with musketry, raining a tremendous shower of balls upon the head of the unfortunate Castilians, who, jammed up in the small space of a narrow street, had no room either to avoid their own fate or avenge their fellows. Just then, however, the pursuers received a momentary check from the cannon of the arsenal, some of which being placed sufficiently high for the balls to fall amidst the mass of peasantry, without taking effect upon the nearer body of the flying soldiers, began to operate as a diversion in favour of the fugitives. The very sound caused several of the horsemen to halt. At that moment my eye fell upon the figure of Garcias, the smuggler, at the head of the peasantry, cheering them on, but by his gestures appearing to tell them that those who would escape the cannon balls must close upon those for whose safety they were fired; that now was the moment to make themselves masters of the arsenal, and that if they would but follow close, they would force their way in with the flying soldiers. So animated, so vehement was his gesticulation, that there hardly needed words to render his wishes comprehensible. The panic, however, though but momentary, allowed sufficient time for greater part of the soldiers to throw themselves into the arsenal. Some, indeed, being again mingled with the peasantry, were shut out, and slaughtered to a man. The rest prepared to make good the very defensible post they now possessed, knowing well that mercy was a word they had themselves blotted out from the language of their enemies. In the meanwhile, my little companion Achilles had evinced much more courage than I had anticipated. Whether it was that he found, or rather fancied, greater security in the walls of the arsenal, or whether it was that necessity produced the same change in his nature, that being in a corner is said to effect upon a cat, or whether the quantity of wine which he had drunk had conveyed with itself an equal portion of valour, I do not know; but certain it is that he lay quite quiet for the greater part of the time, without attempting to creep under the bed, and only took the precaution of wrapping the bolster around his head to deaden the sound of the cannon. Once he even rose, and approaching the other window, stood upon tiptoes to take a momentary glance at what was proceeding without. The scene he beheld, however, was no way encouraging, and he instantly retreated to the bed, and settled himself once more comfortably amongst the clothes, after having drained the last few drops of wine that remained in the flask. It may easily be supposed that the viceroy was not particularly anxious to spare the houses of a town which had shown itself so generally inimical, and consequently every cannon which could be brought to bear upon the point where the insurgents were principally collected was kept in constant activity, and the dreadful havoc which they made began to be evident both amongst the insurgents and upon the houses round about. Garcias, however, who was now evidently acting as commander in chief of the populace, was prompt to remedy all the difficulties of his situation, and animating and encouraging the peasantry by his voice, his gestures, and his example, he kept alive the spirit which had hitherto carried them on such great deeds. It is not to be imagined that any regular fascines should have been prepared by the peasantry for the assault of the arsenal, but they had with them 6 small pieces of cannon which they had taken, and which they hastily brought against the gate. The murderous fire, however, both of cannon and musketry, kept up upon the only point where they could have any effect, would have prevented the possibility of working them, had not the fire of the arsenal itself, by demolishing the wall of one of the houses opposite, discovered the inside of a wool warehouse. Fascines were no longer wanting. The immense woolpacks were instantly brought forward and arranged, by the orders of Garcias, into as complete a traverse as could have been desired, supported from behind by the stones of the street, which the insurgents threw up with pickaxes and spades. Their position now being much more secure, a movement took place amongst the people, and while Garcias, with a considerable body, continued to ply the principal gate with his battery, 2 large masses of the insurgents moved off on either hand, and presently after reappeared at the entrance of the various streets which surrounded the arsenal, rolling before them their woolpacks, which put them in comparative security. It was evident that a general attack was soon to be expected, and exerting himself with an activity of which I had not thought him capable, the Viceroy put himself forward in every situation of danger. From time to time I caught a glimpse of his figure, toiling, commanding, assisting, and slackening not in his activity, though the marks of excessive fatigue were sufficiently evident in his countenance. Of course, the gate could not long resist the continued fire of the insurgents' battery, and as soon as it gave way, upon some signal which I did not perceive, the whole mass of the peasantry poured forth from every street, and advancing steadily upon the most tremendous fire from the guns of the arsenal, ran up the glacis, and easily effected a lodgment in the counterscarp with the woolpacks. The moment was one of excessive interest, and I was gazing from the window, marking with anxiety every turn of a scene that possessed all the sublime of horror, and danger, and excited passion, when I heard a step behind me, and a cry from my little friend Achilles, which instantly made me turn my head. I had but time to see the Spanish soldier who had accused me to the Viceroy, with his broadsword raised over my head, and to spring aside, when the blow fell with such force as to dash a piece out of the solid masonry of the window frame. "By the eyes of Saint Geronimo," cried the man, "thou shalt not escape me. Though I die this day, thou shalt go half an hour before me." And darting forward, he raised his weapon to aim another blow at my head. Unarmed as I was, my only chance was to rush in upon him, and getting within his guard, render the struggle one of mere personal strength. And making a feint, as if I would leap aside again, I took advantage of a movement of his hand, and cast myself into his chest with my full force. He gave way sooner than I expected, and we both went down. But somehow, though in general a good wrestler, certainly infinitely stronger than my adversary, and though at first also I was uppermost, I soon lost my advantage. I believe it was that in attempting to place my knee on his breast, it slipped from off his corslet, flinging me forwards, so that my balance being lost, he easily cast me off and set his own knee upon me. His sword he had let fall, but he drew his long poniard, and threw back his arm to plunge it into my bosom, when suddenly he received a tremendous blow on the side of the head, which dashed him prostrate on the floor, and, to my surprise and astonishment, I saw little Achilles in the person of my deliverer. My pressing danger had communicated to his bosom a spark of generous courage, which he had never before felt, and seizing the unloaded musketoon, he had come up behind my adversary, and dealt him the blow which had proved my salvation. Nor did he stop there, for what with joy and excitement at his success, and fear that our enemy should recover from his stupefaction which the blow had caused, he continued to belabour his head and face with strokes of the musketoon, with a silent vehemence and rapidity which not all my remonstrances could stop. Even after the man was evidently dead, he continued to reiterate blow upon blow, sometimes pausing and looking at him with eyes in which horror and fear and excitement were all visible, and then adding another and another stroke, as I have often seen a dog after he has killed a rat, or any other noisome animal, every now and then start back and look at him, and then give it another bite, and another, till he has left it scarce a vestige of its original form. Seizing his arm, however, during one of these pauses, I begged him to cease, and would have fain called his attention by thanking him for his timely aid, but the little man could not yet overcome the idea that his enemy might still get up and take vengeance on him for the unheard-of daring which he had exercised. "Let him kill me, monseigneur, let him kill me," cried he. "Don't you see he moves? Look, look!" And with straining eyes, he struggled forward to make quite sure that his victory wanted nothing of completion, by adding another blow to those he had already given. "He will never move again, Achilles," replied I. "Spare your blows, for you bestow them on a dead man, as well as he merited his fate." "Had we not better tie his hands, at least?" cried the little player. "He lies still enough, too. Only think of my having killed a man. I shall be a brave man for the rest of my life; but if I had not killed him, you would have been lying there as still as he is." I expressed my gratitude as fully as I could, but objected to the proposal of tying a dead man's hands. No doubt, indeed, could remain of his being no longer in a state to endanger any one; for having no helmet on at the time he entered, the very first blow of the musketoon must have nearly stunned him, and several of the after ones had driven in his skull in various places. It is probable that, having been kept in confinement by the order of the viceroy, he had been liberated at the moment the danger became pressing, and that, instead of presenting himself where he might do his duty, his first care had been to seek the means of gratifying his revenge, no doubt attributing to me the punishment he had received. Such an event as my death, in the confusion and danger of the circumstances, he most probably imagined would pass unnoticed, and no one, at all events, could prove that it had been committed by his hands. Whether his comrade, who had been placed as sentinel at the door where we were confined, had been removed for the more active defence of the place, or whether he had connived at the entrance of the assassin, I know not; but at all events, if he was there, he must have been an accomplice, and consequently would not have betrayed his fellow. Such, however, was a strange fate for a daring and ferocious man, to fall by the hands of one of the meekest cowards that ever crept quietly through existence; and yet I have often remarked that bad actions, the most boldly undertaken and the best designs, often, nay, most frequently, fall back upon the head of their projectors, repelled from their intended course by something petty, unexpected, or despised. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of De Lorme by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. While this was taking place within, the tumult without had increased 1,000-fold, and the din of cries, and screams, and blows, and groans, mingled in one wild shriek of human passion, hellish, as if they rose from Phlegethon. But, to my surprise, the roar of the cannon no longer drowned the rest, and looking again from the window, I saw all the outward defences in the hands of the populace. The fortifications of the arsenal had only been completed, so far as regarded the mere external works; but even had they been as perfect as human ingenuity could have devised, the small number of soldiers which were now within the gates would never have sufficed to defend so great a space from a multitude like that of the insurgents. At the moment that I returned to my loophole, the peasantry were pouring on every side into the inner court, and the viceroy, with not more than 100 Castilians, was endeavouring in vain to repel them. If ever what are commonly called prodigies of valour were really wrought, that unhappy nobleman certainly did perform them, fighting in the very front, and making good even the open court of the arsenal against the immense body of populace which attacked it, for nearly a quarter of an hour. At length, mere fatigue from such unwonted exertions seemed to overcome him, and, in making a blow at one of the peasants, he fell upon his knees. A dozen hands were raised to dispatch him, but at the sight of his danger the Castilians rallied, and, closing in, saved him from the fury of the people, while his faithful negro, catching him in his arms, bore him into the body of the building. Though certainly but ill-disposed towards the soldiery, there was something in the chivalrous valour which the Viceroy had displayed in these last scenes, combined with the lenity he had shown to myself when brought before him, which created an interest in my bosom that I will own greatly divided my wishes for the success of the oppressed Catalonians. The idea, too, entered my mind that by exerting my influence with Garcias, whom I still saw in the front of the insurgents, I might obtain for the Viceroy some terms of capitulation. Calling to little Achilles to follow me then, I snatched up the sword of the dead Castilian, and proceeding to the door, which, as I had expected, was now open, I ran out into the long corridor, and thence began to search for the staircase that led down to the gate by which the Viceroy must have entered. On every side, however, I heard the cries of the soldiery, who had now retreated into the building, and were proceeding to take every measure for its defence to the utmost. Several times these cries misled me, and it was not till I had followed many a turning and winding that I arrived at the head of the staircase, halfway down which I beheld the Viceroy sitting on one of the steps, evidently totally exhausted, while Scipio, the negro, kneeling on a lower step, offered him a cup of wine, and seemed pressing him to drink. At the sound of my steps, the slave started up and laid his hand upon his dagger, but seeing me, he gave a melancholy glance towards his lord, and again begged him to take some refreshment. Unused to all exertion, and enormously weighty, the excessive toil to which the Viceroy had subjected himself had left him no powers of any kind, and he sat as I have described, with his eyes shut, his hand leaning on the step, and his head fallen heavily forward on his chest, without seeming to notice anything that was passing around him. It was in vain that I made the proposal to parley with Garcias. He replied nothing, and I was again repeating it, hoping by reiteration to make him attend to what I said, when one of his officers came running down from above. "My lord," cried he, "the galleys answer the signal, and from the observatory I see the boats putting off. If your excellence makes haste, you will get to the shore at the same moment they do, and will be safe." The Viceroy raised his head. "At all events, I will try," said he. "They cannot say that I have abandoned my post while it was tenable. Let the soldiers take torches." The officer flew to give the necessary directions, and taking the cup from the negro, the Viceroy drank a small quantity of the wine, after which he turned to me. "I am glad you are here," said he. "They talk of my escape. I do not think I can effect it; but whether I live or die, Sir Frenchman, report me aright to the world. Now, if you would come with us, follow me; but you might stay with safety, they would not injure you." I determined, however, to accompany him, at least as far as the boats they talked of, though I knew not how they intended to attempt their escape, surrounded as the arsenal was by the hostile populace. I felt convinced, however, that I should be in greater personal safety in the open streets than shut up in the arsenal, where the first troop of the enraged peasantry who broke their way in might very possibly murder me, without at all inquiring whether I was there as a prisoner or not. At the same time, I fancied that in case of the Viceroy being overtaken, if Garcias was at the head of the pursuers, I should have some influence in checking the bloodshed that was likely to follow. While these thoughts passed through my brain, half a dozen voices from below were heard exclaiming, "The torches are lighted, my lord, the torches are lighted!" And the Viceroy, rising, began to descend, leaning on the negro. I followed with Achilles, and as we passed through the great hall, sufficient signs of the enemy's progress were visible to make us hasten our flight. The immense iron door was trembling and shivering under the continual and incessant blows of axes and crows, with which it was plied by the people, in spite of a fire of musketry that a party of the most determined of the soldiery was keeping up through the loopholes on the ground story, and from the windows above. A great number of the soldiers, whose valour was secondary to their discretion, had already fled down a winding staircase, the mouth of which stood open at the farther end of the hall, with an immense stone trap-door thrown back, which, when down, doubtless concealed all traces of the passage below. When we approached it, only 2 or 3 troopers remained at the mouth holding torches to light the Viceroy as he descended. "Don Jose," said the Viceroy in a faint voice, addressing the officer who commanded the company which still kept up the firing from the windows, "call your men together, let them follow me to the galleys, but take care, when you descend, to shut down the stone door over the mouth of the stairs. Lock it and bar it as you know how, and make haste." "I will but roll these barrels of powder to the door, my lord," replied the officer. "Lay a train between them, and place a minute match by way of a spigot, and then will join your excellence with my trusty iron hearts, who are picking out the fattest rebels from the windows. Should need be, we will cover your retreat, and as we have often tasted your bounty, will die in your defence." In dangerous circumstances there is much magic in a fearless tone, and Don Jose spoke of death in so careless a manner, that I could not help thinking some of the soldiers who had been most eager to light the Viceroy were somewhat ashamed of their cowardly civility. About 40 of the bravest soldiers in the garrison who remained with the officer who had spoken, would, indeed, have rendered the Viceroy's escape to the boats secure. But Don Jose was prevented from fulfilling his design. We descended the stairs as fast as the Viceroy could go, and at the end of about 100 steps entered a long excavated passage leading from the arsenal to the seashore, cut through the earth and rock for nearly half a mile, and lined throughout with masonry. At the farther extremity of this were just disappearing, as we descended, the torches of the other soldiers who had taken the first mention of flight as an order to put themselves in security, and had consequently led the way with great expedition. In a moment or two after, by what accident it happened I know not, an explosion took place that shook the earth on which we stood, and roared through the cavern as if the world were riven with the shock. "God of heaven! They have blown themselves up," cried the Viceroy, pausing. But the negro hurried him on, and we soon reached the sands under the cliffs, to the left of the city. To the cold chilliness of the vault through which we had hitherto proceeded, now succeeded the burning heat of a cloudless sun in Spain. It was but spring, but no one knows what some spring days are in Barcelona, except those who have experienced them; and by the pale cheek, haggard eye, and staggering pace of the Viceroy, I evidently saw that if the boats were far off, he would never be able to reach them. We saw them, however, pulling towards the shore about 3/4 of a mile farther up, and the very sight was gladdening. 4 or 5 soldiers remained, as I have said, with their commander, and lighted us along the gallery; but the moment they were in the open air, the view of the boats, towards which their companions who had gone on before were now crowding, was too much for the constancy of most of them, and without leave or orders, all but 2 ran forward to join the rest. The tide was out, and stretching along the margin of the sea, a smooth, dry sand offered a firm and pleasant footing; but a multitude of large black rocks, strewed irregularly about upon the shore, obliged us to make a variety of turns and circuits, doubling the actual distance we were from the boats. The cries and shouts from the place of the late combat burst upon our ears the moment we had issued from the passage, and sped us on with greater rapidity. Seeing that he could hardly proceed, I took the left arm of the Viceroy, while his faithful negro supported him on the right, and hurried him towards the boats. But the moment after, another shout burst upon our ear. It was nearer, far nearer than the rest, and turning my head, I beheld a body of the peasantry pursuing us, and arrived at about the same distance from us that we were from the boats. The Viceroy heard it also, and easily interpreted its meaning. "I can go no farther," said he, "but I can die here, as well as a few paces or a few yards beyond." And he made a faint effort to draw his sword. "Yet a little farther, my lord, yet a little farther," cried the African. "They are a long way off still. We are nearing the boats. See, the head boat is steering towards us. Yet a little farther, for the love of heaven." The unfortunate viceroy staggered on for a few paces more, when his weariness again overcame him. His lips turned livid, his eyes closed, and he fell fainting upon the sand. Running down as fast as I could to the sea, I filled 2 of the large shells that I found with water, and carried them back, dashed the contents on his face. But it was in vain, and I went back for more, when, on turning round, I saw a fresh party of the insurgents coming down a sloping piece of ground that broke the height close by. It would have been base to have abandoned him at such a moment, and I returned to his side with all speed. The first of the peasantry were already within a few paces, and their brows were still knit, and their eyes still flashing with the ferocious excitement of all the deeds they had done during the course of that terrible morning. As they rushed on, I saw Garcias a step or 2 behind, and called to him loudly in French to come forward and protect the viceroy, assuring him that he had wished the people well, and even had been the means of saving my life. The smuggler made no reply, but starting forward, knocked aside the point of a gun that one of the peasants had levelled at my head, and catching me firmly by the arm, held me with his gigantic strength, while the people rushed on upon their victim. The negro strode across his master and drew his dagger. One of the insurgents instantly rushed upon him, and fell dead at his feet. Another succeeded. When the dagger broke upon his ribs, the noble slave cast it from him, and throwing himself prostrate on the body of his master, died with him, under 100 wounds. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Delorme by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. "Beware how you stand between a lion and his prey," said Garcias, releasing my arm. "And let me tell you, Sir Count, it were 1,000 times easier to tear his food from the hungry jaws of the wild beast, than to save him from the fury of this oppressed people, the patron and chief of all their oppressors." "You are wrong, Garcias, you are wrong," replied I. "Since I have been a prisoner here at the arsenal, I have had full opportunity to see and judge whether he wished to be your oppressor or not; and, on my honour, no man would more willingly have done you justice, and punished those who injured you, had he been allowed to hear the evils that were committed under the name of his authority." "That, then, was his crime," replied Garcias. "He should have heard, he should have known the wrongs and miseries of the people he governed. All in life depends on situation, and in his, indolence was a crime which has been deeply, but not too deeply, expiated. Believe me, Count Louis, that kings and governors who suffer injustice to be committed deserve and will ever meet a more tragic fall than those even who commit it themselves." "But see," cried I, "they are going to mutilate the bodies. For heaven's sake, stop them, and let them not show themselves utterly savages." "What matters it?" asked he. "The heads they are bound to strike off will never feel the indignity. But speak to them if you will, and try whether you can persuade them from their wrath. Ho, stand back, my friends," he continued, addressing the people, who even glared upon him with somewhat of fierceness in their look, as he interrupted their bloody occupation. "Hear what this noble Frenchman has to say to you, and respect him, for he is my friend." "Viva Garcias!" shouted the people. "Viva el Librador!" And standing forward, I endeavoured, as well as I could, to calm their excited feelings. "My good friends," said I, "you all know me to be sincerely the well-wisher of Catalonia and the cause of freedom. Many who are here present saw me dragged through the streets of Barcelona no later than this morning, tied like a slave and insulted as I went by the brutal soldiery, your enemies and mine, for no other cause but that I was a Frenchman, and that the French are friendly to the Catalonians. I therefore have good cause to triumph in your success, and to participate in your resentment. But there is a bound, my friend, within which resentment should always be confined. To mark it as grand, as noble, as worthy of a great and generous people. It is just, it is right, to punish the offender, to smite the oppressor, and to crush him with his own wrong." A loud shout announced that this was the point where the angry flame still burned most furiously. "But," continued I, "is it right, is it just, is it noble, to insult the inanimate clay after the spirit has departed? Is it dignified? Is it grand? Is it worthy of a great and free people like the Catalonians?" "No, no," cried one or two voices amongst the better class of the insurgents, "do not insult the body." "No, indeed," proceeded I, "it is beneath a people who have done such great and noble deeds. The moment you attempt to degrade that corpse by any unbecoming act, what was an act of justice becomes an act of barbarity; and instead of looking on that unhappy man as a sacrifice to justice, all civilized people must regard him as the victim of revenge. You, my friend, you," I continued, addressing the man who had been kneeling on the body for the purpose of cutting off the head with a long girdle knife, and who still glared at it like a wolf disappointed of its prey, "you, I am sure, would be the last to sully the justice of the Catalonians with a stain of cruelty. A few hours ago this unhappy man possessed riches, and power, and friends, and kindred, all the warm blessings of human existence. You have taken them from him, all. Is not that punishment enough? You have sent him to the presence of God to answer for his sins. Let God then judge him, and reverencing the sanctity of that tribunal to which you yourselves have referred him, take up the frail remains of earth, and lay them side by side with the faithful, the noble, the generous-hearted slave, whose self-devotion we all admire, and whose death we all regret. Bear them silently to the high church, and deliver them into the hands of some holy priest, to pray that God may pardon him in heaven the faults which you have punished upon earth. Thus shall you know, my friend, that it is justice you seek, not cruelty. Thus shall your friends esteem you, your enemies fear you, and your deeds of this day descend as an example to nations yet unborn." In a multitude there is always a latent degree of good feeling amongst the majority, which, in moments of tumult and action, is overborne by the more violent and excitable passions of human nature. But once get the people to pause and listen, and mingle with your speech a few of those talismanic words which compel the evil spirit, vanity, to the side of good, and every better sentiment thus encouraged will come forth and often lead them to the greatest and noblest actions. When I began to address the Catalonians, all I could obtain was bare attention; but as they heard their own deeds spoken of and commended, they gathered round me, pressing one another for the purpose of hearing. I gained more boldness as I found myself listened to, and seeming to take it for granted that they possessed the feelings I sought to instil into them, I gradually brought them to the sentiments I wished. The great majority received with shouts the proposal of carrying the bodies to the cathedral, and the rest dared not oppose the opinion of the many. I had fancied Garcias cold, nay savage, from the check he had laid upon me at first, but the energy with which he pressed the execution of my proposal, before the fickle multitude had time again to change, cleared him in my opinion, and we prepared to return to the city as friends. At this moment, however, I perceived the loss of my little companion Achilles, and mentioned the circumstance to Garcias, who gave orders to search for him. But the poor player was to be found nowhere, and I began to entertain serious apprehensions that, in case of his having fled, he might be massacred by the first body of the insurgents he encountered. Garcias instantly took advantage of this possibility, making it an excuse for positively prohibiting all promiscuous slaughter; and so great seemed his influence with the people, from the very extraordinary services he had rendered to their cause, that I doubted not his orders would be received as a law. The news of the viceroy having been taken, had by this time collected the great body of the insurgents round us, and on a proposal from Garcias, they proceeded, in somewhat of tumultuous manner, to elect a council of 12 who were to have a supreme command of the army, as they called themselves, and to possess the power of life and death over all prisoners who might hereafter be taken. Garcias, as might naturally be expected, was appointed president of this council, and commander-in-chief of the army, and as a representative of the town of Lerida, the alcayde of that city was chosen. he having joined the insurgents from the first breaking out of the insurrection. Added to these were several popular and respectable citizens of Barcelona, with a wealthy merchant of Tarragona, and, much to my surprise, I was myself eventually proposed to the people, and my name received with a shout, which, from having opposed the fury of the populace in its course, I had not at all expected; though whoever has once guided a popular assembly, even against their inclination, becomes in some degree a favourite with them. This was not, I believe, the sole cause of the confidence they reposed in me. The idea of assistance from France was their great support in their present enterprise, and without staying to inquire whether he possessed any official character, the very knowledge that they had a Frenchman in their councils gave them a sort of confidence in themselves, which their ill-cemented union required not a little. Involved as I now was in the insurrection, I did not refuse the office they put upon me, and my reason was very simple. I hoped to do good, and to act as a check upon men whose passions were still excited. When all this was concluded, a sort of bier was formed of pikes bound together, and the bodies of the viceroy and his slave placed thereon. 6 stout Barcelonese porters raised it from the ground, and marched on. The insurrectionary council followed next, and then the populace, armed with 1,000 varied sort of weapons, and thus, in half triumphant, half funereal procession, we returned towards the city. As we went, Garcias, with a rapidity of thought and clearness of arrangement which eminently fitted him for a leader in such great but irregular enterprises as that in which he was now engaged, sketched out to me his plans for organising the people, maintaining the civil government of the province, repelling any attempt to reimpose the yoke which the nation had cast off, raising funds for the use of the common weal, and gradually restoring that order and tranquillity which had of course been lost in the tumultuous scenes of the last 2 days. He took care also to dispatch messengers in every direction through the town, bearing strict commands to all the various posts of the insurgents that no more blood should be spilt without form of trial; and 2 of the members of the council were also detached on a mission to the corregidor and other civil officers of the city, requiring their union with the great body of the Catalonian people for the purpose of maintaining and cementing the liberties which they had that day reconquered. His wise conduct in both respects produced the most beneficial effects. The news of the cessation of bloodshed spread like lightning through the city, and induced many of the Catalonian nobility, who previously had not known whether the insurrection was a mere democratical outrage, or a really patriotic effort for the good of all, to come forth from their houses and give their hearty concurrence to the enterprise, whose leaders showed so much moderation. At the gate of the cathedral, also, we were met by the corregidor and all the chief officers of the city, accompanied by a large posse of alguacils and halberdiers attached to their official station. These officers, as a body, declared their willingness to co-operate with the liberators of their country, for though they had received their offices from the King of Spain, they were Catalonians before they were Spaniards. This annunciation produced a shout from the people, which gave notice to the chapter of the cathedral of our approach, and coming forth in their rich robes, they received, with the solemn chant of the church, the bodies of the unhappy viceroy and his slave. When the corpses had been laid before the high altar, the bishop himself came forward to the portal, and addressed the people, who heard him with reverential attention; while the leaders of the revolution which had just been effected, clothed indeed in wild and various vestments, but dignified in air and look, by the consciousness of great deeds, spread on one side of the gate, and the nobility and high municipal officers ranged themselves on the other, leaving room for the populace to catch the words of the prelate. "My children," said the old man, "you have this day done great and fearful deeds, and sure I am that the motives which impelled ye thereunto were such as ye could in conscience acknowledge and maintain. I myself can witness how long ye endured oppressions and injuries, almost beyond the patience of mortal men; your children and brothers slaughtered, your wives and sisters insulted, and God's altars overturned and profaned. May Heaven forgive ye for the blood ye have spilt, but as some of the innocent must have perished with the guilty, I enjoin you all to keep tomorrow as a strict and rigorous fast, to confess you of your sins, and to receive absolution, after which may God bless and prosper you and strengthen you in the right." The good bishop's speech was received with shouts by the populace, who took it for granted that it proceeded entirely from love and affection towards them, though, individually, I could not help thinking that there was a slight touch of fear in the business, as the prelate was well aware that in pulling down one house the neighbouring ones are very often injured, and perhaps he might think that in overthrowing the edifice of Castilian dominion in Catalonia, the populace might shake the power of the church also. I know not whether I did him wrong, but of course I did not give the benefit of my thoughts to any of the rest; and when he had done, we took our departure from the cathedral, and proceeded towards the viceroy's palace, which Garcias named for his headquarters. As we went, we were encountered by a large body of the insurgents, who had just concluded the pillage of a house in the same street, belonging to the Marquis de Villafranca, general of the galleys. They were of the lowest order of the populace, and we heard that a good deal of blood had been shed, and various enormities committed by them, which, as yet, it would have been dangerous to punish. Advancing with loud shouts, they hailed us as their brother patriots, from which appellation the better part of the insurgents were somewhat inclined to shrink, receiving their fraternal salutations with much the shy air of a parvenu when visited by his poor relations. I must say, however, that never did a more brutal rabble meet my sight. Amongst other instances of their savage ignorance was one, which at the same time strongly displayed the spirit of the vulgar Catalonians. In rifling the Marquis de Villafranca's house, they had found, amongst other rare and curious articles which that officer took great delight in collecting, a small bronze figure, representing a negro, the body of which contained a clock. At the same time, the works were so contrived as to make the eyes of the figure move, and when the mob surrounded the table on which it was placed, the little negro continued to roll his eyes round and round upon them, in so bold and menacing a manner, that the whole multitude were frightened and dared not approach. From this love of study, and search for everything that was curious and antique, it had long been rumoured amongst the lower orders that the Marquis had addicted himself to magic, and they instantly fixed upon this ingenious piece of clockwork as his familiar demon. Under this impression, it was long before any one dared to touch it, as, after having signed it with the cross, and even held up a crucifix before it, it still continued to roll its eyes upon them with most sacrilegious obstinacy. At length, one more courageous than the rest dashed to pieces the glass which covered it, and seizing hold of the unfortunate clock, tied it to the end of a pike, and carried it out into the street. When we encountered them, the first thing we beheld was this bronze figure borne above the heads of the people. They instantly exhibited it to us with great triumph, assuring us that they had caught the Marquis de Villafranca's familiar, and were about to carry it to the chief inquisitor, that it might be consigned to its proper place with all convenient dispatch. For my own part, I could scarcely refrain from laughing, and as Garcias seemed to take the matter quite seriously, I explained to him in French that the supposed familiar was nothing but a piece of mechanism, ingenious enough, but not at all uncommon. He cut me short, however, praised the crowd for their zeal, and bade them by all means carry the demon to the inquisitor, and then disperse for the night. "Reasoning with such a mob as that," said he, as he went on, "is as vain as talking to the winds or seas. The only way of managing them is to leave them in possession of all their prejudices and follies, but to turn those prejudices and follies to the best purposes one can. You see that cart, Monsieur de Lorme, with its great clumsy wheels, which are not half so good as the light wheels that we have in Navarre and Aragon. But if I wanted to send a load quickly to the port, I would not think of sitting down to take off those wheels, to make lighter, and to put them on; but would, of course, make use of the cart as I found it. Thus, when you want to guide a multitude, never attempt to give them new ideas, but take advantage of those which they have already got." We had now arrived at the vice-regal palace, and leaving Garcias to make what arrangements he thought proper for the accommodation of the 500 men which he had brought with him from Lerida, and for organising the people of Barcelona into a sort of irregular militia, the insurrectionary council repaired to a great hall, and with the corregidor and alcaide sat till midnight, deciding on the fate of all those persons that the various parties of the armed multitude thought fit to bring before it. The task was somewhat a severe one, for every person that did not know another brought him before the council, if he could, and if he could not, he was himself brought. Their zeal, however, in this respect began to slacken as night fell, and it was only the more resolute and exasperated part of the insurgents that continued their perquisitions for Castilians and other suspected persons, patrolling the street of the city in bodies of 10s and 12s, and making every one they met give an account of himself and his occupations. As it was the sincere wish of every member of the council to allay the popular fury and stop the effusion of blood, various extraordinary shifts were we obliged to make for the purpose of saving many of the poor wretches that were brought before us from the more inveterate and bloodthirsty of the insurgents. The part we had to play was certainly a very difficult one, for we were surrounded by men over whom we had not the check of long established control, and whose inflamed passions and long smothered revenge was not half quenched with all the gore that had already drenched the streets of Barcelona. Blood was still their cry, and they contrived to find out almost every individual who had been in any way connected with the Castilian government of the province, and drag him before us. Our very principal object was to check their indiscriminate cruelty, and yet, if we refused in every instance to gratify them in their revenge, it was likely we should annul our own authority, and that the populace would betake themselves again to the massacres which we sought to prevent. Under these circumstances, upon the plea of weariness and want of time to examine thoroughly, we committed greater part of the unfortunate wretches, whom we were called to notice, to the government prison, sending off the most violent of the insurgents to renew their patrol in the streets, upon the pretence of fearing that during their absence some of the more obnoxious persons should escape. The prison we took care to surround with a strong guard of the men from Lerida, the major part of whom had served in the old Catalonian militia, and were consequently in a very good state of subordination, looking up also to Garcias almost as a god, from his having led them on two such signal victories as that which they had achieved that day, and the morning of the day before. At midnight the corregidor rose, and addressing me by the name which Garcias had given me, the Count de Lorme, requested me to lodge at his house, as most probably I had not apartments prepared in the city. I willingly accepted his hospitality, and escorted by a strong body of alguacils, we proceeded to his dwelling, where a very handsome chamber was assigned to me, and I was preparing to go to rest after a day of such excessive excitement and fatigue, when I was interrupted by some one knocking at the door. I bade him come in, and to my great surprise I beheld my little attendant, Achilles, completely dressed in Spanish costume, though, to own the truth, his eau de chausses came a good way below his knees, and his juste au corps hung with rather a slovenly air upon his haunches. His hat, too, which was ornamented with a high plume, fell so far over his forehead as to cover his eyebrows, which were themselves none of the highest, and, in short, his whole suit seemed as if it intended to eat him up. "Ah, my dearly beloved lord and master," cried the little player, "thank God that when I celebrate my februar in memory of my deceased friends, I shall not have to call upon your name among the number, though I little thought that you would get out of the hands of that dreadful multitude so safely as you have done." I welcomed my little attendant as his merits deserved, and congratulating him on his fine new feathers, asked him how he had contrived to escape the fury of the people without even having been brought before the council. "Why, to speak sooth, I escaped but narrowly," answered little Achilles. And but that my lord loves not the high and tragic style, I could tell my tale like Corneille and Rotrou, ay, and make it full of horrors. But to keep to the lowly walk in which it is your will to chain my soaring spirit, when I saw that poor unhappy viceroy faint, and a great many folks coming along the shore with lances and muskets and knives, and a great many other things which are occasionally used for worse purposes than to eat one's dinner, I looked out for a place where my meditations were not likely to be interrupted by the clash of cold iron, and seeing none such upon the shore, I betook me to a small piece of green turf that came slanting down from the hill to the beach, and there I began to run faster than I ever plied my legs on an upland before. The exercise I found very pleasant, and God knows how long I should have continued it, especially as some of the folks on the beach, seeing me run, pointed me out with their muskets, that their friends might admire my agility, and I began to hear something whistle by my head every now and then, in a very encouraging manner. But just when I got to the top of the hill, plump, I came upon a mob twice as big as the other. Instantly they seized me, and asked me 1,000 questions, which I could not answer, for I did not understand one of them. When suddenly one fellow got hold of me, threw me down, and, blessed be the sound from henceforth for ever, amen, though he held a knife to my throat, and stretched out his arm in a very unbecoming manner, he at the same time muttered to himself, diantre, between his teeth, in a way that none but a true-born Frenchman could have done it. Diantre, cried he, grasping my throat. Diantre, replied I, in the same tone. Diantre, exclaimed he, letting go his hold, and opening his mouth wider than before. Diantre, repeated I, devilish glad to get rid of him. Foutre, the fellow mocks me, cried he, drawing back his knife to run it into my gizzard. Ah, exclaimed I, if your poor dear father could see you now, about to murder me, what would he say? Diable, cried he, are you a Frenchman? Certainly, answered I, nothing less, though a little one. And do you know my father? Exclaimed he, catching me in his arms and hugging me very fraternally. Not a whit, answered I. I wish I did, for then possibly you would for his sake show me how I can save my throat from these rude ruffians. That I will, for our country's sake, answered he, and helping me up, he told some half-dozen dogged-looking fellows, who had remained to help him to stick me, a long story, full of Spanish oses and anoses, which seemed to satisfy them very well, for instead of running me through, they hugged me till I was nearly strangled, crying out, Viva la Francia, all the while. After this, my companion, who is the corregidor's French cook, gave me a green feather, which has ever since proved the best feather in my cap, for this green, it seems, is the colour of the Catalonians, and since I put it in my hat, every one I have met has made me a low bow. The cook and myself swore eternal amity on the field of battle, and instead of going on to murder the viceroy, by which nothing was to be got, we went back and joined the good folks who had just broken into the palace of the general of the galleys. There had been a little assassination done before we came up, but the general himself had got off on board his ships, and the multitude were taking care of his goods and chattels for him. I entered into their sentiments with a fellow feeling, which is quite surprising, and while great part of them were standing staring at a foolish little black figure that rolled its eyes, and were swearing that it was first cousin to Beelzebub, I got hold of a drawer in which were these pretty things, and he produced a string of clear set diamonds of inestimable value. These I brought away for your lordship, he added. They are too good for me, and I had just heard you were safe and sound, and a great man amongst the rebels. For my part, I satisfied myself with a handful or two of commoner trash in the shape of gold pieces, and this suit of clothes, with a few lace shirts and other articles of apparel, which I thought you might want. I had by this time got into bed, but I could not refrain from examining the diamonds, which were certainly most splendid. After I had done, I returned them to Achilles, telling him, of course, that I could not accept of anything so acquired. Upon which he took them back again very coolly, saying, "Very well, my lord, then I will keep them myself. Times may change, and your opinion too. If I had not taken them, some Catalonian rebel would, and therefore I will guard them safely as lawful plunder." And so saying, he left me to repose. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of De Lorme by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. So fatigued was I that the night passed like an instant, and when Achilles came to wake me the next morning, I could scarcely believe I had slept half an hour. The good little player returned instantly as he began to dress me to the subject of the diamonds, with the value of which he seemed well acquainted, and as he found me positive in my determination to appropriate no one article of his plunder, except a rich laced shirt or two, which had belonged to the Marquis de Villafranca, and was a very convenient accession to my wardrobe, he requested that, at all events, I would mention his possession of the diamonds to no one. With this I willingly complied, as I felt that I had no right to use the generous offer he had made me against himself. Before I was dressed, a message was conveyed to me from the corregidor, stating that, as we should probably be occupied at the council till late, he had ordered some refreshment to be prepared for us before we went, and farther, that he waited my leisure for a few minutes' conversation with me. I bade the servant stay for a moment, and then followed him to the corregidor's eating room, where I was not at all displeased to find a very substantial breakfast, for not having eaten anything since the meal which the viceroy's negro had conveyed to me in prison, I was not lightly tormented with the demon of hunger. The corregidor received me with a great deal more profound respect than I found myself entitled to, and, seating me at the table, helped me to various dishes, which did great honour to the skill and taste of Achilles' friend, the cook. After a little the servants were sent away, and the officer addressed me with an important and mysterious tone upon the views and determinations of France. "I am well aware, Monsieur le Comte de Lorme," said he, "that the utmost secrecy and discretion are required in an agent of your character, and that of course you are bound to communicate with no one who cannot show you some authority for so doing. But if you will look at that letter from Monsieur de Noailles, one of your ministers, and written also, as you will see, by the express command of his eminence of Richelieu, you will have no longer, I am sure, any hesitation of informing me clearly what aid and assistance your government intends to give us in our present enterprise." I took the letter which he offered, but replied without opening it, "I am afraid, sir, that you greatly mistake the character in which I am here. You must look upon me simply as a French gentleman, whom accident has conducted to your city, unauthorized, and, indeed, incompetent to communicate with anybody upon affairs of state, and probably more in the dark than yourself in regard to what aid, assistance, or countenance the French government intends to give to the people of Catalonia." The corregidor shook his head and opened his eyes, and seemed very much astonished. After falling into a reverie, however, for a moment or two, he began to look wiser, and replied, "Well, sir, I admire your prudence and discretion, and doubtless you act according to the orders of your government; but at the same time I must beg that, when you write to France, you will inform his eminence of Richelieu that the Catalonian people are not to be trifled with, and that having, under promises of assistance from the French government, thrown off the Castilian yoke, we expect that France will immediately realize her promises, or we must apply to some other power for more substantial aid." "Although I once more inform you, my dear sir," answered I, "that you entirely mistake my situation, yet at the same time I shall be very happy to bear any communication you may think fit to the Cardinal de Richelieu, and in the meantime set your mind quite at ease about the assistance you require. The French government, depend upon it, will keep to the full every promise which has been made you. It is too much in the interest of France to alienate Catalonia from the dominions of King Philip, to leave a doubt of her even surpassing your expectations in regard to the aid you hope for." "Nay, this is consoling me most kindly," cried the corregidor, persisting in attributing to me the character of a diplomatist, in spite of all my abnegation thereof. "May I communicate what you say to the members of the council and the chief nobility of the province?" "As my private opinion, decidedly," replied I, "but not in the least as coming from one in a public capacity, which would be grossly deceiving them." "My dear young friend," said the corregidor, rising and embracing me with the most provoking self-satisfaction in all his looks, "doubt not my discretion. I understand you perfectly, and will neither commit you nor myself, depend upon it. As to your return to France, there is not a merchant in the town who will not willingly put the best vessel in the harbour at your command when you like; but if you wish to set out instantly, there is a brigantine appointed to sail for Marseilles this very day, at high water, which takes place at noon. Our despatches for the cardinal shall be prepared directly. I will superintend the embarkation of your sea store, and though sorry to lose the assistance of your wise counsel, I am satisfied that your journey will produce the most beneficial effects to the general cause." As I now saw that the corregidor had perfectly determined in his own mind that I should bear the character of an agent of the French government, whether I liked it or not, I was fain to submit, and take advantage of the opportunity of returning to my own country with all speed. It was therefore arranged that I should depart by the brigantine for Marseilles, and having seen Achilles, and ascertained that he would rather accompany me to France than stay beside the flesh pots of Egypt, I gave him 20 louis from my little stock, and bade him embark with all speed, after having bought me some clothes, through the intervention of his friend the cook. I then proceeded with the corregidor to the viceregal palace. On each side of the grand entrance were tied a number of horses, apparently lately arrived, heated and dusty, and, it appeared to me, stained with blood. There was a good deal of bustle and confusion, too, in the halls and passages, persons pushing in and out, parties of 6 and 7 gathered together in corners, and various other signs of some new event having happened. We passed on, however, to the hall in which the council had assembled the night before, and here we found that it was again beginning to resume its sitting. "Have you heard the news?" cried the alcayde of Lerida. "Our horsemen have defeated a party of 100 Aragonese cavalry, who were coming to the city, not knowing the revolution which had taken place. The whole troop has been slain or dispersed, and its leader brought in a prisoner." At this moment Garcias beckoned me across the room, and leading me to one of the windows, he spoke to me with a rambling kind of manner, very different from the general clearness of his discourse, asking me a great many questions concerning the corregidor, his treatment of me, and all that had passed, of which I gave him a clear account, telling him my determination to depart for France immediately. "You do right," said he, somewhat abruptly. "You might become involved more deeply than you could wish with the politics of our province. Did you look into the strong room to the right, at the bottom of the stairs, as you came up?" "No," replied I, somewhat surprised at his strange manner. "Why do you ask?" "Because if you had done so, you would have seen an old friend," replied Garcias, biting his lip. "The Chevalier de Montenero, who lives near you at the White House below." I know who you mean," cried I. "What of him?" "Why, he has been taken prisoner this morning," replied Garcias, "by one of the most deeply injured and most cruelly revengeful of our cavaliers. He is known to have been a dear friend of the late viceroy, with whom he served in New Spain, and they demand that he be brought out into the square and shot without mercy." "They shall shoot me first," replied I. "Indeed!" said Garcias composedly, and then added a moment after, "and me too. I owe the Chevalier thanks for having sheltered me when I was pursued by the douaniers, and though he spake harshly of my trade, he shall not find me ungrateful. But see, the council are seating themselves. Go to them, make them as long a speech as you can about your going to France. Avoid, if possible, denying any more that you are an agent of that government. You have done so once, which is enough. Let the corregidor persuade them and himself of what he likes; but, at all events, keep them employed till I come back, upon any other subject than the prisoners. I go to collect together some of my most resolute and trusty fellows, to back us in case of necessity. Quick, to the table! The alcayde is rising to speak." I advanced, and while Garcias left the hall, I addressed the council without seating myself, apologising to the alcayde, who was already on his feet, for pre-engaging his audience, and stating the short time I had to remain amongst them as an excuse for my doing so. I then, with as lengthy words and as protracted emphasis as I could command, went on, offering to be the bearer of any message, letter, or communication to the government of France, at the same time promising to carry to my own country the most favourable account of all their proceedings. I dilated upon their splendid deeds and their generous sentiments, but I fixed the whole weight of my eulogy upon their moderation in victory, and then darted off to a commendation of mercy and humanity in general, showing that it was always the quality of great and generous minds, and that men who had performed the most splendid achievements in the field, and evinced the greatest sagacity in the cabinet, had always shown the greatest moderation to their enemies when they were in their power. Still Garcias did not come, and I proceeded to say, that by evincing his magnanimous spirit, the Catalonians bound all good men to their cause, and that it would become not only a pleasure, but an honour and a glory to the nation who should assist them in their quarrel, and maintain them in their freedom. At the end of this tirade, my eyes turned anxiously towards the door, for both topics and words began to fail me. But Garcias did not appear, and I was obliged to return to my journey to France. I begged them, therefore, to consider well the dispatches they were about to send, and at the same time to have them made up with all convenient dispatch, requesting that they would themselves give a full detail of what had already been done, of what they sought to do, and what they required from France. And, after having exhausted my whole stock of sentences, I was at last obliged to end by calling them the brave, the moderate, the magnanimous Catalonians. What between the acclamation that was to follow this, for men never fail to applaud their own praises, and any discussion which might arise concerning these dispatches, I hoped that Garcias would have time to return. But, at all events, I could not have manufactured a sentence more, if my life had been at stake. I was, however, disappointed in my expectations. The magnanimous Catalonians did not, indeed, neglect to shout, but the alcayde of Lerida, who was one of those men whose own business is always more important than that of any one else, rose, immediately after the noise had subsided, and represented to the council that they were keeping one of their most active and meritorious partisans, Gil Moreno, waiting with his prisoner, and that from the nature of the case, as he conceived it, 5 minutes would be sufficient to decide upon their course of action. He then ended with proposing that before any other business whatever was entered upon, the prisoner should be brought before the council. This was received with such a quick and cordial assent from all the members of the council, that it would have been worse than useless to resist it, and I was compelled to hear, unopposed, the order given for Gil Moreno to bring his prisoner to the council chamber. The Catalonian had probably been waiting with some impatience for this summons, and the moment after it was given he presented himself before the council. If ever relentless cruelty was expressed in a human countenance, it was in his. He was a short man, very quadrate in form, with large disproportioned feet and hands, and a wide open chest, over which now appeared a steel corslet. His complexion was as dingy as a Moor's, and his features in general large, but not ill-formed. His eyes, however, were small, black as jet, and sparkling like diamonds, and his forehead, though broad and high, was extremely protuberant and heavy, while a deep wrinkle running between his eyebrows, together with a curve downwards in the corner of his mouth, and a slight degree of prominence of the under jaw, gave his face a bitter sternness of expression, which was not at all softened by a sinister inward cast of his right eye. Behind him was brought in, between two armed Catalonians, and followed by a multitude of others, the Chevalier, or, as the Spaniards designated him, the Conde de Montenero. His arms were tied tightly with ropes, but the tranquillity of his looks, the calmness of his step, and the dignity of his whole demeanour were unaltered, and he cast his eyes round the council slowly and deliberately, scanning every countenance, till his look encountered mine. The expression of surprise which his countenance then assumed is not easily to be described. I thought even that the sudden sight of one he knew, amongst so many hostile faces, called up, before he could recollect other feelings, even a momentary glance of pleasure, but it was like a sunbeam struggling through wintry clouds, lost before it was distinctly seen, and his brow knit into somewhat of a frown as he ran his eye over the other members of the council. "Speak, Gil Moreno," said the Alcaide of Lerida, who, being the first person that had received the news of the Chevalier's capture, had appropriated it to himself as an affair which he was especially called upon to manage. "What report have you to make in the Supreme Council of Catalonia?" "A short one," answered Moreno, roughly. "On my patrol this morning, 2 miles from the city gate, I met with a body of Aragonese horse. I bade them stand and give the word, when they gave the king, and I instantly attacked them, killed some, dispersed the rest, and took their captain. According to the orders given out last night, I brought him to the council, and now, because he is a known friend of the tyrant who died yesterday, was taken in arms against Catalonian freedom, and is in every way an enemy to the province, I demand that he be turned out into the plaza and shot, as he deserves." "And what reason can the prisoner give why this should not be the case?" demanded the alcaide, turning to the Chevalier. "A few," answered he, with somewhat of a scornful smile, "and those of such a nature that, from the constitution of this self-named council, they are not very likely to be received. The laws of arms, the common principles of right and justice, the usages of all civilized nations, and the feelings and notions of all men of honour." It might easily be supposed that such a speech was not calculated particularly to prejudice the council in favour of the speaker, and I would have given much more to have stopped it in its course. But just as the Chevalier ended, my mind was greatly relieved by the reappearance of Garcias, who now took his seat by the side of the corregidor, while the alcaide replied, "Such reasons, sir," answered he, "must remain vague and insignificant, without you can show that they apply to your case, which as yet you have not attempted to prove." "The application is so self-evident," said I, interposing, "that it hardly requires to be pointed out. If the Catalonians are a separate people, as they declare themselves, and at war with Philip, King of Castile, they are bound to observe the rights of nations, and to treat well those prisoners they take from their enemy. The common principles of right and justice require that every man should be proved guilty of some specific crime before he be condemned. The usages of all civilized nations sufficiently establish that no man is criminal for bearing arms, except it be against the land of his birth, or the government under which he lives; and the feelings of men of honour must induce you to respect, rather than to blame, the man who does his utmost endeavour in favour of the monarch whom he serves." "Ho, ho, Sir Frenchman!" cried Moreno, glaring upon me with eyes, the cast in which was changed to a frightful squint by the vehemence of his anger. "Come you here to prate to us about the laws of nations and the feelings of honour? Know that the Catalonians feel what is due to themselves, and their own honour, better than you or any other of your country can instruct them. Know that they will have justice done upon their oppressors, and if you, Frenchmen, do not like it, we care not for you, and can defend our own rights with our own hands. Once and again I demand the death of this prisoner, and if the council, as they choose to call themselves, do not grant it—" "What then?" thundered Garcias. "The council, as they choose to call themselves. I say the council as the Catalonian people have called them. And if they do not grant the death of the prisoner, what then?" "Why then his life is mine, and I will take it," answered Moreno, drawing a pistol from his belt, and aiming it at the head of the Chevalier, who stood as firm and unblenching as a rock. I was at the bottom of the table. Opposite to me stood Moreno and the Chevalier, and without the thought of a moment, I vaulted across and seized the arm of the Catalonian. It was done like lightning, almost before I knew it myself, and feeling that he could no longer hit the Chevalier, the bloodthirsty villain struggled to turn the muzzle of the pistol upon me. A good many people pressed round us, embarrassing me by striving to aid me, and getting the pistol near my head. Moreno fired. The ball, however, did not injure me, but just grazing my neck, went on and struck the alcayde of Lerida on the temple. He started up from his chair, fell back in it, and expired without uttering a word. "By heaven, he has killed one of the council!" cried Garcias. "Seize him! He shall die, by St. James!" But Moreno turned to the crowd who filled that end of the hall. "Down with this self-elected council!" cried he. "Down with them! They would make worse slaves of us than the Castilians had done. Who will stand by Moreno?" "I will! I will!" cried each of the two who had entered with him to guard the Chevalier. "I will!" uttered another voice behind him. But at the same instant the whole crowd, upon whom he had mistakenly relied, but who were in fact the most certain followers of Garcias, threw themselves upon Moreno and those who had expressed themselves of his party, and in a moment the whole four were tied hand and foot, as surely as they had tied the Chevalier. "I say, down with those who would introduce dissension and insubordination into the new government of Catalonia!" cried Garcias. "Members of the council," he added, "whatever services I may have rendered, and which I trust somewhat surpass those of this rebel to your authority, I seek no more than that share of influence which the people have bestowed upon me, in common with yourselves; and when I propose that the Conde de Montenero shall be well treated and his life spared, I do so merely as one of your own body, possessing but a single voice out of 12. Let us, however, determine upon this directly, that we may proceed to the more important business of the dispatches to be sent to France. Give me your votes." Whatever might be the tone of moderation which Garcias assumed, his influence with the people was evidently so powerful, that of course it extended in some degree to the council, and their votes were instantly given in favour of what he proposed. The next consideration became how to dispose of the Chevalier. Every one present knew the unstable basis on which their authority rested, and in case of any change in the popular feeling, it was evident that the lives of all the prisoners would be the first sacrifice offered at the shrine of anarchy. A good deal of vague conversation passed upon the subject, and finding that every one hesitated to make the proposition, which probably every one wished, I took it upon myself, and proposed that, as an act of magnanimity, which a whole world must admire and respect, they should liberate the Chevalier de Montenero, and every other person attached to the Castilian government, merely taking the precaution of conveying them to the frontier of Catalonia. At the same time, I said, those Catalonians who were last night committed to prison upon frivolous accusations can be again examined. If not guilty of serious crimes, let them also be freed. Thus, the last thing I shall see before returning to my own country will be the greatest act of moderation which a victorious nation ever performed in the first excitement of its success. While I spoke, the eyes of Gil Moreno, who had not been removed from the hall, glared upon me as if he could have eaten my heart; and when the council gave a general assent to the proposal, he turned away with a groan of disappointed rage, biting his upper lip with the teeth of the under jaw, till the contortion of his face was actually frightful. On hearing the decision of the council, the Chevalier advanced a step, and addressed a few words to them. "Catalonians," said he, "you have acted in a different manner from that which I expected, and I therefore tell you, what I never would have done while the sword was suspended over my head, that I came not here with intentions hostile to your liberties. I knew not of any revolt having taken place in this province, although I had heard rumours that many galling oppressions had been inflicted on the people. My object in coming was to see an ancient companion in arms, who was the viceroy of this province, and I came by his own invitation to assist him with my poor advice in controlling the irregularities and enormities of the undisciplined soldiery with which a bad minister had encumbered his government. By his request also, I brought with me from Aragon a troop of guards, on whose good conduct he could rely, they having served under my command in Peru. Were my hands free, I could show you a letter from the viceroy in which he commiserates your sufferings, and bitterly complains of the insubordination of the troops. I hear that you have slain him. If so, God forgive you, for he wished you well. In regard to your revolt from the crown of Spain, depend upon it, you will be compelled, sooner or later, to return to the dominion of King Philip. It is not that I would speak in favour of the Count Duke Olivares, he continued, seeing an irritable movement in the council. That bad minister has injured me as well as you, and has been the cause of my having for years quitted Spain, wherein I had once hoped to have made my country. But still, by language, by manners, by geographical situation, Catalonia is an integral part of Spain, and— "We will spare you the trouble, sir," interrupted the corregidor, "of saying any more. We have cast off the yoke of Spain, and by the aid of God we will maintain our independence as a separate people. But should not that be granted us, we would have King Philip know, that sooner than return to the dominion under which we have suffered so much, we will give ourselves to any other nation capable of supporting by force of arms our division from Spain. Let the alguacils untie the prisoner's hands." Shortly after the Chevalier had begun to speak, Garcias had quitted the hall, and he now returned, announcing that he had, with that prompt energy which peculiarly characterized him, already prepared a horse and escort for the Conde de Montenero, which would carry him safely to the limits of Catalonia. The Chevalier bowed to the council, glanced his eyes towards me, of whom, since his first entrance, he had taken no more notice than he bestowed on the person least known to him at the table, and then followed Garcias from the hall. I could not resist my desire to speak to him, and making a sudden pretence to leave the council, I pursued the steps of the Chevalier and his conductor to the small room in which he had been formerly confined. Garcias was turning away from him as I approached, saying, "The horse shall be up in an instant, but do not show yourself to the people till the last moment." As he went, I entered, and the Chevalier turned immediately to me, with that sort of frigid politeness that froze every warmer feeling of my heart. "I have to thank you, sir," said he, "for my life, which is valuable to me, not merely as life, but from causes which you may one day know. A few years, just now, are of more consequence to me than I once thought they ever could be. I therefore, sir, return you my thanks for interposing both your voice and your person this day to save me from death." "Monsieur de Montenero," replied I, "there has been a time when your manner to me would have been very different, but I must rest satisfied with the consciousness of not meriting your regard less than I did then." "I am sorry, sir," replied he, "that you compel me to look upon you in any other light than as a stranger who has interposed to save my life; but, as it is so, allow me to say that something else than mere assertion is necessary to convince me, on a subject which we had better not speak upon. Could you give anything better than assertion, I declare to heaven that your own father would not have the same joy in your exculpation from guilt, nay, not half so much as I should." And there shone in his eye a momentary beam of that kindness with which he once regarded me, that convinced me what he said was true. "Monsieur de Montenero," replied I, "the reasons for my silence are removed, and I can give you something better than assertion." "Then do, in God's name," cried he, "and relieve my mind from a load that has burdened it for months. How you came here, or what you do here, I know not; but there is certainly some mystery in your conduct which I cannot comprehend. Explain it all then, Louis, if ever the affection with which you once seemed to regard me was real." I grasped his hand, for that one word Louis reawakened, by the magic chain of association, all that regard in my bosom which his coldness and suspicion had benumbed. and in a moment more I should have told him enough to satisfy him that his doubts had been unfounded. But it seemed as if heaven willed that that story was never to be told, for just as I was about to speak, Garcias returned in haste. "The horse is at the gate," said he, "and the guard prepared. Mount, Señor, with all speed, and out by the Roses gate, for Moreno's people have heard of his arrest, and are gathering at the other end of the town." "Louis," said the Chevalier, turning to me, "if you will proceed with the explanation you were about to give, and can really satisfy my mind on that subject, I will stay and take my chance, for I shall no longer fear death for a moment." This declaration, as may easily be supposed, surprised me not a little, after the value which he had before allowed that life possessed in his eyes; for whatever might be the interest which he took in me personally, and whatever might be the enthusiasm that characterized his mind, I could not conceive that, without some strong motive superadded, he would offer to risk so much for the sake of one, in regard to whose innocence he had shown himself almost unwilling to be convinced. Garcias, however, permitted no hesitation on the subject. "Stay!" cried he, in an accent of almost indignant astonishment, "when we have perilled both our lives to gain you the means of going! Do you talk of staying? Señor de Montenero, you are not mad, and if you are, I am not. Therefore I say, you must go directly without a moment's pause." And not allowing another word, he hurried him away, saw him mount, commanded the escort of 20 men, who accompanied him, to defend him with their lives, and then returning to me, led the way back to the council hall. "Members of the Supreme Council of Catalonia," said he abruptly as we entered, "our first duty is to show to the nation, that though we have cast off the yoke of Castile, we have not cast off the restraint of law. A member of this honourable body has been shot at the very council table by a man acting in open rebellion to the authority committed to us by the people. We require no evidence of the fact which was committed before our eyes. If we let the punishment slumber, justice and order are at an end. Anarchy, slaughter, and confusion must inevitably follow. Give me your voices, noble Catalonians. I pronounce Gil Moreno guilty of murder, aggravated by treason towards the nation, and therefore worthy of death. My vote is given." He spoke rapidly and sternly, and after a momentary hesitation and whispering consultation, the rest of the council unanimously agreed in his award. "Take away the prisoner," said Garcias, and Moreno was removed. "Now let some noble señor write the sentence," continued he. "I am no clerk, but I will attend to the execution of it." The sentence was accordingly written, and having been signed by all the members of the council, Garcias took it, as he said, to have it fixed upon the front of the palace, and left us. His absence, however, had beyond doubt another object, for while the corregidor was, according to the direction of the council, writing a dispatch from the provisional government of Catalonia to the prime minister of France, the stern voice of the insurrectionary leader was heard in the square, giving a word of command. "Fire!" The report of a platoon was instantly heard, and it was not difficult to guess that Moreno had tasted of that fate which he had been so willing to inflict on others. The dispatches were soon prepared, and the council, willing to assume all the pomp of established authority, ordered me to be conducted to the port, as one of its members, with all sort of ceremony. Garcias remained at the palace, to take measures against any movement on the part of Moreno's partisans; but the corregidor accompanied me to the water side, and having formally resigned the seat to which I had been called in the council, I embarked on board the brigantine, and took my leave for ever of Barcelona. Chapter XXVIII. Chapter XXVIII of De Lorme by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter XXVIII. The most humiliating of all the various kinds of human suffering is undoubtedly seasickness, and therefore I will willingly pass over all my sensations in crossing the Gulf of Lyons. I believe, however, that the excessive importunity of my corporeal feelings did me good, inasmuch as it served for a time to obliterate from my memory the various strange and exciting scenes which I had lately gone through. If we could suppose the soul itself to be in a state of ebriety, I should say that my mind had been for several days drunk with excess of stimulus, and the relaxation consequent upon it, during the vacant hours of the voyage, would have been actually painful, had not the horrors of sea-sickness so employed the body, that the mind could not act. We landed then at Marseilles after a safe and rapid passage, and I prepared to set out with all speed for Lyons, hoping, by being the first to bear the Cardinal de Richelieu news, which I well divined would be most joyful to him, that I might at all events remove some of the dangers and difficulties of my situation, a situation which I hardly dared to contemplate. My father, though richly endowed with personal courage, wanted, as I have said, that moral courage which leads a man to look everything that is painful or disagreeable boldly in the face. With him, indeed, this disposition was carried to the excess of flying from the contemplation, even of inconvenient trifles. But enough of it had descended to me to make me willingly turn my eyes from circumstances like those in which I was now placed. Money, I had hardly more than would bear me to Paris. Resources, I had none before me, and I shrank from the idea of either writing to or hearing from the once loved home that I had left, with a degree of horror it is difficult to describe. But what could I write, without forcing my mind to dwell upon details that were agony to think of? What could I hear but reproaches, which I knew not well whether I deserved or not, or tenderness which would have been more painful still? My only resource was, like the ostrich in the fable, to shut my eyes against the evils that pursued me, and to hurry forward as fast as I could, filling up the vacuity of each moment with any circumstances less painful than my own thoughts, and leaving to time and chance, the two great patrons of the unfortunate, to remove my difficulties and provide for my wants. At the inn at Marseilles, as soon as my little attendant Achilles had recovered what he called his powers of ambulation, the rolling of the sea having left him, even on land, certain sensations of unsteadiness, which made him walk in various zigzag meanders during the whole day, he unfolded to my astonished eyes the clothes which he had bought for me at Barcelona. First appeared a splendid Spanish riding dress of philomot cloth, laced with silver, and perfectly new, with a black beaver and white plumes, which, together with the untanned riding boots, sword, and dagger, all handsomely mounted, might cost, upon a very moderate calculation, at least 150 louis d'or. I concluded myself ruined, of course; but what was my surprise and horror when he dragged forth a long leathern case, containing a rich dress suit of white silk, laced with gold, a white sword and gold hilt, a bonnet and plume, that might have served a prince, with collars of Flemish lace, gold-embroidered gloves of Brussels, and shoes of Cordova. If it had been a box of serpents, I could not have gazed into it with more horror, my purse feeling lighter by a pistole for every fold he unplied in the rich white silk. "There, there, there!" cried he, contemplating them with as much delight as I experienced consternation. "What an exquisite Alexander the Great I should make in that white silk! Never was such an opportunity lost for fitting up the wardrobe of a theatre, never, never; but I could not bear to part with the little shining yellow things that kept my pockets so warm, and therefore I only bought what was necessary for you, Seigneurie." "And where do you think that my Seigneurie is to get money to pay for them?" demanded I, somewhat sharply. "Pray, how much have you spent more than I gave you?" The poor little man looked up with an air of consternation that increased my own. "Spent!" cried he. "Spent more than you gave me? Why, none at all. I got them all for 7 louis. "Then they must have been stolen," cried I. "To be sure," answered he, in a tone of the most naïve simplicity in the world. "To be sure they were stolen. How did you think I should come by them else?" Though in no very great mood, the tone, the air, and simplicity of the little player overcame my gravity, and I could not help laughing while I asked who they had really belonged to before they came so honestly into his possession. "Lord, how should I know?" replied he. "If you want to hear how I got them, that is easily told. When you went away to the council, after bidding me buy you a riding suit, I went out with Iachimo, as they call him, the cook, and as we were marching along in search of a fripier, we passed by the ruins of the arsenal, where you and I were confined, and where I killed the savage soldado," he continued, drawing himself up till he fancied himself full 6 feet high. "But that has nothing to do with the matter. The arsenal is now in a terrible state, partly battered to pieces with the cannon, partly blown up, as it seemed to me. But we just went in and took a look about us, when suddenly, out from amongst a whole heap of ruins creeps a peasant fellow, and these 2 large mails on his back, and a heap of other things in a bag round his neck. At first he looked frightened, but after a little took heart, and told us his long story, which Iachimo translated for me, showing forth that having come to town too late for the famous plunder of the day before, he had hunted about amongst the rooms that were yet standing in the arsenal till he had found all the things we saw, and added that if we would go on we should find a deal more. This, however, did not suit Iachimo, who talked to him very loudly about taking him before the council, and frightened him a good deal, after which he made him show us what was in the mails; when, finding they would suit your lordship, I made the cook offer the man 7 louis for them, though he said I was a great fool for offering so much, and that if I would let him, he would frighten him so he would give them up for nothing. But as I knew you would not wear them without you paid for them, I gave the man the money, who was very glad to get it, and walked away quite contented with that, and several other suits which he had besides." This information satisfied my conscience, and certainly, if there never were 7 louis better laid out, never was apparel more needed; for what between my journeys in the Pyrenees and my adventures in Spain, my pourpoint would have qualified me for a high rank amongst those poor chevaliers whom we see frequenting the corners of low taverns, and waiting patiently till some solitary traveller without acquaintance, or indefatigable tippler abandoned by his mates, invites them to share his tankard for the mere sake of company. The next thing was to try them on, when, to my mortification, I found that, though in point of length they suited me exactly, both the pourpoint and the haut de chausse much required the intervention of a pair of shears, to reduce the waist to the same circumference as my own. A small lean-shanked Marseillois, exercising the honourable office of tailor to the inn, was soon procured, and setting him down in the corner of the chamber, I suffered him not to depart till both the suits were reduced to a just proportion, and I no longer looked as if I had got into an empty balloon when I again tried them on. One night I suffered to roll past tranquilly, though 1,000 phantoms of the last 2 days hovered about my pillow and disturbed my rest. The next morning, however, a new embarrassment presented itself, for on inquiring for the boats to Lyons, I was informed that it did not depart till the next day, and even then I found it would be so long on its passage that I must abandon all hope of being the first bearer of news from Catalonia, if I pursued so dilatory a mode of travelling. At the same time, I well knew that it was quite out of the question to take poor little Achilles so many 100 miles on horseback. The only way, therefore, which we could determine upon, was for him to remain behind till the boat sailed, and then to make the best of his way to Paris to rejoin me, while I went on as fast as possible, and accomplished my errand in the meanwhile. Being now in France, and having his pockets well garnished, little Achilles did not, of course, feel himself near so much at a loss as he would have done in Spain, but still he clung about me, and whimpered like a baby to see me depart. I believe that he had seldom known kindness before, and he estimated it as a jewel from its rarity. He made one request, however, before I departed, with which, though unwillingly, I could not refuse to comply. My scruple of conscience about the diamonds, of which he had plundered the house of Monsieur de Villafranca, had in some degree touched his own, and he had heroically resolved to return them if ever he found the opportunity, always, however, reserving the right to make use of any part of them in case either his own or my occasions should require it. But in the meantime he remained under the most dreadful anxiety lest he should be robbed on the way to Paris, and made it his most humble request, both as I was the most valiant of the two, and as I should be a less space of time on the road, that I would take charge of the packet in which they were enveloped. I did as he wished, though I would willingly have been excused, and having left him to shed his tender tears over our separation, I mounted the post-horse that had been brought me, and set out on my journey for Paris. The night's rest which I had taken at Marseilles served me till I arrived at Lyons, and the one which I indulged in there carried me on to Paris. No time was lost on my journey, a single word concerning dispatches for the minister making doors fly open, and horses gallop better than the magic rings of the fairy tales. At length I began to see the villages growing nearer and nearer together, separate houses highly ornamented and decorated, yet not large enough to dignify themselves with the name of château. Troops of people seemingly returning from some great city to their homes in the country, strings of carts and horses, and, in short, everything announcing the proximity of a metropolis, while at the same time the sound of a multitude of bells came borne upon the wind towards me, telling me that I arrived at some moment of great public rejoicing. I will not stop to inquire why that sound fell so heavily upon my heart, but so it did, and all the increasing gaiety I met as I began to enter into the suburbs but rendered me the more melancholy. It was by this time beginning to grow dusk, and directing my horse towards the Quartier Saint Eustache, I alighted at a small auberge which our landlord at Marseilles had recommended as the best in Paris. Having taken off my baggage with my own hands, and paid my postillion, I looked about in the little courtyard for some one to show me an apartment. It was long, however, before I could find any one, and even at last the only person I could meet with was an old woman, the great grandmother of mine host, I believe, who told me that all the world were out at the fête, and that I might sit down in the salle à manger, if I liked, till they came back. This seemed but poor entertainment for the best auberge in Paris, but I was forced to content myself with what I found, for it was too late to seek another lodging, even had I not appointed Achilles to meet me there. Nor, indeed, was my companion, the old woman, very entertaining, for she was so deaf that she heard not one word I said, and merely replied to all my inquiries on whatever subject they were made, by informing me that every one was at the fête, repeating the precise words she made use of before. Thus passed the time for an hour, but then the face of affairs altered. The host, a jolly aubergiste as ever roasted a capon, rushed in his best attire, followed by his wife and his sister's husband, all half inebriated with good spirits, and I was soon at my desire shown to an apartment, which, though small, was sufficiently clean, and having been told that supper would be ready at the table d'hôte in an hour, I waited, while the various odours rising up from the kitchen to my window seemed sent on purpose to inform me, step by step, of the progress of the meal. Alone, in Paris, unknown to a soul, with a vacant hour lying open before me, it was impossible any longer to avoid that unkind friend, thought. For a moment or two I walked up and down the little chamber, whose antique furniture, the precise allotted portion which a traveller could not do without, called to my mind the old but splendid garnishing of my apartments at the Château de l'Orme. Where, I asked myself, were all the familiar objects that habit had rendered dear to my eye? Where all the little trifles round which memory lingers, even after time has torn her away from things of greater import? Where were the grand mountains whose vast masses would even now have been stretching dark and sublime across the twilight sky before my windows? Where the free breeze that wafted health with every blast? Where were the eyes whose glance was sunshine, and the voices whose tones were music, and the hearts whose happiness had centred in me alone? What had I instead? A petty chamber in a petty inn, the rank close atmosphere of a swarming city, and the eternal clang of scolding, lying, blaspheming tongues, rising up with a din that would have deafened a cyclop, while misery and vice and want and sorrow, cabal and treason and treachery and crime were working around me in the 1,000 narrow jammed-up cells of that great infernal hive. Such was the picture that imagination contrasted with the sweet calm scene which memory portrayed. And casting myself down on the bed, I hid my face on the clothes, giving way to a burst of passionate sorrow that relieved me with unmanly, but still with soothing tears. While I yet lay there, I heard someone move in the chamber, and starting suddenly up, I saw a man carefully examining my baggage with a very suspicious and nonchalant air. "Who the devil are you?" cried I, laying my hand on my sword. "Garçon de l'auberge. Ne vous déplaise, monsieur," replied the man. "Then, Monsieur Garçon de l'auberge," said I, "beware how you touch my baggage, for though there be nothing in it but my clothes and a packet for his eminence the cardinal, I shall take care to slit your nose if you finger it without orders." The man started back at the name of the cardinal as if he had touched a viper, gave me the Monseigneur immediately, and replied that he came to tell me supper was served, and the guests about to place themselves at table. Following him down, I found the salle à manger tenanted by about 10 persons, while upon the table smoked a savoury and plentiful supper, on which they but waited the presence of the host to fall with somewhat wolfish appetites. Silence reigned omnipotent at the first course, but at the second, 2 or 3 of the guests, more loquacious than the rest, began to entertain themselves and their neighbours with their own importance. One, whose beard was as black and shaggy as a hawthorn tree in winter, spoke of his exploits in war, and showed himself a very Caesar, at least in words. Another was all-powerful in love, and told of many a cunning passé which he had put upon jealous husbands and careful relations. No female heart had ever resisted him, according to his account, which was the more extraordinary, as he was the ugliest of human beings. This he acknowledged, however, in some degree, swearing he knew not what the poor fools found to love in him. A third was a mighty man of state, talked in a low voice, and told all the news. He had seen, he said, a certain great man that day, whom it was dangerous to name, and he could tell, if he liked, a mighty secret. But no, he would not. He was afraid of their indiscretion. Then again, however, he changed his mind, and would. They were all discreet men, he was sure. The news was this. It was undoubted, he could assure them. Portugal had again fallen under the dominion of Spain. He had it from the best authority. The means of the counter-revolution was this. The Viceroy of Catalonia had sent 20,000 men by Gibraltar straight to Portugal, where they had uncrowned the Duke of Braganza and restored King Philip, for which great service the king had appointed the Viceroy of Catalonia his prime minister. As I knew how much of this news was truth, I of course gave the politician his due share of credit, and judging the rest of the company from the specimen he afforded, I was rather inclined to imagine that the lover's face made a truer report of his achievements than his tongue, and that, perhaps, the beard of the soldado constituted the most efficient part of his valour. I did not, however, seek to inquire into particulars, but remained as silent as several plain-looking, respectable shopkeepers who sat near me, and only opened my mouth to ask if I could procure some one to guide me that evening to a place I wished to visit in the town. This was addressed to my next neighbour, who had himself shown no symptoms of loquacity. But it caught the ears of the man of the sword, who had been admiring the lace upon my riding suit, with somewhat the expression of a cat looking into a vase of goldfish. And he instantly proposed, in a very patronising manner, to be my conductor himself. "I have half an hour to spare, young sir," said he. "Your countenance pleases me, and I am willing to bestow that leisure upon you. You do not know Paris, and the strange folks you may meet. My presence will be a protection to you." I replied that I wanted no protection, that I had always been able hitherto to protect myself, but that I was obliged by his offer of guiding me, and would accept it. Having taken care to lock the door of my chamber before I came down, and having the dispatch from Barcelona about me. The moment we had done dinner, I accompanied the complaisant soldier into the street, and then begged him to show me to the Palais Cardinal. The name seemed to startle him a little, but he bade me follow him, which I accordingly did. For about a quarter of an hour he went up one street and down another, turning and returning, like a hare pursued by the dogs, till at length I began to perceive that the very last intention of my worthy guide's mind was to conduct me to the Palais Cardinal, which I well knew was not half a mile from the Quartier Saint Eustache. As he went, my honest companion amused me with the detail of a great many adventures, in which he had proved himself a Hercules, and carried on the conversation with such spirit that he had it all to himself. What he intended to do with me, God knows; but getting rather tired of walking about the streets, I fixed upon a respectable looking grocer's shop, which was not yet closed, and telling my companion that I wanted to buy some pepper, I walked in. "Pepper!" cried he, following me. "What can you want with pepper?" "I will tell you presently," I answered, "when I have asked this good gentleman," the grocer, "a question. Pray, sir," I continued, turning to the master of the house, "will you inform me if I am near the Palais Cardinal? This worthy person agreed to guide me thither from the Rue des Prouvaires, Quartier Saint Eustache, and we have walked near half an hour without finding it." "He has taken you quite to the other end of the town," replied the grocer. "You are now, sir, in the Rue des Prêtres Saint Paul." "On my life!" cried the soldier, "I thought I was leading you right. By my honour, 'tis a strange mistake." "So strange, sir," said I, "that if you do not instantly go to the right about and march off, I may be tempted to cudgel you." "Ventre Saint Gris!" cried the bully, laying his hand on his sword. But the grocer whispered a word or two to his shop boy about fetching the Capitaine de Gouet, and the great soldier, finding that his honour was likely to suffer less by retreating than by maintaining his ground, took to his heels and ran off with all speed. Chapter XXIX. Chapter XXIX of Delorme by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter XXIX. "That, sir, is one of the most assured rogues in Paris," said the grocer. "He has once been at the galleys for 7 years, and will very soon be there again. How you happened to fall in with such a fellow, I do not at all understand." I explained to the shopkeeper the circumstances, and he shook his head gravely at the name of the inn. "It has not a good reputation," said he; "and as to its being the best in Paris," he added with a laugh, "we Parisians would be very much ashamed of it if it was. However, sir, as you want to go to the Palais Cardinal, my boy shall conduct you there, and though I wish to take away no one's character, be upon your guard at your inn. There are many ways of plundering a stranger in this good city, and if you need any assistance, send to me, though I am very bold to say so, for a gentleman of your figure must have many friends here, doubtless. Only I know something of the good people where you lodge, and, possibly, might manage them better than another." I thanked him for his kindness most sincerely, for though, perhaps, ever too much accustomed to rely upon myself, yet I will own there was a solitary desolateness of feeling crept about my heart in that great city, which made it a relief to feel that there was somebody who took even a transient interest in me, and to whom I could apply for advice or aid, in case I needed it. After taking down my new friend's address, I followed his shop boy out into the street, and we pursued our way towards the Palais Cardinal, exactly retreading the steps which my former valiant guide had made me take. All the way we went, the lad chattered with true Parisian activity of tongue, telling 1,000 curious and horrible tales of the great but cruel man that I was about to see, and relating all the anecdotes of the day concerning his dark and mysterious policy. "No one knows," said the boy, "why he does anything, or how he does anything. It was only last week that the strangest thing happened in the world. You have heard of the great wood of Marly, monsieur? Well, one of the cardinal's servants was ordered on Thursday last week to take an ass loaded with pure gold into that wood, and go on upon the road till he met a man who asked him if the sun shone at midnight, and then give him the ass's bridle and come away. So the servant went in, and after going a mile or more, he met a tall, fine man, somewhat dark, however, who asked him, "Does the sun shine at midnight?" So the servant said nothing, but gave him the bridle. The stranger was not satisfied with that, but counted all the bags of gold upon the ass's back, and then told the servant to take it to the person who had sent it, and say that he had counted and watched, but the sun did not shine at midnight yet. So then the servant did as he bade him, and took it back to the cardinal, who put 2 more sacks upon the ass, and sent the lackey back again, when he met the same man, and everything passed as before, except that when he had counted the gold, the stranger shouted, "Ha, ha! The sun shines at midnight," and jumping upon the donkey's back, he gave him a kick with his foot, which made him gallop as quick as any horse, and the servant never saw them any more. "Lord, Lord, is that not very strange, monsieur?" continued the boy; and creeping close to me, he added, "They say that the tall stranger was the devil, and that the cardinal had made a bargain with him that if he would give him all the wit he desired, hell should have his soul at the end of 20 years. But when the 20 years were out, he wanted very much a few years more, so that he was obliged to make a new bargain, and pay a good round sum as interest upon his bond." The conclusion of the boy's story brought us to the end of the Rue Saint-Honoré, and shortly after he pointed out the façade of the Palais Cardinal. Having rewarded him with a crown, and sent him away very well contented, I gazed up at the splendid building before me, whose grand features, massed together in the darkness, seemed almost as frowning and gloomy as a prison. The news which I brought, however, I was sure would be acceptable, and therefore, walking on, I was about to approach the house, when I was challenged by a sentinel. I told him my business, and requested he would show me my way to any of the offices, for I perceived no ready means of gaining admission. The soldier passed me on to another, who again passed me on to the corps de garde, from whence I was taken to a small door, and delivered, as a bale of goods, into the hands of a grim-looking man, who told me at once that I could not see the minister, who was abroad at the moment. "Pray, what is your business with his eminence?" demanded the porter. "It is business," replied I, "with which you, my friend, can have no concern, and business of such import that I must stay till I see him." "Come with me," said the porter, after thinking a moment, and he then led me across a court wherein a carriage was standing, with horses harnessed and torches burning at the doors. "Monsieur de Noailles, one of the secretaries of state, is here," he added, seeing me remark the carriage, "and you can speak with him." "My business is with his eminence the cardinal," replied I, "and with him alone." "Well, come with me," said the porter. "If your business be really important, you must see someone who is competent to speak on it; and if it be not important, you had better not have come here." Thus saying, he led me into a small hall, and thence into a cabinet beyond, hung with fine tapestry, and lighted by a single silver lamp. Here he bade me sit down, and left me. In a few minutes a door on the other side of the room opened, and a cavalier entered, dressed in a rich suit of black velvet, with a hat and plume. He was tall, thin, and pale, with a clear bright eye, and fine decided features. His beard was small and pointed, and his face oval and somewhat sharp; and though there was a slight stoop of his neck and shoulders, as if time or disease had somewhat enfeebled his frame, yet it took nothing from the dignity of his demeanour. He started, and seemed surprised at seeing any one there, but then immediately advanced, and looked at me for a moment with a glance which read deeply whatever lines it fell upon. "Who are you?" demanded he. "What do you want? What paper is that in your hand?" "My name," replied I, "is Louis Count de Lorme. My business is with the Cardinal de Richelieu, and this paper is one that I am charged to deliver into his hand." "Give it to me," said the stranger, holding out his hand. My eye glanced over his unclerical habiliments, and I replied, "You must excuse me. This paper and the farther news I bring can only be given to the cardinal himself." "It shall go safe," he answered in a stern tone. "Give it to me, young sir." There was an authority in his tone that almost induced me to comply, but reflecting that I might be called to a severe account by the unrelenting minister, even for a mere error in judgment, I persisted in my original determination. "I must repeat," answered I, "that I can give this to no one but his eminence himself, without an express order from his own hand to do so." "Pshaw!" cried he, with something of a smile, and taking up a pen, which lay with some sheets of paper on the table, he dipped it in the ink and scrawled in a large, bold hand, "Deliver your packet to the bearer. Richelieu." I made him a low bow, and placed the letter in his hands. He read it with the quick and intelligent glance of one enabled by long habit to recollect and arrange the ideas conveyed to him with that clear rapidity possessed alone by men of genius. In the meantime I watched his countenance, seeking to detect, amongst all the lines with which years and thought had channelled it, any expression of the stern, vindictive, despotic passions which the world charged him withal, and which his own action sufficiently evinced. It was not there, however. All was calm. Suddenly raising his eyes, his look fell full upon me as I was thus busily scanning his countenance, and I know not why, but my glance sunk in the collision. "Ha!" said he, rather mildly than otherwise. "You are gazing at me very strictly, sir. Are you a reader of countenances?" "Not in the least, monseigneur," replied I. "I was but learning a lesson, to know a great man when I see one another time." "That answer, sir, would make many a courtier's fortune," said the minister, "nor shall it mar yours, though I understand it. Remember, flattery is never lost at a court. 'Tis the same there as with a woman. If it be too thick, she may wipe some of it away, as she does her rouge, but she will take care not to brush off all. To be detected in flattery has something in it so degrading, that the blood rushed up into my cheek with the burning glow of shame. A slight smile curled the minister's lips. "Come, sir," he continued, "I am going forth for half an hour, but I may have some questions to ask you. Therefore I will beg you to wait my return. Do not stir from this spot. There you will find food for the mind," he proceeded, pointing out a small case of books. "In other respects you shall be taken care of. I need not warn you to discretion. You have proved that you possess that quality, and I do not forget it." Thus speaking, he left me, and for a few minutes I remained struggling with the flood of turbulent thoughts which such an interview pours upon the mind. This, then, was the great and extraordinary minister, who at that moment held in his hands the fate of half Europe, the powers of whose mind, like Niorder, the tempest god of the ancient Gauls, raised, guided, and enjoyed the winds and the storms, triumphing in the thunders of continual war, and the whirlwinds of political intrigue. In a short time, two servants brought in a small table of lapis lazuli, on which they proceeded to spread various sorts of rare fruits and wines, putting on also a china cup and a vase, which I supposed to contain coffee, a beverage that I had often heard mentioned by my good preceptor, Father Francis, who had tasted it in the East, but which I had never before met with. All this was done with the most profound silence, and with a gliding, ghost-like step, which must certainly have been learned in the prisons of the Inquisition. At length one of these stealthy attendants desired me, in the name of his lord, to take some refreshment, and then, with a low reverence, quitted the cabinet, as if afraid I should make him any answer. I could not help thinking, as they left me, what a system of terror must that be which could drill any two Frenchmen into silence like this. However, I approached the table and indulged myself with a cup of most exquisite coffee, after which I examined the bookcase, and glancing my eye over histories and tragedies and essays and treatises, I fixed at length upon Ovid, from a sort of instinctive feeling that the mind, when it wishes to fly from itself and the too sad realities of human existence, assimilates much more easily with anything imaginative than with anything true. I was still reading, and though sometimes falling into long lapses of thought, I was nevertheless highly enjoying the beautiful fictions of the poet, when the door was again opened, and the minister reappeared. I instantly laid down the book and rose, but pointing to a chair, he bade me be seated, and taking up my book, turned over the pages for a few moments, while a servant brought him a cup of fresh coffee and a biscuit. "Are you fond of Ovid?" demanded he, at length; and then, without allowing me time to reply, he added, "He is my favourite author. I read him more than any other book." The tone which he took was that of easy, common conversation, which two persons, perfectly equal in every respect, might be supposed to hold upon any indifferent subject, and I, of course, answered in the same. "Ovid," I said, "is certainly one of my favourite poets, but I am afraid of reading him so often as I should wish, for there is an enervating tendency in all his writings, which I should fear would greatly relax the mind." "It is for that very reason that I read him," replied the minister. "It is alone when I wish for relaxation that I read, and then, after every thought having been in activity for a whole long day, Ovid is like a bed of roses to the mind, where it can repose itself, and recruit its powers of action for the business of another." This was certainly not the conversation which I expected, and I paused without making any reply, thinking that the minister would soon enter upon those important subjects on which I could give the best and latest information; but, on the contrary, he proceeded with Ovid. "There is a constant struggle," continued he, "between feeling and reason in the human breast. In youth, it is wisely ordained that feeling should have the ascendancy, and she rules like a monarch with an imagination for her minister, though, by the way," he added, with a passing smile, so slight that it scarcely curled his lip, "though, by the way, the minister is often much more active than the monarch. In after years, when feeling has done for man all that feeling was intended to do, and carried him into 1,000 follies, eventually, very beneficial to himself and to the human race, reason succeeds to the throne, to finish what feeling left undone, and to remedy what she did wrong. Now you are in the age of feeling, and I am in the age of reason; and the consequence is, that even in reading such a book as Ovid, what we cull is as different as the wax and the honey which the bee gathers from the same flower. What touches you is the wit and brilliancy of the thought, the sweetness of the poetry, the bright and luxurious pictures which are presented to your imagination, while all that affects me little, and shadowed through 1,000 splendid allegories I see great and sublime truths, robed, as it were, by the verse and the poetry in a radiant garment of light. What can be a truer picture of an ambitious and a daring minister than Ixion embracing a cloud?" And he looked me full in the face with a smile of melancholy meaning, to which I did not well know how to reply. "I have certainly never considered Ovid in that light," replied I, "and I have to thank your eminence for the pleasure I shall doubtless enjoy in tracing the allegories throughout." "The thanks are not my due," replied the minister. "An English statesman, near a century ago, wrote a book upon the subject, and showed his own wisdom, while he pointed out that of the ancients. In England, the reign of reason is much stronger than it is with us in France, though they may be considered as a younger people." "Then does your eminence consider," demanded I, "that the change from feeling to reason proceeds apace with the age of nations as well as with men?" "In general, I think it does," replied he. "Nations set out bold, generous, hasty, carried away by impulse rather than by thought, easily led, but not easily governed. Gradually, however, they grow politic, careful, anxious to increase their wealth, somewhat indolent, till at length they creep into their dotage, even like men. But," he added after a pause, "the world is too young for us to talk about the history of nations. All we know is, that they have their different characters like different men, and of course some will preserve their vigour longer than others, some will die violent deaths, some end by sudden diseases, some by slow decay. 100,000 years hence, men may know what nations are, and judge what they will be. It suffices at present to know our contemporaries, and to rule them by that knowledge. And now, Monsieur le Comte de l'Orme, I thank you for a pleasant hour, and I wish you good night. Of course you are still at an inn. When you have fixed your lodging, leave your address here, and you shall hear from me. In the meanwhile, farewell." Of course I rose, and, taking leave, quitted the Palais Cardinal. What, it may be asked, without one word on the important business which had brought you there? Without a word? The name of Catalonia was never mentioned. And yet, the very next day, large bodies of men marched upon Roussillon. More were instantly directed thither from every part of the country. The fleet in the Mediterranean sailed for Barcelona, and in a space of time inconceivably brief, Catalonia was furnished with every supply necessary to carry on a long and active war. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Delorme by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. The strange interview which I have described of course yielded my thoughts sufficient employment. Was it, could it really be, I asked myself, that I had spent the last hour in conversation with the greatest statesman in modern Europe? And in conversation about what? About Ovid, the task of a schoolboy in an inferior class, when I could have afforded him minute information upon events on which the fate of nations depended. Could he have received prior information? Impossible! Our vessel had sailed with the fairest wind, and the speed of our passage had been made a marvel of by the sailors. I had lost no time upon the road, and it was impossible, surely quite impossible, that he could have received tidings from Catalonia in a shorter space, without, indeed, the devil, as the vulgar did not scruple to say, sent him tidings from all parts of the world by especial couriers of his own. One thing, however, is certain. I went to the Palais Cardinal a very important person in my own opinion, and I came away from it with my self-consequence very terribly diminished. My next reflections turned to the minister's very unclerical dress, and I puzzled myself for some time in fancying the various errands which might have required such a disguise, for disguise it evidently was. Of course I could conclude upon nothing, and was only obliged to end in supposing, with the boy who had guided me thither, that no one knew how or why he did anything. My way home was easily found, and retiring to bed, I dreamed all night, between sleeping and waking, of courts and prime ministers, and woke the next morning not at all refreshed for having passed the night in such company. I had more disagreeable society, however, before long, for when I had been up about an hour, and was preparing to go out and view the great and stirring beehive, whose hum reached me even in my own cell, the worthy host of the auberge bustled into the room with an appearance of great terror, begging 1,000 pardons for his intrusion, but he hoped, he said, that if I had anything in my bags which I wished to conceal, I would put it away quickly, for that the officers of justice were in the house, and he had heard them inquire for a person very much resembling me. Of course I laughed at the idea, but the landlord had hardly concluded his tale when in rushed 2 sergeants and a greffier, dressed in their black robes of office. One stationed himself at the door, one threw himself between me and the window, and then commanded me in the king's name to surrender myself. I replied that I was very willing to surrender, but that there must be assuredly some mistake, for that I had not been in Paris sufficient time to commit any great crime. "No mistake, sir, no mistake," replied one of the sergeants. "People who have the knack commit crimes as fast as they eat oysters. You are accused, sir, of filching. They say, sir, you are guilty of appropriation. A good man, an excellent good man, Jonas Echemilia, of the persecuted race of Abraham, avers against you, sir, that last night, towards 10 of the clock, you entered his dwelling, sir, wherein he gives shelter to old servants cast off by ungrateful masters. In other words, sir, his frippery, and notoriously and abominably seduced a white silk suit, laced with gold, to elope with you, to the identity of which suit he will willingly swear. So, open your swallow all, or trunk mail, and let us see what it contains." Whilst the worthy sergeant thus proceeded, The warning of my good friend the grocer came across my mind, and I thought that there was an affectation about the voice of the respectable officer, which made me suspect that the whole business might be contrived to extort money; though how they could know that I had a white silk dress, laced with gold, in the valise before me, I could not divine. However, I affected to be very much alarmed, and while I examined well the countenances of my honest guests, I feigned a wish to bribe them into a connivance. "Not for 100 pistoles!" cried the principal sergeant. "Nay, nay," said the landlord, who had remained in the room. "Worthy sergeant, you must not be too severe upon my young lodger. Consider his youth and inexperience. Echimillia is a tender-hearted man, and would not wish you to be hard upon him. Take 100 pistoles, and let him off." The sergeant began to show symptoms of a relenting disposition, and expressed his pity of my youth and ignorance of the ways of Paris with so much tender-heartedness that it overcame my gravity, and sitting down upon a chair, I laughed till I cried. The two sergeants looked rather confounded, but the greffier, a little man, whose risible organs were apparently somewhat irritable, could not resist the infectious nature of my laugh, but began a low sort of cachinnation, which he unsuccessfully tried either to drown in a cough, or stifle in the sleeve of his robe. The sympathy next affected the landlord, who, after looking wistfully first to one and then to another, with one eyebrow raised, and one corner of his mouth in a grin, while the other struggled for gravity for near a minute, was at length overpowered by the greffier's efforts to smother his laughter, and burst forth, shaking his fat sides till the room rang. The sergeant at the door tittered, but the principal officer affected a fury that soon brought me to myself, though in a very different manner from that which he expected. Starting upon my feet, I caught him by the collar, and knocking his bonnet off his head, exposed to view the very identical person of my hectoring guide of the night before, though he had ingeniously contrived to change completely the shape of his face, by cutting his immense beard into a small peak, shaving each of his cheeks, and leaving nothing but a light moustache upon his upper lip. "Scoundrel!" cried I, giving him a shake that almost tore his borrowed plumes to pieces. "What, in the name of the devil, tempted you to think you could impose on me with a stale trick like this?" "Because you dined at a table d'hôte in Flemish lace," replied the other sergeant, continuing to chuckle at his companion's misfortune. "But come, young sir, you must let him go, though you have found him out." And thereupon he threw back his robe, and grasped the sword which it concealed. As I had imagined, my man of war was as arrant a coward as ever swore a big oath, and he trembled violently under my hands, till he saw his more valiant comrade begin to espouse his cause so manfully. He then, however, thought it was his cue to bully, and exclaimed in his natural voice, "Unhand me, or, by the heart of my father, I'll dash you to atoms." "The devil you will," said I, seizing the foot he had raised in an attitude calculated to menace me with a severe kick. The window was near and open. Underneath it was a savoury dunghill from the stables at the side, the height about 12 feet from the ground. So, without farther ceremony, I pitched the valiant soldado out head foremost, and drew my sword upon his companion, who ventured 1 or 2 passes, in the course of which he got a scratch in his arm, and then ran downstairs as fast as he could after the landlord and the greffier, who had already led the way. Running to the window, however, from which I could see over the gate of the court into the street, I shouted aloud to the passengers to stop the sham sergeants. The first, who with my assistance had gone out the shortest way, whether he was used to being thrown out of window and did not mind it, or whether the dunghill was as soft as a bed of down, I know not, but by this time had gained his feet, and was halfway down the street. Where the greffier had slunk to, I cannot say, but the more pugnacious personage, who had drawn his sword upon me, was caught by the people attracted by my cries, as he was in the act of making best use of his legs, after his arms had failed him. It would have given me pleasure, I own, to bring even one of such set of impostors to justice, but I was disappointed, for just as a porter and a vinegar seller were bringing him back to the inn, he suddenly shook them off, slipped the sergeant's gown over his head, and scampered away through a dozen turnings and windings, with a rapidity and address which smacked singularly of much practice in running off in a hurry. After a hot chase, the porter returned to tell me that he could not catch the nimble-limbed cheat, and calling him up to my chamber, I bade him take up my packages and prepared to leave the house, after examining the contents of each valise, from which I found nothing missing, though sufficiently disarranged to show that they had afforded amusement to others during my absence the night before. Had they met with the diamonds, it is probable that they would have spared themselves and me the trouble of the somewhat operose contrivance to which they had recourse; but these, fortunately placed in the very bottom of the valise, with several things of less consequence, had escaped their search. As we were passing into the court, the respectable landlord presented himself cap in hand, delivered his account, and hoped I had been satisfied with my entertainment, and would recommend his house to my friends, while all the time he spoke there was a meaning sort of grin upon his countenance, as if he could hardly help laughing at his own impudence. I answered him somewhat in his own strain, that the entertainment was what the reputation of his house might lead one to expect, and in regard to recommending it to my friends, that it was very possible I should have occasion to visit shortly the criminal lieutenant, when I would take care to commend it to his notice in the most particular manner, and point out its deserts to him with care. "I'faith," answered the host calmly, "I am afraid that the worshipful gentleman of whom you speak will find but poor accommodation at my house, and therefore, feeling myself incompetent to entertain him as he deserves, I would fain decline the honour of his company." After having paid my reckoning, I betook myself to the shop of the honest grocer, who heard my story without surprise, and in answer to my inquiry for a lodging, he replied that he knew of one nearly opposite to his own house, but that he doubted whether it would suit a person of my condition, for it was small, and kept by an old widow, who, though very respectable, was anything but rich. I need not say this was the very sort of situation I desired, for after having paid mine host of the Rue de Prouvaire, my purse offered nothing but a long and lamentable vacuity, with 3 louis d'or at the bottom, looking as lank and empty, when I drew it out of my pocket, as an eel skin just stripped off one of those luckless aquatic St. Bartholomew's. I was soon, then, installed in my new apartment, and being left to myself, gazed upon my scanty stock of riches, as many an unfortunate wretch has doubtless often gazed before me, calculating how long each several piece would keep life and soul together. And when they were expended, what then? I asked myself. Must I then write to my parents, confess my attachment to Helen, own that I murdered her brother, take from her mind any blessed doubt that might still remain upon it, snap each lingering affection that might still bind her to me in twain at once, and at the same time encounter the angry expostulation of my father for loving below my degree, as well as the calm reproaches of my mother for having blinded her to that love, expostulations and reproaches which, for Helen's sake, I could have encountered, while there remained a chance of her being mine, but which now I felt no strength to bear, no motive to call upon my head. Oh, no, no, I could not write poverty, beggary, wretchedness, anything sooner than that. And starting up, I proceeded into the street, hoping to drive away thought amongst all the gay sights I had heard of in Paris. As I passed along the Rue Saint-Jacques, a beggar asked me for charity, and instinctively I put my hand in my pocket, when suddenly the thought of my own beggary came upon my mind, and with a sickness of heart impossible to describe, I drew my hand back, saying I had nothing for him. "Do, my good lord, do," cried the mendicant. "May you never suffer such poverty as mine, and if you should, for who can tell in this uncertain life, and if you should, may you never be refused by those you beg of." I could refuse no longer. It came so painfully home to my own bosom, that I gave him a small piece which I had received in change, and then walked on, feeling as if I had just cast away a fortune, instead of giving a piece of a few sols to a beggar. Oh, circumstance, circumstance, thou art like a juggler at a fair, making us see the same object with 1,000 different hues as thou offerest thy many-coloured glasses to our eyes. Passing on, I found my way to the Palais Cardinal, where, after having gazed for a moment or two at the enormous pile of building before me, the 1,000-minute beauties of which the darkness had hidden from me the night before, I mounted the steps to leave my address, as I had been commanded. The doors of the palace, far from being guarded as I had previously found them, now seemed open to everyone. Crowds of people of all classes were going in and coming out, and every sort of dress was there, from the princely juste au corps, whose arabesqued embroidery left scarcely an inch of the original stuff visible, to the threadbare pourpoint, whose long experience in the ways of the world had rendered it as polished and as smooth as the tongue of an old courtier. All was whisper, and smiles, and hurry, and bustle, and though every here and there an anxious face might be seen, giving shade to the picture, no one would have imagined that through these gates issued forth each day 1,000 orders of death, of misery, and of despair. I entered with the rest, and as the way seemed open to every one, was walking on, when I soon found that all who passed were known, for hardly had I taken 2 steps across the vestibule, when an attendant placed himself in my way, asking my business. It was easily explained, and leading me into a small cabinet adjoining the hall, he took down a ponderous folio, and desired me to write my address. When I opened it, I found it quite full, and the page took down another, wherein, at the end of many thousands of names, I wrote my own, with ink that I doubted would not prove true lettres, and turned away, even more hopeless than I came. Spare time now became my curse, and joining with a restless and excited spirit, drove me through everything that was to be seen in Paris with an eagerness which soon exhausted its object. Day passed by after day, and the minister took no notice of me. I spun out my meagre funds like the thread of a spider, but still every hour I saw them diminish. Twice each day I sent to the auberge where I had lodged, to inquire whether little Achilles had yet arrived, and still my disappointment was renewed. Nor was this disappointment one which the least painful of my feelings, for in the solitariness of my being in that great city, I would have given worlds for his company, even although I could neither respect nor esteem him. And yet let me not do him injustice. Mean qualities were so mingled in him with great ones, his folly was so strangely mixed with shrewdness, and his love of himself so singularly contrasted with the generous attachment which he had conceived towards me, that I hardly knew whether to look upon him with regard or contempt. Yet certainly I longed for his coming, and as the days went by and he came not, even while I smiled at remembering his poltroonery, I could not help hoping that the little coward had met with no obstruction in the road. In the meanwhile, my frugality served to prolong the sojourn of my 3 louis in my purse far longer than I could have expected, and perhaps my pain with it, as seeing them daily decrease. It was like the handfuls of couscous that they give in Morocco to persons dying of impalement, the means only of extending moments of misery. One day, however, in passing along the Rue Saint Jacques, I saw lying on a bookstall 2 treatises upon very different subjects, one relating to military tactics, and the other entitled The Sure Way of Winning, or Hazard Not Chance. The price of each was but a trifle, and in a fit of extravagance I bought them both. I had now wherewithal to employ my time, and I studied each of these 2 books with an ardour which, had it been employed continuously on any great or important subject, might have changed the face of my fortune for ever. The treatise on strategy, though perhaps not the best that was ever written, was, at all events, no detrimental employment, and on it I bestowed 1/2 of my time. The other half was given to the Sure Way of Winning, which was neither more nor less than an elaborate treatise upon gaming, with all the profound calculations of chances necessary to qualify a complete gambler. Thank God, I was not by nature a lover of play, or by such a study I should have been irretrievably lost. As it was, I soon began to look upon the gaming table as the only resource which fortune held out to me, and with indescribable assiduity and application I went through every calculation in the book, working them out in my mind hundreds and hundreds of times, till their results became no longer matters of arithmetic, but of memory. 3 weeks elapsed before I deemed myself qualified to encounter the well-experienced Parisians, and by this time I had but 1 louis remaining. This I changed into crowns, and with an anxious heart proceeded, as soon as it was dark, to a house where I was informed that the minor sort of gambling, in which alone I could indulge, was carried on every night. A narrow dirty passage conducted to a small staircase, at the bottom of which I began to hear the voices of the throng above. At the top were 2 men wrangling in no very measured terms, and passing on, I entered a large room, where about 20 tables were set out, and most of them occupied. A crown was demanded for admission, which I paid, and then proceeded to examine the various groups that were scattered throughout the room. Squalid misery, devouring passion, and debasing vice were written in every countenance I beheld. Of course, the whole assembly were divided between losers and winners. Of the first, some were talking high and angrily, some were blaspheming with the insanity of disappointment, some were gazing with the silent stupefaction of despair, and some were laughing with that ringing, soulless mockery of mirth, with which vanity sometimes strives to hide the bitterest pangs of the human heart. Of the winners, some were amassing their gains with greedy satisfaction, some were smiling with a sneering triumph at the poor folks they plundered, and some, with the eager falcon eye of avarice, were gazing keenly at the rolling dice or turning cards, as if they feared that chance might yet snatch their prey out of their talons. The whole scene came upon my heart with a sickening faintness that had nearly made me turn and fly it all. But at that moment a very polite personage, seeing a stranger, approached, and invited me in courteous terms to sit at one of the vacant tables, and try a throw of the dice, or, if I loved better the more scientific games, we would open a pack of cards, he said. I agreed to the latter proposal, and we sat down to piquet. He played a bold and more hazardous game, I the quiet and more certain one, and though some fortunate runs of the card made him eventually the winner, my loss was but 2 crowns. "One throw with these for what you have lost," said my adversary before we rose, offering me the dice at the same time. We threw, and I lost 2 crowns more. We threw again, and I was penniless. I bore it more calmly than I had expected, but I believe it was more the calmness of despair than anything else which supported me. However, wishing my adversary good night as politely as I could, I walked away, hearing him say in a whisper to one who stood near, "He plays very well at piquet, that young gentleman. It was as much as I could do to beat him." Beyond a doubt this was meant for my hearing, and if so, it had its effect, for my first thought was what article of my scanty stock I could part with, to yield the means of recovering that night's loss. The diamonds which Achilles had entrusted to me instantly suggested themselves to my mind, and the tempter, who still lies hid in the bottom of man's heart till passion calls him forth, did not fail to suggest 1,000 excellent and plausible motives for using them. Achilles, said the devil, had himself voluntarily given them to me, and even if he had not done so, I had just as much a right to them as he had. But if my conscience forbade me to take them ultimately, it would be very easy to repay the value, either when I should have recovered my losses at the gaming table, or when I was restored to the bosom of my family. Thank heaven, however, I had honour enough left not to violate a trust reposed in me. I had still a diamond ring of my own. My mother had given it to me, it is true, but necessity more strong than feeling required me to part with it, and I determined to do so the next morning. In looking for it, for I had ceased to wear it since I set out from Marseilles, I met with the packet of papers regarding the Count de Bagnols, which I had almost always kept about me, and looking over them, I was tempted again to read some of the letters. I went on from one to another, through the whole correspondence between the Count, then a very young man, and the rebellious Rochillois, and I found throughout that fine discrimination between right and wrong which is the chivalry of the mind. It was a lesson and a reproach, but as I had passed to the brink of vice, not by the short and flowery path of pleasure, but by a road where every step was upon thorns, as I had been driven by errors and by accidents, rather than led by indulgence, the road back seemed not so long as to those who have followed every maze of enjoyment in their course from virtue to vice. With me it wanted but one effort of the mind, but the moral courage to communicate my true situation to those I loved, and I should at once free myself of the enthralment of circumstances. Such reflections passed rapidly through my mind, and I resolved to do what I should have done. But what are resolutions? Heir. The next morning I carried my diamond ring to a most respectable jeweller, who bought it of me for 1/5 of its worth, and vowed all the while that he should lose by his bargain. 6 louis, however, now swelled my purse, and as night came my good resolutions faded like the waning sunshine. The cursed book of games found its way into my hands, and at 7 o'clock I stood before the same house where I had left my money the night before. Like the gates of Dis, the doors stood ever open, and those feet which had once trod that magic path could hardly cross it without again turning in the same direction. On entering the room, the society which it contained struck me as even more ruffianly than the night before, and I fancied that many eyes turned upon me, as on one whose appearance there on the former evening had been remarked. My polite adversary was looking on at one of the tables where the parties were playing for louis, but the moment his eye fell upon me, he came forward and offered me my revenge. "They are playing too high at that table," said he, as we sat down. "To my mind, it takes away all the pleasure of the game to have such a stake upon it as would pain one to lose. No gentleman ever plays for the sake of winning a great deal of other people's money, and therefore he ought to take care that he does not part with too much of his own. I play for amusement alone, and therefore let us begin with crowns, as we did last night." His moderation pleased me, and opening the cards, we again commenced our evening with piquet. He again played boldly, and I even more cautiously than before, but the cards were no longer favourable to my adversary. He lost everything, and in an hour I had 50 crowns lying beside me. Half a dozen persons had now crowded round us, and all joined in praises of my skilful play. "Too skilful for me, I am afraid," said my adversary, maintaining his good temper admirably, though I thought I discovered a little vexation in his tone. "I own, fair sir, that you are my master with the cards, but you will not refuse me an opportunity of mending my luck with these," and he took up the dice boxes. The spirit had now seized me. I had gained enough to wish to gain more. Bright hopes of turning fortune's frowns to smiles, of freeing myself of all difficulties, of rising superior to my oppressive fate, began to swim before my eyes, and I willingly agreed to his proposal, never doubting that my ascendancy would still continue. We played on rapidly, and soon the pile of coin by my side diminished, vanished, grew higher and higher on his, and with agony of mind beyond all that I had ever felt, my golden hopes passed away, and despair began to come fast upon me, as louis after louis of my last and only resource melted from my touch. With the cards all had been fair, that was evident enough, but now my suspicions began to be awakened in regard to the dice. I remembered those which I had split open at Luz, and as I threw, I watched narrowly to see whether there was anything in those I played with which might show them to be loaded. But no, they rolled over and over, turning each side alternately as fairly as possible. I next fixed my eyes on my adversary, when suddenly I saw him, with the dexterity of a juggler, hold the dice he took up in the palm of his hand, and slip 2 others from the frill round his hand. When about to throw again, I saw him prepare to perform the same trick, and springing up, I pinned his hand to the table. A loud outcry instantly took place. "The man's mad! What is he about? Turn him out! Throw him out of the window!" cried a dozen voices. "You shall do it if you like, gentlemen," cried I, "provided this man has not two false dice under his hand." As I spoke, I lifted his hand from the table, when, to my horror and surprise, there were no dice there. I was dumb, as if thunderstruck, and my adversary, with every feature convulsed with rage, lifted the hand I had liberated and struck me a violent blow in the face. Instinctively I laid my hand upon my sword, when every one round threw themselves upon me, and in the midst of 1,000 blows I was hurried to the window, and though struggling violently to save myself, pitched over into the street. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of De Lorme by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. Luckily, the window from which I was thrown was on the first floor, and not above 16 feet raised from the ground. My fall, therefore, was so instantaneous that I had no time to indulge in any of the pleasing anticipations of which a journey head foremost from a high window to the ground is susceptible. The fall, however, was sufficient to stun and bewilder me, and before I had well recovered my recollection, I found myself surrounded by a good number of lackeys with torches, who had seen my sudden ejaculation from the gaming house while they were accompanying some carriage through the streets, and had come to my assistance with many inquiries as to whether I was hurt. I had fallen upon my left shoulder and hip, and my head had fortunately escaped without the same sudden contact with the stones; so that, though somewhat confused, I could reply that I believed I was not much injured, but that I could not rise without assistance. "Help him to rise," cried a voice, which very much resembled that of the Chevalier de Montenero, "and give him what assistance you can." The person who spoke I could not see, but the servants, who had been hitherto gazing at me without lending me any very substantial aid, now hurried to raise me, one taking me by each arm. This proceeding, however, gave me such exquisite pain in my left shoulder, that after a groan or two, and an ineffectual effort to make them comprehend that they were inflicting on me the tortures of the damned, I lost all recollection with the excess of agony. When I recovered my perception of what was passing around me, I found that the servants had procured a kind of brancard, or litter, and having laid me upon it, were carrying me on, I conjectured, to the house of some surgeon. They stopped, however, a moment after, at the entrance of what was evidently a very handsome private hotel, and passing through the porte cochère and the court, they bore me into an immense salle à manger, and thence into a small chamber beyond, where I was carefully laid on a bed, and bade to compose myself, as a surgeon had been sent for, and would arrive, they expected, immediately. He was not indeed long, and on examining my side, he found that my shoulder was dislocated, but that I had sustained no other injury of consequence. After a painful operation, the process of which I need not detail, I was put to bed, and the surgeon, having given me a draught to procure sleep and allay the pain I suffered, recommended me to be kept as quiet as possible, and left me. I did not, however, suffer all the servants to quit the room without inquiring whether I had not heard the voice of the Chevalier de Montenero. The valet replied that he thought I must have been mistaken, for he never heard of such a name in all his life. But as there had been a good many persons round about when I was taken up, it was possible one of these might have spoken in the manner I mentioned. I was now left alone, and I endeavoured to forget as fast as possible, in the arms of sleep, all the unpleasant circumstances round which memory would fain have lingered. It was in vain, however, that I did so. The feverish aching of my bones kept slumber far away. Every noise that stirred in the house I heard. Every step that moved along its various halls and passages seemed beating upon the drum of my ear. I could hear my own blood rushing along my veins and throb in my head, as if Vulcan and all the Cyclops of Etna had transferred their anvils to my brain. While in this state, a light suddenly shone through the keyhole and under the door, and I heard several persons enter the dining hall through which I had been borne thither. Everything that was said reached my ears, as distinctly as if I had been present, and I soon found that the principal person who entered was the nephew of the proprietor of the house. He had just returned, it seemed, from some spectacle, and bringing a friend with him, demanded supper with the tone of a spoiled boy, who knew that his lightest word was law to all who surrounded him. The supper was brought with apparently all the delicacies he demanded, for he made no complaint, and having sent for all the most excellent wines in his uncle's cellar, he dismissed the servants, and remained alone with his friend. Tossing about, restless and irritable, I was nearly frantic with their mirth and their gaiety, and could have willingly murdered them both to make them silent. But soon their conversation began to take a turn which interested even me. The youth, who was evidently the entertainer, and whom his companion named Charles, had for several minutes been expatiating with all the hyperbolical enthusiasm of youthful passion on some beautiful girl whom he had determined, he said, to marry, let who would oppose it. Her name was mentioned by neither of the speakers, their conversation referring to something that had passed before. With the very natural pleasure which most people experience in finding all sorts of obstacles to whatever another person proposes, the friend seemed bent upon suggesting difficulties in opposition to his companion's passion. "Consider, my dear Charles," said he, "this girl may be as beautiful as the day, but from her father's situation, her education must have been very much neglected." "Not at all, not at all," replied the lover. "Her education, as far as learning and accomplishments go, will shame the whole court, and her manners are those of a princess of Eldorado. Well, I told you, she has been brought up all her life by the Countess de Bigorre." It may easily be supposed that such words did not tend to calm the beating of my heart, and in the agitation caused by thus suddenly discovering that Helen was the subject of their conversation, I lost what passed next. In a moment after, however, the lover replied to some question of his companion. "I do not very well know why her father took her away from the Countess and brought her to Paris. I should have supposed that it would have been much more convenient to him in every respect to have her left where she was. However, I am his most humble and very obedient servant, for I should never have seen her otherwise, and marry her I will, if I should carry her off for it." "But her birth, Charles, her birth," said his companion. "What will your uncle think of that? He who is so proud of his own." "Oh," replied the hot-brained youth, "you know I can do anything with my uncle; and besides, this father of hers has been quietly accumulating a large fortune, it seems, one way or another, and so that must cover the sin of her birth in my uncle's eyes. But say what you will, or what he will, or what any one will, I will marry her if I live to be a year older." "What, and discharge the little épinglière Jeannette?" replied his companion with a laugh. "Oh, that does not follow," answered the other. "'Tis always well to have two strings to one's bow, and Jeannette is too charming to be parted with for these 3 years at least. But Madame ma femme will know nothing of Mademoiselle ma bonne amie, and I shall find her proud beauty the more delightful by contrasting it with the more modest charms of Jeannette." "The more simple charms, you mean, not the more modest," replied his companion. "I never heard that Jeannette was famous for her modesty." The opium draught which I had taken, counteracted in its effects by the pain of my body and the irritation of my mind, began to make me somewhat delirious. Strange shapes seemed flitting about my bed. I saw faces looking at me out of the darkness, and insulting me with fiendish grins. At the same time, the light way in which the weak young man in the next chamber spoke of Helen, of my sweet, my beautiful Helen, worked me up to a pitch of frantic rage, which, mingling with the delirium of opium, made me resolve to get up and avenge her upon the spot. I accordingly raised myself in bed, and after sitting upright for a moment or two, with my brain seeming to whirl like the eddy of a stream, I got out with infinite difficulty, when the cold air and the chill of the stones to my feet in some degree recalled me to my senses, and instead of groping for my sword as I intended, I returned towards my bed, but coming upon it sooner than I had expected, I struck it with my knee, fell over upon it, and, with the sort of despairing heedlessness of fever and wretchedness, lay still where I had fallen, till the opium overpowering me, I lost all recollection of my misery in a deep and death-like slumber. It was late ere I woke, and when I did so, it was with one of those dreadful headaches, which seem to benumb every faculty of the mind and body, while at the same time the bruises all over my left side were even more sensitively painful than the night before. The first thing I heard was a woman's voice inquiring how I found myself, and looking round I perceived a good-looking, fattish nun of one of the charitable sisterhoods sitting in a chair by my bedside. She seemed one of those good dames who attach themselves to great families, and act as an inferior sort of almoner, performing the part of charitable go-betweens, attending the sick servants with somewhat more skill than an apothecary, and more attention than a physician, serving as head nurse to the lady of the mansion, and acquiring much consequence with the poor by dispensing the bounty of the rich. In answer to her question, I replied that I was in very great pain, both from a violent headache and the bruises I had received, whereupon she immediately produced a phial from which the surgeon had the night before administered his sleeping draught, intimating that I must take another portion to relieve me from what I suffered, and informing me at the same time, in a very oracular tone, that it was not at all wonderful that my bones ached, after sleeping all night naked on the outside of the bed. As I attributed the excessive aching of my head entirely to the contents of the bottle she held in her hand, I resisted magnanimously all her persuasions to take more of its contents for some time. But at length her offended authority instigated her to such an outcry, that I would have drunk Phlegethon red hot to have quieted her. I took accordingly what she gave, and was about to have asked some questions in regard to my situation, when she stopped me, with a profoundly patronising air, and told me that if I would promise to keep myself quite quiet, and not agitate myself, I should be favoured with a visit from a young lady who took an interest in me. Who, in the name of heaven?" cried I, the idea of Helen instantly flashing across my mind. Tell me who?" "Use not heaven's name for such vanities, young gentleman," said the nun. "Who the young lady is, you will see directly, and I have only to tell you that her father has granted her 5 minutes to converse with you, for old friendship's sake, and she has promised that it shall be no more. Therefore you must not seek to stay her." So saying, she left me, and in a moment after, the door again opened, and Helen herself, my own beautiful Helen, came forward towards me with a look of eager gladness, that, while it surprised me, took a heavy load from off my heart. She glided forward to my bedside, laid her dear soft hand in mine, after gazing a moment on my worn and haggard features, burst into a flood of tears. "Dear, dear Helen," said I, "then you love me still?" "And ever will, Louis," answered she, speaking through her tears. "Whatever they may say, whatever they may think, I will love you still, Louis, and no one but you. Only tell me that you love me also, and not another, as they would have me believe, and nothing shall shake the affection that I have ever borne towards you." "Love another!" cried I. "Helen, you have never believed them for a moment. For heaven's sake, tell me that such a base suspicion never for an instant made any impression on your heart." "I never believed it, Louis," answered she, "for I never believed that anything base could for a moment harbour in your bosom. And yet it gave me pain, I knew not why. But let me tell you what has happened to me personally during your absence. I cannot tell you my father's motives, for I do not know them. But I can tell you—" "Oh, no, Helen," cried I, shrinking from the detail of what must have followed the discovery of her brother's death, and beginning to doubt that she attributed it to me. "Oh, no, dear Helen. Spare me all that unhappy detail. I chanced to overhear last night, from some person speaking in that chamber, that your father had come and taken you from the protection of my mother. I easily conceived his reasons. I heard all. I heard everything, by that conversation last night. And all that now needs explanation is, how any one could dare to tell you that I loved another." Indeed, Louis, many believed it. Everyone, I may say, but myself, Helen replied. But the time I am allowed to remain grows short. Before anything else, let me communicate to you what my father bade me say for him. If you wish to see him, he says, he will see you, but you must be prepared, if he does so, to explain to him every part of your conduct, and to show him that the blood which he cannot help attributing to you rests not on your head. Forgive me, Louis, oh, forgive, she continued, seeing me turn deadly pale. I pain you, I see I pain you, but it was only on condition that I would deliver this cruel message, that they would permit me to see you. It is not I that ask you, Louis, to do anything that is painful to you. I am sure, I am certain you are not guilty. I cannot, I will not believe it. But my father will not see you without you can explain it all. Can you then, dear Louis? Will you see him? Helen, I cannot, replied I. She gazed at me for a moment in silence. Hark, they call me, she said at length. Oh, Louis, before I go, say something to comfort me. Say something to sustain in my breast that confidence of your innocence, which has been my consolation and my hope. All I can say, dear Helen, replied I, is, that in wish and intention I was as innocent as you are, but that accident has made me appear culpable, and that I have nothing but my own word to prove that I was not purposely guilty. But your own word is enough for me, answered Helen, catching, I believe gladly, at the assurance that could maintain her belief in my innocence. I will believe it myself, and I will try and make others believe it. But I must leave you, Louis. They are calling me again. Adieu, adieu. But Helen, dear Helen, you will see me again? Cried I, struggling to raise myself. Promise me that. Most assuredly, answered Helen, if they will allow me. And obedient to a sign from the nun, who had returned to the room while I was speaking, she glided away and left me. 1,000 questions did I now ask the good sister, but with a curious felicity of evasion she parried them all. Now with an affectation of mistaking me, now with an ambiguous reply, now with a refusal to answer, like a skilled fencer, who, whether his adversary lunges straight forward or feints, still finds some parade to guard his own breast, and repel the attack in all its forms. Not a word could I extract from her on any subject whereupon I wished information, and gradually the drowsiness of the opium began to take away the power of questioning her any farther. From what I have learned since, I am led to believe that the good lady, in administering the sleeping potion, which she had deafened me into taking, had poured out at least double what was ordered by the surgeon. At all events, its effect was much more rapid and powerful than the night before, for, with all the busy thoughts which my interview with Helen might well suggest, with all the bitter remembrances it called up, with all the painful anticipations to which it gave rise, slumber came rapidly upon me, and before half an hour had passed after her departure, I fell into a deep sleep, which a little more of the same sedative would probably have converted into the sleep of death. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of De Lorme by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. When I again awoke, it was night, but the darkness was not disagreeable to me. I was easier in bodily sensation than I had been in the morning, and I pleased myself with calling to mind every gentle word which my beloved Helen had spoken, with conjuring up again every sweet look, and dreaming over that fond, devoted affection which, in the midst of the sorrows and uncomforts that surrounded me, was like some guiding star to a voyager on the inhospitable ocean. But then came the idea of seeing her father, and I thought, even if she could convince him of my innocence, how could I clasp his hand with that which had slain his child? I remembered my feelings towards him, when, entirely abandoning his sweet child to the care of my mother, he seemed to have resigned all his paternal rights, and it had been only my respect for Helen which had saved him from my unconcealed contempt. I remembered, too, his long-nourished dislike towards me, and I asked myself whether he would feel it less now that he could not but suspect me of the death of his son. Yet still his pride might be gratified to ally his child to the house of Bigorre, and to see his descendants attached to that noble class to which he could not himself aspire. But then again, if he had really accumulated so much wealth as the conversation I had overheard had intimated, he could easily match his daughter with so rich a dower of beauty as well as gold, amongst families as noble as my own, where no such fearful objections existed as that which interposed between Helen and myself. What needed I more? The weak youth, of whose passion for her I had been made an unwitting confidant, with evidently high birth and proud connections, stood ready to unite himself to the daughter of the low procureur of Lourdes, and give her that rank and station which I doubted not that Arnault coveted. Helen, I was sure, would never consent, and yet I teased myself with the dread, fancying all that perseverance and the persuasions and commands of a parent might do against an almost hopeless love. While I thus alternately solaced myself with dwelling upon all the sweetness, the beauty, the affection of her I loved, and tormenting myself with imagining all that might separate us, epitomizing in one short hour the many fluctuating hopes and fears of a long human life, to my surprise the darkness became less opaque, and by the grey which gradually mingled with the black, I found that morning was imperceptibly stealing upon night, so that my slumber must have lasted more than 20 hours. But a still greater surprise awaited me. Gradually, as the day dawned, one object after another struck me as resembling the furniture of the little room which I had tenanted ever since I had quitted the inn after my arrival in Paris. Was I dreaming still? Or had I dreamed? I asked myself. Had all I had seen during the last 2 days been but a delusion? Or was I still labouring under some deception of my imagination? But no, with the clear daylight it became evident that I was there, in the little chamber I had hired in the Rue des Prêtres Saint Paul. There was the carved scrutoire, with its 1,000 grotesque heads. There the old table, which had acknowledged more than one dynasty. There lay my clothes, my hat, my sword, as if I had left them there on going to bed the night before, and nothing served to show that the whole that I have lately described was not a dream, except the bruises on my shoulder and my side, which smacked somewhat painfully of reality. In about an hour afterwards my good landlady came in, to ask if I wanted anything, and from her I learned that I had been brought home on a litter still sound asleep, by some persons she did not know, who told her I had met with an accident, and bade her take great care of me, enforcing their injunction with a piece of gold. This was an effort of liberality on the part of Arnault which I had not expected, either from his own character, which was notedly avaricious, or from the general rule of nature, that the long habit of accumulating small sums narrows the heart and leaves no room for any generous feeling. I began to feel that I had been mistaken in his character, and I tried, fondly, to persuade myself with a theory, as fallacious as any other of those fallacious theories, that the father of so noble-spirited a girl as Helen, whose whole soul was liberality, and her very thought a feeling, must, in some degree, partake of the same nature, and possess hidden qualities which, when called into action, would shine out and assert their kindred. My good landlady, in common with all old women, had a strange prejudice in favour of keeping those she looked upon as sick in bed, but in spite of all her persuasions I got up and dressed myself. My first care was to examine what money I had left, after the sad dilapidation which the gaming table had effected on my purse, though, indeed, I expected to find that the tender-hearted gentleman who had thrown me out of the window had charitably taken care that the few crowns which had remained in my pocket should not weigh me down in my descent. My own purse, indeed, was gone, but in its place, to my no small surprise, I found one containing 100 louis d'or. This, of course, had come from Arnault, though how he came to know that I stood in need of such supply I could not divine. For some time I remained undetermined whether I should make use of the sum or not. Pride whispered that Arnault had removed me from the neighbourhood of his daughter, possibly to marry her to some one else, and should I then accept the vile roturier's bounty, his charity? At the same time, necessity urged that I had nothing but that for the daily wants of life, that if I hoped ever to discover Helen's dwelling in that great city, and having done so, never again to lose sight of her, I must have the aid of that talismanic metal, whose touch discovers, and secures, and perfects everything. But a moment's reflection made me regard the question with better feelings. Arnault had removed me from his daughter, true, but it was because he believed me to be the murderer of his son, and he was therefore justified in doing so. He had placed the money where I found it, probably not out of charity, for he knew that I could easily repay it ultimately, but to relieve me from a temporary necessity. There was yet another supposition. Perhaps Helen had placed it there herself. Pride between me and Helen was out of the question, and there was something so sweet in the very idea of following her wishes, even though she knew it not, that I should have looked upon hesitation after that supposition crossed my mind as the meanest of vanities. I determined then to make use of the money thus placed at my disposal, and to reimburse the donor, if Arnault, at a future period. If Helen had been the giver, to repay her whenever I could discover her abode by telling her I had used it well. The effort of dressing had caused me a great deal of pain, and while I sat down to rest myself afterwards, I sent a boy to inquire at my inn in the Rue de Prouvaire, whether my little friend Achilles had appeared there during my absence. In about an hour I heard the rush of feet galloping up the stairs, with the rapidity of joy. The door flew open, and in rushed Achilles, but no longer the Achilles I had left him. The smart Spanish dress of which he had possessed himself at Barcelona was gone. The hat, the plume, the sword had given way to all the external signs of poverty and want. His head was as bare as when he came into the world, and his shoulders were covered with a grey gown which had once belonged to a monk. The fashion of it, indeed, had been somewhat altered, for the cowl had been made serviceable in patching several momentous rents, which might otherwise have exposed the little man's person somewhat more than decency permitted. "Well, Achilles," said I, when, the first transport of his joy at finding me having passed away, I could find an opportunity of speaking, "you seem to have been engaged in traffic since I saw you, and not to have gained upon the exchange." "Oh, you will pardon me, monsieur," replied he, grinning as merrily as ever. "I have gained a vast fund of experience. I know that is a sort of commodity, the returns upon which are slow, but they are very sure, and I will try to make the most of it." "But from what I see," rejoined I, with somewhat, I am afraid, of a cynical sneer at the light-heartedness which I could not myself acquire, "I am afraid you paid very dear for your bargain." "Not cheap, I confess," replied he. "Somewhere about 300 pistoles, a good suit, a dozen shirts, and a whipping through the streets of Lyons. That is all." "A whipping!" cried I. "That is a part of the account I did not reckon upon, and not one of the most pleasant, I should conceive. But come, Achilles, let us hear your story. It must be somewhat curious." "Not very," answered Achilles, "but it is short, which is something in favour of the story. After your lordship's departure, I embarked in the boat for Lyons as soon as it thought fit to sail, and we began our long, slow voyage up the river, which at first was very tedious. Soon, however, I hit upon a way of amusing myself, for seeing a respectable old merchant of Lyons with a young lady, whom I took to be his daughter, I went up and introduced myself to them as Monsieur le Comte de Grilmagnac, told them that, preferring the easy gliding motion of the river to the rumbling of a carriage, or the jolting of a horse, I had sent my equipage and servants by land, and instantly began to make love to the daughter. The old gentleman seemed so uneasy at the advances that I made in her favour, that I began to fear he suspected me; and to do away all doubt, when we stopped to dine, I took a handful of gold out of my pocket, and asked what was to pay, with the air of a prince. The young lady seemed ravished with the sight of the gold pieces, but my old merchant grew more uneasy than ever, and always got between me and the young lady when I wanted to speak to her, so that I began to grow suspicious in my turn, and to doubt whether the tie between them was not somewhat more tender than the relationship. This doubt induced me to watch the pair more diligently than ever, for she was as beautiful a girl as ever your worship set your worshipful eyes upon, and the old gentleman as venerable an old piece of withered bamboo as ever fell into sin in his dotage. So you may easily conceive I could not bear to see such a rosebud withering upon such a desert. Well, this went on with various success till we arrived at Lyons, and I cannot say my fair Phyllis was at all inclined to second her guardian's efforts to repulse me, so that we had time to arrange that I should go to the auberge of the Lion d'Or on our disembarkation, and there wait a note from my fair enslaver. To the Lion d'Or I went, and soon received a summons to fly to my charmer, whom I found, as her billet doux intimated, waiting for me in a very respectable lodging in the Rue St. Pierre. Here, her face half in tears, half in smiles, like the opening of an April morning, she told me that she had now no friend but me, for that her cruel tyrant, the instant of their arrival, had commanded her to abandon me for ever. This the passion I had inspired her with would not permit, and being too frank, she said, to deceive anyone, she had at once refused. A quarrel ensued. He had cast her off penniless, and though she could instantly fly to the Baron d'Écumoire or the Marquis de la Soupière, she had preferred putting herself under my protection, for she owned that she never loved anyone but me. Though this was as sweet as honey, yet, as I well perceived that with such a charmer's assistance my dearly beloved pistoles would soon fly half over Lyons, I bethought myself seriously of the best means of transferring her with all speed to the Marquis de la Soupière. However, to lull all suspicion of the waning state of my affection, I prepared to entertain her handsomely, till good luck should furnish me with the means of beating a quiet retreat, and accordingly sent to the traiteur's for a good dinner, as the very best means of consoling a distressed damsel. Over rich ragout and heady burgundy the hours slipped lightly by, and I could see in my little Phyllis's sparkling eye her satisfaction with the conquest she had made. Alas, that mortal joy should be so transitive! In the midst of our happiness, care and melancholy and gloom and despite rushed suddenly upon us, in the form of 4 ferocious archers, who pitilessly arrested Phyllis on the charge of having robbed her former venerable protector, and hurried me to prison, along with her as an accomplice. Phyllis had taken care to hide the place of her retreat, but she knew not the cunning of archers; and though, when they came, she protested her innocence in terms that would have convinced the hard heart of Minos, and won the unwilling ears of Rhadamanthus, yet, as the whole of the stolen goods were found in her valise, the unfeeling archers would not believe a word, and, as I have said before, we were both hurried to prison, without any farther ceremony than taking from us every farthing that we had in the world. The next morning we were brought before a magistrate, who reserved Phyllis's case for his private consideration. As to mine, as nothing could be proved against me, except that I had called myself the Count de Guilmagnac, without being able clearly to prove all my quarters of nobility, I was ordered to be whipped through the town for my ignorance of heraldry, and then discharged. My whipping I bore with Christian fortitude, but the loss of my doublet, which the executioner kept for his fee, and the loss of my money, which the archers kept because they liked it, tore my heartstrings; and setting out from that accursed town of Lyons, where injustice and cruelty walk hand in hand, I begged my way to Paris, and reached the famous hotel where you had appointed me to meet you. There the landlord told me no such person as your lordship resided, and bade me get out for a lazy beggar. A black dog that stood in the yard instantly took up the matter where the landlord left off, and I was in the act of making my escape from them both, when the boy you sent arrived, inquiring for me. The joy which took possession of my heart I need not tell. Suffice it that I made the boy run all the way here, and that, having now found you, I have determined never to leave you, or let you leave me again. For while we were together, nothing but good fortune attended us, and since we have been separated, nothing but ill luck has been my share, so that the only consolation I can have will be to hear that while my scale was down, yours has been up, and that Dame Fortune has at least befriended one of us." I could not refuse to tell my history also to my little attendant, though it occasioned less amusement to him than his had done to me, and his face grew longer and longer at every incident I detailed, till at last, passing over all that regarded Helen, I informed him that, on being conveyed home, I found my pocket encumbered with 100 louis. This news instantly cleared his countenance. "Who would not be thrown out of window for 100 louis?" cried he. "But, vive Dieu! Your Excellency has suffered yourself to be desperately cheated in regard to your ring. 6 louis! If I know anything of diamonds, it was well worth 30. However, let me first exercise my chirurgical skill upon your eminence's shoulder, and after that I will see whether the ring cannot be recovered." "Nay, nay," cried I, "my good Achilles, give me what titles of honour you like, except your eminence. That is a rank which it might be dangerous to usurp. Call me your majesty if you like, but not your eminence. As to the ring, I believe you are right, and I will willingly give double what I received to recover it again." "Less than that will do," replied Achilles. "A louis for me to buy myself a suit at a fripier's, a louis for an archer de la cour, and the sum you had originally received, and I think I can manage it." I warned him, if I may use the homely proverb, not to go forth to shear and come home shorn, and having suffered him to examine my shoulder, gave him the address of the jeweller, and let him depart. From my lodging, as he told me afterwards, he went to the shop of the fripier, where he furnished himself with a decent suit of livery, and thence proceeded to find out an archer of one of the courts of justice, to whom he explained the affair, and gave half a louis as earnest, promising the other half if the ring should be recovered. The eloquence of the little player touched the tender heart of the archer, at the same moment that the money touched his palm; and shouldering his partisan, without more ado, he followed to the shop of the jeweller. Achilles entered alone, and desiring to see some diamond rings, made up a slight allegory to suit the occasion, informing the jeweller that his master, the Count de L'Orme, had commissioned him to buy him a handsome jewel as a present for his mistress. The jeweller instantly produced a case of rings, which he spread out before the eyes of Achilles, commenting on their beauty. Achilles instantly pitched upon the one I had sold, and asked the price. 40 louis, replied the jeweller, and I only sell it so cheap because I bought it second hand. I require no more than a fair profit. If I gain 5 per cent, may I be branded for a rogue. I will tell you a secret, jeweller, replied Achilles. You are very lucky to be branded for a rogue. You bought this ring, knowing it to be stolen. The jeweller stared. It was taken from the person of my noble lord, the Count de L'Orme, proceeded Achilles, when he was knocked down and robbed in the Rue Saint Jacques. One of the thieves is taken, the very one who sold it to you. A tall, dark young man with curling hair, black moustache, and a beard not 6 months old. He says you gave him 6 louis for it, and as you know it to be worth 40, you must have been very well aware, when you bought it, that it was stolen. Ho, ho, cried the jeweller, so you wish to cheat me out of my ring? But come, my little man, he continued, catching Achilles by the collar, I will send for an archer, and see you safe lodged in prison without farther ado. Achilles, according to his own account, took the matter very calmly. As to the archer, he said to the jeweller, I thought to myself before I came here, that a man who gave but 6 louis for a diamond worth 30 might be somewhat refractory, and therefore I brought one with me. Ho, archer, without there! The jeweller, not a little confounded, instantly let go Achilles' collar, and as the archer marched in with his partisan, began to shake in every limb, doubtless aware that all his dealings would not bear that strict examination which they were likely to undergo if chance should call the prying eyes of the law upon them. "I take you to witness, archer," said Achilles, addressing his ally, "that I have offered this jeweller the same price which the young man swears he got for this ring, namely 6 louis, and that he, the jeweller, will not sell it for less than 40, which proves that he knew it to be stolen." "Certainly," said the archer, in a solemn tone. "You never offered me the 6 louis," said the jeweller. "I never said I would not part it for under 40. Give me the 6 and take it, and the devil give you good for it is not worth more." "Then you are a great rogue for having asked 40, replied Achilles, with imperturbable composure; and therefore he entered into solemn consultation with the archer as to whether he could safely and legally give the money and take back the ring, as it was evident the jeweller was an accomplice to thieves, and ought to be brought to justice. "Gentlemen!" cried the terrified jeweller at length, alarmed at all the awful catalogue of pros and cons which Achilles and the archer bandied about between them, "I declare, on my salvation, I knew nothing of the ring being stolen. I thought the person who brought it here was some poor gentleman pressed for money, who would sell it for anything, and therefore I offered 6 louis for it. All I ask back is what I gave, and I am content to present this worthy archer with a gold piece to compensate the trouble he has had." "Give him the money," said the archer. "Give him the money, and take the ring. We must not be too hard upon the poor devil." The money was accordingly given, the archer received his fee, and Achilles carried off the ring to me in triumph, not only having had the satisfaction of biting the biter, but also having won the warm friendship of an archer of the court of Aides, which, to a man of his principles and practice, was a most invaluable acquisition. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of De Lorme by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. Achilles, on his return, amused me with the account I have just given, while he rubbed my shoulder with some unguent bought for the purpose; and though I was not over well pleased at having been played off as a robber, with so particular a description also as he had given of my person, yet I was not at all sorry that the jeweller had been pinched for his roguery, and not a little rejoiced with the recovery of my ring. As I have before said, the little player, though as cunning as a sharper in some matters, was in others as simple as a child, and, like a boy with his first crown piece, fortune never gave him any sum, however small, but he seemed to think it inexhaustible. Thus, from time to time, he found so many delightful ways of employing my 100 louis, that had I followed his advice, one single day would have seen me at the end of all my riches; but I soon put a stop to the building of his castles in the air, by informing him that I intended to live in the most rigid economy, till such time as I had an opportunity of writing to my father, at the same time begging him to make up his mind to follow my example, if he still held his intention of remaining with me. "Oh, very well, monsieur, very well," cried he gaily. "Anything contents me. I can live upon ortolans and stewed eels, but I do not object to onion soup and a crust of bread. Nay, when the soup cannot be had, the crust must serve." Having arranged in my own mind all my plans for pursuing my economical system as strictly as possible, I sat down to the long-deferred task of writing to my father. For now that I had seen Helen, half the difficulty was removed. No matter what were the contents of the letter which I wrote, it never went. Posts, in those days, were not the regular mechanical contrivances which our present glorious monarch has instituted for the purpose of facilitating the communication of every part of his dominions with the others. Couriers, indeed, passed to and fro from one part of the empire to another, carrying the letters of individuals as well as the dispatches of state, but all the arrangements concerning them were much in the same state as Louis XI had left them. Their departure from Paris was at uncertain and irregular times, and their journeys were generally directed towards the principal cities, having either commercial or political relations with the capital. The difficulty, therefore, of conveying anything to a remote and little frequented part of the empire delayed my letter for some time, and before an opportunity presented itself, circumstances had changed. In the meanwhile, I employed my mornings in searching for the mansion wherein I had seen Helen; but although aided by all the wit of little Achilles, to whom I communicated enough information to guide him on his search, I wandered through the streets of Paris in vain, watching the opening gates of every large hotel I saw, in the hope of beholding the livery in which the servants I had seen were dressed, and forcing my recollection to recall the appearance of the archway under which I had been carried, till 1,000 times I deceived myself into hope, and as often encountered disappointment. Once only I thought myself sure of the discovery. The porte cochere of a house near the Place Royale struck me as the very same I had passed, while borne upon the brancard by the servants. Every ornament, every pillar was there, as far as I could remember. There were the curious Gothic mouldings upon which the torchlight had flashed as we passed through. There were the 2 immense couchant bears carved in stone on each side of the arch, on the back of one of which the bearers had rested the litter, while the companions opened the gates. Everything seemed the same, and taking my stand under the porch of the monastery of the Minims, I kept watch for 2 hours, till a servant coming out showed me, to my surprise, a livery totally different from that which I had both hoped and expected to see. I may be asked what was my object in thus seeking for Helen, when I felt that my union with her was impossible, when at the very thought her brother's spirit seemed to rise up before me, and, with the same ghastly look which he had worn in death, bid me forget such hopes for ever. Why did I seek her? No one that has loved will ever ask. I sought her for the bright, brief happiness which the presence of the loved still gives, after every expectation is crushed and withered. I sought her with that dreamy sort of lingering with which a mother hangs over the frail clay of her dead child. My hopes were blighted, my happiness was gone, and yet the very object that most nourished my regret was that on which I could look most fondly, and which I sought with the most anxious, most unremitting care. Thus passed my mornings in fruitless search and continual disappointment. My evenings flew in a different manner, not in studying the sure way of winning, or in practising its precepts, for such a horror had seized me of that hell-invented vice, gaming, and of all that appertains to it, that my first care had been to throw the book I had bought into the fire. The temporary passion which had seized me, I looked upon, and can almost look upon now, as a fit of insanity, for taught as I had been from my infancy to abhor its very name, nothing but absolute madness could have hurried me to a vice at once so degrading and so dangerous, which, as far as regards the mind, is, in fact, at best, a combination of avarice and frenzy. I had now bought myself a variety of books on military tactics, and without any defined purpose in the study, I spent my whole evenings in poring over these treatises of attack and defence, a greater and a nobler species of gambling than that which I had quitted, it is true, but only less mad, inasmuch as it is a game which any one nation can compel another to play, and where those must lose who have not studied to win. I also went occasionally to a hall that an Italian fencer had fitted up in the Rue Pavée, for the purpose of turning a high reputation he had acquired in Europe into ready money. Here the room, which was furnished with all sorts of arms offensive and defensive, was well lighted every night, and the assembled company either formed practising parties amongst themselves, or took lessons from the Italian himself, who was one of the most athletic men I ever beheld, and certainly a most complete master of his weapons. My father, I have said, was perhaps the most skilful swordsman of his day, and he had taken care that his son should not be wanting in an accomplishment in which he was such a proficient. I was therefore certainly more than equal in point of skill to any one who frequented the Italian's hall, and very nearly a match for himself. This, however, seemed rather to give him pleasure than otherwise, and whenever I entered he saluted me with the respect which he enthusiastically imagined due to every one skilful in the noble science of arms, frequently inviting me to stretch my limbs with him in an assault, and taking a delight in showing me all the minute refinements of his art. This was the sole diversion I allowed myself, though while I mingled with the crowds where I knew no one, and wandered through the streets where I was a stranger, a sad feeling of loneliness, of miserable desolation, crept over my heart, and I returned to my lodging in the evening, grave, melancholy, and discontented. Although there were now several companies of actors continually at Paris, to the play I never went, that being a sort of amusement too costly for the narrow bounds to which I had restrained my expenses; and, indeed, so strictly economical was I in all my habits, that my good landlady began to fancy me in want, and to show her commiseration for my condition by all those little delicate pieces of charity which a person who has felt both pride and suffering knows how to evince towards those whose spirit has not yet wholly bowed to its fate. Any little delicacy which fell in her way, she would add it to the breakfast that Achilles brought me from the traiteur's; nor did she ever ask for her rent, but rather avoided me on those days when it became due, though I believe in truth she needed it not a little. I understood her motives, and though I did not choose to undeceive her, I took care that she should not be a loser by the kindness which she showed me. Finding in her also a delicacy of feelings and refinement of conversation which were above her station, I would sometimes, when any chance led me to speak with her, endeavour to ascertain whether her situation had ever been more elevated than that which she at present filled; and on one of these occasions she told me gratuitously that she had been in former years gouvernante to the beautiful Henriette de Vergne, whose private marriage with the Count de Bigorre I have already mentioned more than once. She was surprised to find that I was acquainted with so much of the history, of which she knew very little more herself. As I was found to have been privy to the marriage, said she, I was sent away directly, and denied all communication with my young lady, after it was discovered; but I saw the bloody spot where the poor count was slain, and the dents of the feet where the struggle had passed; and a fearful struggle it must have been, for two of the Marquis of Saint Brie's men remained ill at the village for weeks afterwards, and no one was allowed to see them but his own surgeon. One of them died also, and his confession was said to be so strange, that the priest sent to Rome to know how far he was justified in keeping it secret. After that I came to Paris, and I heard no more of the family, which all went to ruin, except, indeed, some one told me that my young lady died shortly afterwards in a convent at Auch. As I was, of course, anxious to transmit the papers which chance had placed in my hands to any of the surviving members of the Count de Bagnold's family, I inquired particularly what information she could give me concerning them, but she was more ignorant of everything relating to them than even myself. One morning, on my return from my vain searching after Helen, I was surprised on being informed that a stranger had inquired for me during my absence, and had begged the landlady to inform me that he would call again in the evening. Where reason has no possible clue to guide her through the labyrinth of any doubt, she pauses at the gate, while imagination seems to step the more boldly in, and, as if in mockery of her timid companion, sports through every turning, till she either finds the track by accident, or, tired of wandering through the inexplicable maze, she spreads her Daedalian wings and soars above the walls that would confine her. I had no cause to believe that one person sought me more than another, and yet my fancy set to work as busily as if I had the most certain data to reason from. My first thoughts immediately returned to Arnault, and my next to the Chevalier de Montenero; and so strange was the ascendancy which the last had gained over my mind, that the very idea of meeting with him inspired me with as much joy as if all my difficulties had been removed. But the description given in answer to my inquiries at once put to flight such a supposition. The stranger, my landlady informed me, was evidently a clergyman by his dress, and by his manner and appearance she guessed him to be one of a distinguished rank. It was, therefore, evidently neither the Chevalier nor Arnault, and the only supposition I could form upon the subject was that the Cardinal de Richelieu had at length deigned to take some notice of me. My disposition was naturally impatient of all expectation, and the dull heaviness of the last week, which I had passed day after day in the same fruitless pursuit, had worked me up to a pitch of irritable anxiety, which people of a different temperament can hardly imagine. I wearied imagination, I exhausted conjecture, I hoped, I feared, I doubted, till day waned and night came, and giving up all expectation of seeing this stranger that evening, I cursed him heartily for having said he would come, and not keeping his word, and sat down once more to my theory of tactics. I had scarcely, however, got through 1/4 of a campaign, when the rapid motion of Achilles' feet on the stair announced news of some kind, and in a moment after he threw open the door, giving admission to a stranger. The person who entered was not much older than myself. He was tall and apparently well made, but his clerical dress served him a good deal in this respect, concealing a pair of legs which were somewhat clumsy, and not the straightest in the world. His head was one of the finest I have ever seen, and his face without, perhaps possessing one feature that was regularly handsome, except the full rounded chin and the broad expanse of forehead, instantly struck and pleased, giving the idea of great powers of mind, joined with a light and brilliant wit that sparkled playfully in his clear dark eye. He bowed low as he entered, and advanced towards a seat, which I begged him to take, with that quietness of motion which, without being stealthy, is silent and calm, and is ever a sign of high breeding and good society. I made Achilles a sign to withdraw, and expressing myself honoured by the stranger's visit, begged to know whether I was to attribute it to any particular object, or merely to his kind politeness towards a stranger. "If there were any kindness in doing a pleasure to oneself," replied the stranger, "I would willingly take the credit of it; but in the present instance, as the gratification is my own, I cannot pretend to any merit." This answer was somewhat too vague to satisfy me, and I replied that I was fully sensible of the honour done me, and would have much pleasure in returning his visit when I knew where I might have the opportunity. My method of receiving him, as equal with equal, seemed, I thought, somewhat to surprise him, for, half closing his eyes, in a manner which seemed common to him, he glanced round my small apartment with a scrutinising look, too brief to be impertinent, and yet too remarking to escape my notice. "I shall esteem myself honoured by your visit," replied he at length. "I am but a poor abbé. My name, Jean de Gondi, and you will find me for the present at the house of my uncle, the Duc de Retz." It was, indeed, the famous abbé, afterwards Cardinal de Retz, with whom I was then in conversation. Not yet 23 years of age, he had already acquired one of the most singular reputations that ever man possessed. Daring, intriguing, and ambitious, nothing daunted him in his enterprises, nothing repelled him in their course. Storms and tumults were his element, and when, before he was 17, he wrote his famous Conjuration de Fiesque, he seemed to point out the scene in which he was himself destined to act, to which nature prompted him from the first, and circumstances called him in the end. In the manner, there was a strange mixture of calm suavity, thoughtless vivacity, policy, frankness, and pride, which, combined together, served perhaps better to cover his immediate motives, and hide his real character, than the appearance of any uniform habit of mind which he could have assumed. All men contain within themselves strange contradictions, but he was the only one I ever knew who, upon the most mature reflection, acted in continual contradiction to himself. He would often put in practice the most consummate strokes of policy to gain a trifle, or to satisfy an appetite, and he would commit the most egregious follies and effect the most extravagant passions, to hide the shrewdest political schemes, and conceal the best calculated and most subtle enterprises. He was a man on whom one could never calculate with certainty. It seemed his pleasure to disappoint whatever expectations had been formed of him, and yet to hear him reason, one would have judged that the slightest action of his life was regulated by strong conclusions from fixed unvarying principles. I had heard his character from many others, as well as from the Marquis de Saint Brie, but as this last gentleman had calculated, when he sketched it to me, that my life would be limited to 3 days at the utmost, he could have had no possible motive in deceiving me. With this knowledge of his character, then, it required no great discernment to see that the visit of De Retz was not without an object, and resolving, if it were possible, to ascertain precisely what that object was, I bowed on his announcing himself, and said, "Of course, Monsieur de Retz, it is needless for me to give you my name. You were certainly aware of that before you did me the honour of this visit." "No, indeed," replied he. "I am perfectly ignorant both of your name and rank, though by your appearance, and all I have heard of you, I can have no doubt in regard to the latter. The truth is, I was informed by persons on whom I could depend, that a young gentleman of singularly prepossessing appearance and manners had taken this apartment, and was supposed to be under some temporary difficulty." I turned very red, I believe; but he proceeded, "People will talk of their neighbours' affairs, you know, and 'tis useless to be angry with them. But hearing this, as I have said, I felt an irresistible impulse to visit you, and to render you any assistance in my power; nor will I regret it, even if I have been misinformed, inasmuch as it has gained me the pleasure of your acquaintance." With such a speech there was no possible means of being offended, though I felt not a little angry at my affairs having been made matters of commiseration throughout the town. I was rather inclined to believe, also, that the trouble which Monsieur de Retz had given himself did not originate entirely in benevolence. I did not doubt that charity might have had some part therein, for he had acquired a reputation, which I believe he deserved, for generous feeling towards the sufferings of his fellow creatures; but the motives of men are so mixed, that it is in vain tracing their original source. Like a giant stream, the course of human action arises very often in 5 or 6 different fountains, each of which has nearly the same right as the others to be considered the head; and besides this, in flowing on from its commencement to its end, it receives the accession of 1,000 other different currents, so that at the last not one drop in a million is pure water which welled from any individual source. I was sure, therefore, of doing Monsieur de Retz no great injustice in supposing that his benevolence might be tinged with other feelings, and I replied, "I should be sorry, sir, that a mistake had given you the trouble of coming here, did I not derive so much benefit from that false rumour. My name is the Count de L'Orme, and I am happy that the bounty you propose to exercise upon me may be turned towards some other person more needing and deserving it than I do." "Be not offended, Monsieur de L'Orme," replied De Retz, "at a mistake which has nothing in it dishonouring. Poverty is much oftener a virtue than wealth. But your name strikes me. De L'Orme! Surely that was not the name of the young gentleman that his highness the Count de Soissons expected to join him from Berne? Oh no, I remember, it was Count Louis de Bigorre." "But no less the same person," replied I, with an unspeakable joy at seeing the clouds break away that had hung over my fate, at finding myself known and expected where I had fancied myself solitary amongst millions. I felt as if at those few words I leapt over the barrier which had confined me to my own loneliness, and mingled once more in the society of my fellows. "I have always," continued I, "been called Count Louis de Bigorre, but circumstances induced me, when I left my father's house, to assume the title which really belongs to the eldest son of the Counts of Bigorre." Monsieur de Retz saw that there was some mystery in my conduct, and he applied himself to discover my secret with an art and industry which would have accomplished much greater things. Nor did I take any great pains to conceal it from him. It is astonishing how weakly the human heart opens to any one who brings it glad news. The citadel of the mind throws wide all its gates to receive the messenger of joy, and takes little heed to secure the prisoners that are within. In the course of half an hour my new acquaintance had made himself acquainted with the greater part of my history, and when I began to think of putting a stop to my communication, I found that the precaution was of no use. The moment, however, that he saw me begin to retire into myself, he turned the conversation again to the Count de Soissons, whom he advised me to seek without further loss of time. "You will find in him," said he, "all that is charming in human nature. In his communion with society he had but one fault originally, which was great haughtiness. He knew that it was a fault, and has had the strength of mind to vanquish it completely, so that you will see in him one of the most affable men that France can boast. In regard to his private character, you must make your own discoveries. A great mass of man's mind, like the greater part of his body, he takes care to cover, so that no one shall judge of its defects except they be very prominent. And there are, thank God, as few that have hump-backed minds as hump-backed persons. Indeed, it has become a point of decency to conceal everything but the face, even of the mind, and none but tatterdemalions and sans-culottes ever suffer it to appear in its nakedness. To follow my figure, then, Monsieur le Comte is always well dressed, so that you will find it difficult to know him. But, however, it is not for me to undress him for you. Take my advice. Set out for Sedan tomorrow, where, of course, you know he is, driven from his country by the tyrannizing spirit of our detested and detestable cardinal. I rather think the Count intends to initiate you somewhat deeply into politics, but that must be his own doing also. Break your fast with me tomorrow, and I will give you letters and more information. Is it an engagement?" I accepted the invitation with pleasure, and having answered one or two questions which I put to him, Monsieur de Retz left me for the night. Chapter XXXIV. Chapter 34 of De Lorme by G.P.R. James. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. Before I proceed further with my own narrative, it may be as well to take a slight review of the history of the Count de Soissons, whose fate had a great effect upon the course of my whole future life. Nor is it here unworthy of remark how strangely events are brought about by Providence, while we walk blind and darkling through this misty existence, groping our way onward on a path from which we cannot deviate. An accidental word, a casual action, will change the whole current of life, make a hermit of a monarch, and a monarch of a shepherd. As we sometimes see near the head of a stream, a small hillock that a dwarf could stride, turn the course of a mighty river far from the lands it flowed towards at first, and send its waters wandering over the other countries to kingdoms and oceans and hemispheres afar. The ancient county of Vendôme was in the year 1515 erected into a duchy by Francis I, in favour of Charles de Bourbon, a direct lineal descendant from Robert Count de Clermont, fifth son of St. Louis. Charles de Bourbon, thus Duke of Vendôme, left 5 sons, only 2 of whom had children, Antoine the elder and Louis the younger. The first, by his marriage with Jeanne d'Albret, became King of Navarre, and left one only son, who, by default of the line of Valois, succeeded to the crown of France under the title of Henri IV. Louis, the younger brother, became Prince of Condé, and having been twice married, left a family by each wife. By his first marriage descended the branch of Condé, and by the second he left one son, Charles, Count de Soissons, whose son Louis is the prince referred to in the foregoing pages. Setting out in life with great personal activity and address, immense revenues, considerable talents, and high rank, it is little to be wondered at that the young Count de Soissons, under the management of a weak, an indulgent, and a proud mother, should grow up with the most revolting haughtiness of character. From morning till night he heard of nothing but his own praises or his own rank, and by the time he was 18, his pride of demeanour was so repulsive and insupportable that it was a common saying that no one saw the Count de Soissons twice, for if he did not dislike them and forbid them to return, they were disgusted with him and would not go back. But as the fault was more in his education than in his disposition, its very excess corrected itself. He gradually found himself avoided by those whom heaven had designed for his companions, and sometimes even deserted by his very servants, so that he was often left alone to enjoy his rank and dignity by himself. Under these circumstances he evinced qualities of mind far superior to the petty vice which shrouded it. He had equally the wisdom to see that the fault lay in himself, the judgment to discover in what that fault consisted, and the energy to conquer it entirely. Not a trace of it remained in his manners, nor did any of his actions, but upon one occasion, ever give cause to suppose that a touch of his former haughtiness rested even in the inner recesses of his heart. With rare discrimination, also, of which few are master, in the examination to which he subjected his own character, he separated completely the good from the bad, and took the utmost care to preserve that dignity of mind which is the best preservation against base and petty vices, even while he cast from him the pride which is in itself a meanness. Many men, in correcting themselves of the vices of a bad education, would have felt some degree of bitterness towards the person to whose weakness that education and its vices were owing. But towards his mother the Count de Soissons ever remained a pattern of filial affection, consulting her wishes and inclination on every occasion where his own honour and character were not interested in opposing her. The consequences of the change which he had effected in himself were not long in rewarding him for the effort he had made, and in a very few years he found that affection followed him everywhere instead of hate. The bright qualities of his mind and the graces of his person shone out with a new light, like the glorious sun bursting through a cloud. He was adored by the army, loved by the people, and princes were proud to be his friends. At this time, however, the councils of France became embarrassed and disordered, and it was difficult even to run one's course quietly through life, so many were the dangers and evils that lurked about on all sides. Every step was upon an earthquake, and few would keep their footing steadily to the end. The Cardinal de Richelieu had already snatched the reins of government from the feeble hands that should have held them, and saw before him a wide field of power and aggrandizement, with few to oppose his putting in the sickle and reaping to his heart's content. The power, the wealth, the popularity of the Count de Soissons gave him the opportunity of so opposing, had he been so minded, and Richelieu was not a man to live in fear. He resolved, therefore, to win him or to crush him. To win him offered most advantages, if it could be accomplished, and deeming also that it would be more easy than the other alternative, Richelieu resolved to attempt it. For this purpose he united in one Circaean cup everything that he fancied could tempt the ambition or passions of him he sought to gain. By a confidential messenger he proposed to the Count the hand of his favourite niece, the Duchess d'Aquillon, offering as her dower an immense sum of ready money, the reversion of all his own enormous possessions, the sword of Constable of France, and what provincial government the Count might choose, and doubtless he deemed such an offer irresistible. Not so to the Count de Soissons, who conceived himself insulted by the proposal, and the only spark of his ancient haughtiness that remained breaking forth into a flame, he struck the messenger for daring to propose the hand of Marie de Vignerot, widow of a mean provincial gentleman, to a prince of the blood royal of France. Contemned and rejected, personal resentment became added to the other motives which urged Richelieu to the destruction of the Count de Soissons. Personal resentments never slept with him. They lived while he lived, nor were they ever weakened by sickness and approaching death. No means but one existed of gratifying his animosity towards the Count de Soissons, which was, to implicate him with some of the conspiracies which were every day breaking forth against the tyranny of the government. But even this was difficult, for, though living with princely splendour, the Count continued to reside in the midst of the court, where all his actions were open, and nothing could be attributed to him on which to found an accusation. Hatred, however, is ingenious. 1,000 petty vexations were heaped upon him, and, in the end, even personal insult was added, but without effect. The Count firmly resisted all the temptations which were held out to him to sully himself with any of the intrigues of the day. The solicitations of his friends, or the persecutions of his enemies, were equally in vain, and when human patience could no longer endure the grievances to which he was subjected at the court of France, he left it for Italy, bearing with him the love and regret of the noblest of his countrymen. A retreat, however, which left him free, unstained, and happy, neither quieted the fears nor appeased the hatred of Richelieu; but, forced to dissemble, he gradually appeared to abandon his evil intentions, invited the Count to return, and one by one made him such proposals as were likely to efface his former conduct, without exciting suspicion by a sudden change. The Prince was not competent to cope with so deep an adept in the art of deceit, and though still remembering with indignation the insults that had been offered him, he suffered himself to be persuaded that they would not be repeated, and returned to the court of France. The minister lost no time, and at length effected his object. On his return, the Count found the best laws of the state defeated, individual liberty lost, and the public good sacrificed to the particular interests of one ambitious man. Richelieu took care that 1,000 new affronts should mix a full portion of personal enmity with the Count's more patriotic feelings, and in the end the Prince suffered himself to be led into the conspiracy of Amiens. The weak and fickle Duke of Orleans had been placed in command over the Count de Soissons at the siege of Corbie, and brought in closer union from this circumstance than they had ever been before, the two princes had various opportunities of communicating their grievances, and concerting some means of crushing the tyranny which at once affected themselves personally and the whole kingdom. There were not wanting many to urge that the assassination of the cardinal was the only sure way of terminating his dominion; but as the consent of the Count de Soissons could never be obtained to such a measure, it was determined to arrest the minister at the council at Amiens, and submit his conduct to the judgment of a legal tribunal. The irresolution of the Duke of Orleans suspended the execution of their purpose at the moment most favourable for effecting it, and before another opportunity presented itself, the conspiracy was discovered, and the Duke of Orleans fled to Blois, while Monsieur le Comte, as the Count de Soissons was usually called, retired across the country to the strong town of Sedan, the gates of which were willingly thrown open to him by the Duke of Bouillon, who, though a vassal of France, still held that important territory between Luxembourg and Champagne, in full and unlimited sovereignty. Here the prince paused in security, well aware that Richelieu would never dare to attempt the siege of so strong a place as Sedan, while pressed on every side by the wars he himself had kindled. And here also he was at the time of my arrival in Paris, though in a very different situation from that in which he at first stood in Sedan. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of De Lorme by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. The memory of what we have done, without the aid of vanity, would be little better, I believe, than a congregation of regrets. Even in the immediate review of a conversation just past, how many things do we find which we have forgotten to say, or which might have been said better, or ought not to have been said at all. After Monsieur de Retz was gone, I looked back over the half hour he had spent with me, and instantly remembered 1,000 questions which I ought to have asked him, and 1,000 things on which I had better have been silent. I felt foolish, too, on remembering that I had proposed to draw from him all his purposes, and yet that he had made himself master of the greater part of my history, while I remained as ignorant of the real object of his visit as if he had never come at all. My resolution, however, was taken to follow his advice in the matter of going to Sedan. My reasons for so doing, or rather my motives, for reasons, 9 times out of 10, are out of the question in man's actions, were manifold. I despaired of finding Helen. I was aweary of that great heap of stones called Paris, where I knew no one, and I had upon me one of those fits of impatience which would have made me run into the very jaws of destruction to cast off the listlessness of existence. My eyes had been fixed upon the table while making these reflections, and on raising them, I found Achilles standing opposite to me, looking at my face with much the air of a dog who sees his master eating his dinner, and standing upon his hind legs begs for its share too. I could as plainly read in the twinkling little grey eyes of the ci devant player with the lackadaisical expression of his mouth. "Pray let me hear the news," as if it had been written in large letters on his forehead. "Achilles," said I, willing to gratify him in the most unpleasant way possible, a thing one often feels inclined to do to another, after having somewhat severely schooled oneself. "Achilles, I am going to leave you." "I beg your pardon, monsieur," replied he, calmly, "but that is quite impossible. You can hardly go anywhere where I will not follow you." "But listen," rejoined I am about to set off for Sedan. I ride post, and you can as much ride post as you can—" "Ride to the devil," said Achilles, interrupting me. "I should not find that very difficult, monsieur, but I will ride the devil himself, sooner than part with you again. So make your noble mind up to be hunted like a stag from Paris to Sedan, unless you let me ride quietly by your side." Though it required no augur's skill to foresee that little Achilles would prove a great encumbrance on the road, yet, as I found him so determined on going, I did not object; and bidding him prepare everything the next morning to set out as soon as I returned from the Hôtel de Retz, I went to bed and slept soundly till the dawn. At the hour appointed I proceeded to keep my engagement, and on entering the court of the Hôtel de Retz, I found myself suddenly immersed in all the noise and bustle of a great family's household. It put me in mind of the tales which our old maître d'hôtel used to tell of the Château de l'Orme, in the days which he remembered, when, as he expressed it, there were always 100 horses in the stable, and 50 gentlemen in the hall ready to mount at a word of my grandfather's mouth. And there was nothing but jingling of spurs, except when there was jingling of glasses, and the glittering of arms in the courtyard was only succeeded by glittering of knives at the table. I was immediately shown to the apartments of the Abbé de Retz, where I found him surrounded by the servants and gentlemen of his own suite, which was numerous and splendid, in exactly the same proportion as his personal appearance was simple and unostentatious. On my arrival, he rose and embraced me, and dismissing his attendants, presented me with 2 letters addressed to the Count de Soissons, which he requested me to deliver, the one from himself, the other from the Duke of Orleans. "I need not bid you be careful of them," said he, as he gave the 2 packets into my hands. "Each of them contains as much treason as would make the executioner's axe swing merrily." This was rather a startling piece of information, and I believe that my face, that unhappy betrayer of secrets, showed in some degree how much heavier the letters appeared to me after I had heard such news of their contents. "You seem surprised," said De Retz, "but you have lived so far from the court that you know not what is going on there. I do not suppose that there is one man of rank besides yourself in this great city who has not qualified himself for the Bastille or the Place de Grève. Do you not know that everything with Frenchmen depends upon fashion? And let me tell you, that treason is now the fashion, and that a man that could walk across the court of the Palais Cardinal with his head steady upon his shoulders would be looked upon by our belles dames as either mean-spirited or underbred, and scouted from society accordingly." "I am afraid that I am within the category," replied I, "for I do not know anything which would make my head tremble there, or in any other place." "Oh, fear not," answered Monsieur de Retz. "You will find Monsieur le Comte de Soissons surrounded by persons who will speedily put you in the way of as much treason as is necessary to good breeding. But let them not lead you too far. Our breakfast is by this time served in my private dining hall," he added. "I will send away the servants, and while we satisfy our hunger, I will give you so much insight into the characters of the party assembled at Sedan as may be necessary to your safety." Thus saying, he led me to a room on the same floor, where we found a small table spread with various delicacies, and covers laid for 3. "Remove that cover," said Monsieur de Retz to one of the servants. "Monsieur de Lisieux is so much past his time that I am afraid he will not come. And now leave us," he added; and then, as soon as the room was clear, "The truth is," said he, "I never expected the good Bishop of Lisieux, but I told the servants to place a cover for him, because he is a great friend of the Cardinal de Richelieu, and it could not get abroad that I was plotting with a stranger, when it is known that I expected the great enemy of all plots in the person of the worthy prelate." And he smiled while he told me this piece of art, piquing himself more upon such petty cunning than upon all the splendid qualities which his mind really possessed. Yet such perhaps is man's nature, valuing himself upon things that are contemptible, and very often affecting himself the same follies he condemns in others. "I give you nothing but fish, you will perceive," said Monsieur de Retz, as we sat down, "this being a meagre day of our church. Though, indeed, neither the fasting nor mortification are very great, yet I always keep these fish days. It is a very reputable method of devotion, and gains friends amongst the poissards, no insignificant class." As we proceeded with our meal, he gave me the sketches he had promised. "Of Monsieur le Duc de Bouillon," he said, "I shall say nothing, except that, being a great man and sovereign in his town of Sedan, I would advise you to show him all respect and attention, without, however, attaching yourself too strongly to what I may call his party. Near the person of the Count himself, you will find Monsieur de Varicarville, a man of taste and sense, moderate in his passions, firm in his principles, and devotedly attached to the interest of his lord. A very few days' communication with him will show you that this statement is correct, and in the meanwhile I will give you a note to him, which will lead him to open himself to you more than he would do to a stranger. Another person you will meet is Monsieur de Bardouville, a man of very good intentions, but with so muddy a brain, that whatever is placed there, good or bad, sticks so tenaciously that there is no getting it out. He has been converted to a wrong party, and does all in his power to hurry Monsieur le Comte into schemes that would prove his ruin." "But if his intentions are so good," said I, "were it not worth while to attempt, at least, to bring him over to better opinions by reason?" "No, no," answered De Retz. "One makes a very foolish use of reasons when one employs it on those who have none. Let him alone, Monsieur de l'Orme. The only man who ever made anything of his head was the man that cut it in marble; and then, as Voiture said, he had better have left it alone, as the bust was not a bit softer than the original. But to proceed, take notice of Campion, one of the chief domestics of Monsieur le Comte. He is a man of great probity and sound judgment, one that you may confide in. You have now my opinion of the principal persons with whom you will be brought in contact, but of course you will form your own." And drawing in his eyes, he considered me for a moment through the half closed lids, as if he would have read in my face what impression all he had said had made upon me. I could not help smiling, for I saw that the facility with which he had drawn my history from me the night before had given him no very high idea of my intellectual powers, and I replied, still smiling, "Of course, Monsieur de Retz, I shall form my own opinion. I always do, of every one I meet with." He did not well understand the smile, and never contented unless he read all that was passing in the mind of those with whom he spoke, he opened his eyes full, and with a frank laugh asked me what I thought then of himself. I have often remarked that perfect candour sometimes puts the most wily politician to fault, more than any imitation of his own doublings, though I believe there was some degree of pique in my doing so too. If you would know frankly what I think of you, Monsieur de Retz, you must hear what I think of your conduct since we first met, for that is all I can personally judge of. "Well, well," replied he, "speak of that, and I will confess if you are right." "In respect to your coming to me last night, then," replied I think you had some motive of which I am not aware." A slight flush passed over his face, and then a smile, and he nodded to me to go on. "In regard to the valuable information you have given me to day, and for which you have my thanks, I think that the cause of your giving it is something like the following. You have some interest in the proceedings of his highness the Count de Soissons." "None but his own, upon my honour," interrupted De Retz. "Granted," replied I. "Of that I do not pretend to judge; but there are evidently two parties about the prince, one urging him one way, and one another. You, Monsieur de Retz, are attached to one of these parties, and you are very glad of the opportunity of our accidental meeting, to bias me in favour of that side to which you yourself adhere, and to throw me, though a person of very little consequence, into the hands of those with whom you yourself co-operate. I doubt not," I added with a smile and a bow, "that your opinion is perfectly correct, and that to your party I shall finally adhere, if his highness thinks fit to retain me near his person; but of course it will be the more gratifying to you to find that I embrace your opinions more from conviction than persuasion." I am afraid my politeness had taken somewhat of a triumphant tone, upon the strength of my supposed discernment; and even before I had done speaking, I was aware of my error, and felt that I might be making an enemy instead of securing a friend. But, as I have said, he always contrived to disappoint expectation. For a moment he looked mortified, but his face gradually resumed its good humour, and he replied with, I believe, real frankness: "Monsieur de L'Orme, you are right. I own that I have undervalued you, and you make me feel it, for that is what your conversation points at. But you must give me back that letter to Monsieur le Comte. I must not mislead him in regard to your character." I gave him back the letter, saying jestingly, that I should much like to see the reputation which I had acquired on a first interview, and which was, doubtless, there written down in full. "Nay, nay," replied he, tearing it, "that were useless, and perhaps worse. But you shall see what I now write, if you will, and I will write it frankly." He accordingly led the way again to his library, where he wrote a short note to the Count, which he handed to me. After a few lines of the ambiguous language in which the politicians of that day were wont to envelope their meaning, but which evidently did not at all refer to me, I found the following: "This letter will be delivered to your highness by Count Louis de Bigorre, whom you have expected so long. I met with him by accident, and for a time undervalued him; but I find, upon farther knowledge, that he can see into other people's secrets better than he can conceal his own. Whether he is capable of discretion on the affairs of his friends, your highness will judge; for it does not always follow that a man who gossips of himself will gossip of his neighbours. The same vanity which prompts the one will often prevent the other. I do not believe that I should have been able to maintain the same appearance of good humour under Monsieur de Retz's castigation that he had evinced under mine, had I not observed his eye fix on me as he gave me the paper, and felt certain that while I read, it was scrutinising every change of my countenance with the microscopic exactness of a naturalist dissecting a worm. I was upon my guard, therefore, and took care that my brow should not exhibit a cloud even as light as the shadow that skims across a summer landscape. "A fair return in kind," replied I, giving him back the letter, with as calm a smile as if I had been looking at the portrait of his mistress; "and I shall be obliged of necessity to let Monsieur le Comte into all my secrets. He will be able to judge, when he comes to compare notes with you, how much your ingenuity drew from me last night, and how much my poor discretion managed to conceal." "Excellent good!" cried De Retz, rising and taking me by the hand. "So you would have me think that you had not told me all, my dear Count, and would thus leave the devil of curiosity and the fiend of mortified vanity to tease me between them during your absence. But you are mistaken. The only use of knowing men's histories is to know their characters, and I have learned more of yours to day than I did even last night. However, it is time for you to depart. There are the letters," he continued, after having added a few words to that addressed to the Count. "Travel as privately as you can, and fare you well. Before we meet again, we shall know enough of each other from other sources to spare us the necessity of studying that hard book, the human mind, without a key." I accordingly took leave of Monsieur de Retz, and in my way home found out the dwelling of a horse dealer, for the purpose of buying 2 nags for Achilles and myself, the necessity of travelling as privately as possible having induced me to change my intention of taking the post. Though in his whole nature and character there is not, I believe, an honester animal in the world than a horse, yet there must be something assuredly in a habitual intercourse with him which is very detrimental to honesty in others, for certainly, and I believe in all ages it has been so, there cannot be conceived a race of more arrant cheats and swindlers than the whole set of jockeys, grooms, and horse-dealers. The very first attempt of the man to whom I at present applied was to sell me an old broken-down hack, with a Roman nose, which at once indicated its antiquity, for a fine, vigorous young horse, as he called it, well capable of the road. The various ingenious tricks had been put in practice of boring his teeth, blistering his pasterns, etc., and his coat shone as much as fine oil could make it. But still he stood forth with his original sin of old age rank about him, and I begged leave to decline the bargain, though the dealer and palfrenier both shrugged their shoulders at my obstinacy, and declared upon their conscience there was not such another horse in the stable. After several endeavours to cheat me in the same manner, which they would not abandon, or by habit could not abandon, although they saw I was somewhat knowing in the trade, I fixed upon a strong roan horse for myself, and a light, easy-going pad for Achilles. The question now became the price I was to pay, and after the haggling of half an hour, the dealer agreed to take 40 louis for the two, which was about 5 more than their value. He declared, however, so help him God, that he lost by it, and only let me have them in hope of my future custom. "I never intend to buy a horse of you again as long as I live," replied I, sharply, "so do not suffer that hope to bias you." "Well, well, take them," said he. "They would soon eat out the money in corn, and so I should lose it anyway." This matter being settled, I directed them to be brought immediately to my lodging, making a bargain beforehand for the necessary saddles and bridles, of which the good dealer kept a store at hand, and then sped on to see that all was prepared for our departure. It was already past midday, but everything having been made ready during my absence by the activity of my little attendant, as soon as the horses were brought, we loaded them with our bags and our persons, and set out for Sedan. Be it remarked, however, that I still maintained my little lodging in the Rue des Prêtres Saint Paul, as from some words dropped by the Abbé de Retz, I fancied that I might have occasion to return to Paris on the affairs of Monsieur le Comte. The ambling jennet which I had bought for Achilles was so much easier than any horse whose back he had ever yet honoured, that the poor little man, after having anticipated the pains of hell, found himself in Elysium, and declared that he could ride to Jerusalem and back without considering it a pilgrimage. I was resolved, however, to put his horsemanship to the proof; for though I did not seek to call attention to myself by galloping like an express, in that age, when even one's horse's pace was matter of suspicion, yet, as the way was long, I calculated that we might at least reach Jouarre that night. This was accomplished easily. Stopping but half an hour at Meaux to feed our horses, and then proceeding with all speed, we saw La Ferté not far off, at about an hour before sunset, with its beautiful abbey standing out clear and rich against the evening sky, and the sweet valley of the Morin winding away in the soft obscurity of the declining light. Turning out of one of the by-roads, a horseman overtook us, and saluting us civilly, joined himself to our party. From the hint Monsieur de Retz had given me concerning the letter of the Duke of Orleans, I thought it best to avoid all communication with strangers, and therefore gave but very cold encouragement to our new companion's advances. He was a small, keen, resolute-looking little man, and not to be repulsed easily, as I soon found; for perceiving that I was not inclined to continue the conversation which he had commenced, he took the whole burden of it upon himself, and with a peculiar talent for hypotheses, he raised as many conjectures concerning the point to which our journey ended, and our particular object in journeying, as would have found employment for at least 100, if they had all been true. I remembered that Cæsar, in some part of his commentaries, attributes particularly to the Gauls a bad habit of stopping strangers and asking them impertinent questions, and I could not help thinking that the valiant Roman, in some of his adventures, must have met with the ancestors of our new companion. We jogged on, however, I maintaining my silence, and Achilles playing the stranger, as I have seen a skilful fisherman play a large trout. When the horseman discovered that our nature was not of a very communicative quality, he seemed to think that perhaps we required him to open the way, and therefore he told us that he was going to La Ferté to buy grindstones, and that he always lodged at the auberge of the Écu, which he begged to recommend to us as the best in town. It was the very best, he said, beyond dispute. We should find good beds, good victuals, and good wine, all at a reasonable rate, and he farther hinted that, if we desired such a thing, we might have the advantage of his company to give us an account of the town, and point out to us its beauties and curiosities. Only if we desired it, he said, he was not a man to force his society upon any one. I replied by a bow, which I intended to be very conclusive, but our new friend was not a man to be satisfied with bows, and therefore he asked straightforward whether I intended to go to the Écu. I replied that it would depend on circumstances, and as we were by this time in the town of La Ferté, no sooner did I see him draw his rein, as if about to proceed to his favourite auberge, than I drew mine the contrary way, and was galloping off, when, to my horror and astonishment, he turned after me, declaring, with a smile of patronising kindness, that I was so sweet a youth he could not think of parting with me, and therefore, as I would not come to his auberge, he would come to mine. The matter was now beyond endurance. "Sir," said I, pulling in my rein, and eyeing him with that cold sort of contemptuous frown which I had generally found a sufficient shield against impertinence, "be so good as to pursue your own way, and allow me to pursue mine. I neither require your society, nor is it agreeable to me, and therefore I wish you good morning." "Ho, sir, ho!" replied the stranger. "I am not a man to force my society upon any one, but you cannot prevent my going to the same inn with yourself. I read something fortunate in your countenance, and therefore I am sure that no accident will happen to me while I am under the same roof with you. The inn where you sleep will not be burnt down, thieves will not break into it, the rafters will not give way, and the walls fall in. Sir, I am a physiognomist, a chiromancer, an astrologer. I am no necromancer, however. I neither evoke spirits nor use magic, white or black." "No, no," replied Achilles, grinning till an improper connection seemed likely to take place between his mouth and his ears. "No, no, you may be a chiromancer and astrologer, but you are no conjurer, that is clear enough." "Silence, Achilles," cried I. "Let him pursue his own follies, and follow me on." Thus saying, I rode forward, resolved rather to climb the hill to Jouarre than expose myself to encounter any more of the babbling old fool's impertinence. But this effort was as vain as the former, for, determined not to be shaken off, he kept close behind me till we had reached the beautiful little town of Jouarre, and were safely lodged in the only auberge which it contained. The moment after I had entered, in he marched into the kitchen, and though the landlord treated him as a stranger, yet there was a something, I know not what, which impressed upon my mind that there was some sort of understanding between them. Odd suspicions crossed my imagination, and I resolved to be upon my guard. At the same time, I knew that too great an appearance of reserve might excite suspicion, and consequently I spoke a few quiet words to the landlord, such as a somewhat taciturn traveller might be supposed to exchange with his host on his arrival, and then went to Achilles to see that the horses were properly provided for. In regard to the stranger, he talked with every one who would talk with him, always taking care, however, to keep me and my fortunate face in sight. And, indeed, he seemed gifted with ubiquity, for no sooner did I leave him in the kitchen than I met him in the stable, and the next moment I found him again bustling about in the kitchen, ordering his supper with a tone of great authority. For his part, the landlord, who acted also as cook, and who seemed himself stewed down to nothing from his continual commerce with stewpans, showed the stranger 1,000 times more submissive respect than to any one else, bending his elastic knees with an infinitely lower cringe when the stranger addressed him than when I did. As soon as I had supped, we retired to our sleeping chamber, Achilles having his allotted place in a small truckle bed, which must have been made for him, it fitted so nicely. Before retiring to rest, however, I took care to secure the letters of the Count de Soissons under my bolster, fastening the door, which had no lock, with what was perhaps better, a large heavy bolt. I slept soundly till the next morning, but on waking I found my poor little attendant almost speechless with fear. As soon as he could speak, however, he declared that, in the grey of the morning, he had seen a ghost glide in, he knew not how, proceed to the leathern bags which contained our effects, and fumble them for a moment or two in a very mysterious manner. It then glided out, he added, just as I woke, but with so little noise that it could not have been the cause of dissipating my slumber. By heaven, it was a dangerous undertaking, cried I in a loud voice, for the benefit of any one within hearing. Had I chanced to wake, I would have shot it, had it been the best ghost that ever was born. Examine the bags, Achilles, and see if anything has been stolen. At the same time, I proceeded to ascertain whether the bolt had been drawn back by any contrivance from without, but all appeared as I had left it, and nothing seemed gone from the bags, so that I was obliged to conclude that either Achilles' imagination had deceived him, or that someone had gained admission into the chamber, by means I could not discover, for some other purpose than simple robbery. After the utmost scrutiny, however, I could not perceive any possible way of entering the room, and dressing myself as quickly as possible, I descended in order to pay my reckoning, and set out immediately. The landlord stated the sum, and I laid down the money on the table piece by piece, which he took up in the same manner, bending his head over it till it was close to mine, when suddenly he said in a low whisper, seeming to count the silver all the time, "You are accompanied by a spy. If you want to conceal whither you go, mount and be gone with all speed, and take care of your road." I replied nothing, but hurried the preparation of the horses as much as possible, and was in hopes of escaping before my persecutor of the night made his appearance. But just as I had my foot in the stirrup, his visage presented itself at the door, crying with the most indomitable imprudence, "Wait for me! Wait for me! I will not be a moment." As may well be supposed, I did not even wait to reply, but putting my spurs to my horse, I set off down the hill, begging Achilles to seduce his beast into a gallop, if possible. The little man did his best, and so successful were we in our endeavours, that we soon left Jouarre far behind us, and on turning to look back on the road after half an hour's hard riding, I could see nothing but a blessed void, which gave me more pleasure than anything I could have beheld. I slackened not my pace, however, but rode on towards Montmirail as fast as possible, thinking over the circumstances which had given rise to my galloping. The minister, I knew, with the jealous suspicion of usurped power, maintained a complete regiment of spies, scattered all over the kingdom, and invested with every different character and appearance, which could disguise their real occupation. And I doubted not that, according to the landlord's hint at Jouarre, our talkative companion was one of this respectable troop. The character which he assumed was certainly a singular one, but it must be confessed he played it to admiration, and I congratulated myself not a little on having escaped the pursuit of such a vampire. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Delorme by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. As I wished much to arrive at Chalons that night, we remained no longer at Montmirail than was absolutely necessary to refresh the horses. But before we arrived at Chantrix, the ambling nag which had borne Achilles began to appear jaded, and for fear of knocking him up altogether, I determined to halt at that little village for the night, never doubting that we had left our persecutor far behind. What was my surprise then, on descending to the courtyard the next morning, to see the same identical little man, with his brown pourpoint and his immense funnel-shaped riding boots, standing in the court ready to mount his horse. I drew back instantly, hoping he had not seen me, but to see everything was a part of his profession, and quitting his horse's bridle, he ran into the house after me, pulled off his beaver with the lowest possible bow, giving me the compliments of the morning, and declaring himself the happiest man in the world to have met with me and my fortunate countenance again. "I saw your horse standing in the stable," added he, "and was resolved not to be too late to-day." His persevering impudence was so ridiculous that I could not help laughing, and as I saw no way of getting rid of him at the time, I resolved to tolerate him for a while, till I could find some means either of putting him on a wrong scent, or of casting him off more effectually. "Well, then," replied I, "if you are resolved to follow my fortunate face all over the world, you will have to ride fast and far, for I am going to Metz, and am pressed for time." "Sir," replied the stranger, "I am delighted at the opportunity of riding with you so far. If you had ever been in the East, sir, you would have no difficulty in divining my motive in accompanying you." "Without having been in the East," I muttered to myself, "I have no difficulty in divining your motive." But taking care not to allow him to suppose I entertained any suspicions of him, I begged he would explain how a journey to the East could have enlightened me upon such a subject. "Why, you must know, sir," replied he, "that all Oriental nations hold, and I profess myself of their opinion, that good and bad fortune are infectious, and that by keeping company with a fortunate man, we very often mend our own luck. Now, sir, I read in your countenance that you were born under a fortunate star, and therefore I resolved not to leave you till I was certain I had caught something of the same." "But I hope you are not an unfortunate man," rejoined I; "for if you are, on your own principle, you shall ride no farther with me." "Oh, no," replied the other, "my fortune is neither good nor bad. I am just in that indifferent state wherein a man is most liable to be affected by the fortune of the company he falls into." "Then Lord deliver you," said I, "for you have fallen in with one whose whole existence hitherto has been nothing but a tissue of mischances; and if I find, as I am afraid I shall, my aunt at Metz has died without making a will, my misfortunes will be complete, for I shall have hardly bread to eat, without his eminence of Richelieu gives me a place, a recompense of a little service I once rendered him." I tried hard to make this annunciation in as natural a tone as art could furnish me with, and I succeeded in evidently bewildering all the preconceived ideas of the spy, who, while I discharged my reckoning and mounted my horse, which was now ready, stood with his foot in the stirrup and his face full of incertitude, not knowing whether to believe me or not. It luckily so happened that Achilles, who stood by, was totally ignorant of what motive induced me to quit Paris, and I might, for aught he knew, have had as many aunts at Metz as Danaus had daughters, so that his countenance was not likely to contradict me. The spy, however, knowing that suspicion is the best rule of action for gentlemen of his cloth under all circumstances, thought he could not do wrong in throwing his other leg over his horse's back, and following me, even at the risk of my having an aunt really dying at Metz. Accordingly, he was instantly by our side, keeping up with admirable perseverance the chattering, inquisitive character he had assumed, and never ceasing to ask one question or another, till we arrived at St. Ménéhould, where I again stopped for the night. Wherever we had occasion to pause, even to water our horses, I observed that my new companion was evidently known, though every one affected to treat him as a stranger. Determined to get rid of him some way, from this confirmation of the suspicions I entertained respecting the honourable capacity he filled, as I was about to retire for the night, I whispered to the host of St. Ménéhould, sufficiently low to pass for a secret, yet sufficiently loud to be heard, to wake me at 4:30 in the morning. After this I proceeded to my room, undressed myself, went to bed, and made Achilles extinguish the light, as if I were about to sleep soundly through the night. But I took care to abstain from closing an eye, though the temptation was very great to do so, especially as I was entertained from the bed of my little companion with a sort of music, which, however unmelodious, was very soporific. I had previously ascertained that at 1 o'clock in the morning the king's ordinary courier was expected to pass from Verdun, and consequently that somebody would sit up in the inn to provide for his accommodation. At midnight, therefore, I rose, and waking Achilles, bade him dress himself and carry down the bags, all of which we executed with the most marvellous silence, paid the landlord, who was sleeping by the fire, saddled our own horses, and very soon were far upon the road to Verdun, laughing over the surprise which our talkative companion would feel the next morning, when he woke and found us irretrievably gone. Achilles thought it a very good joke, and I a very happy deliverance, and the dawn broke and found us congratulating ourselves still. But what was my horror and surprise, when turning my head in the grey light of the morning, I saw the brown pourpoint, and the funnel-shaped riding boots, and the strong little horse, and the detestable little man, not 100 yards behind me, cantering on as composedly as if nothing had occurred to separate him for a moment from my fortunate face, as he called it. "Ho, ho!" cried he as he rode up. "I am not a man to force my society upon any one, but I must say it was a very ungentlemanlike thing to get up in the night and leave me behind, without so much as giving me warning or wishing me good evening, and I have ridden all this way, sir, to tell you so." We had already passed Clermont-en-Argonne, and were in the heart of the wood that stretches round the village of Dombasle, and is generally called the Long Wood of Dombasle. I knew not what might be the consequence of suffering this old man to follow me to Verdun, but it was more than probable he would meet with many persons armed with sufficient authority either to detain us or to search our persons, should he think fit to instigate such a proceeding. But I was well aware that the life or death, the safety or destruction of many of the first persons in the realm depended on my passing free, and therefore I took my determination at once. Glancing up and down the road to see that all was clear, I suddenly turned my horse upon him, caught his bridle rein with one hand, and his collar with the other, and attempted to pull him off his horse. But I soon found that I had to do with one who, though weak in comparison with myself, was nevertheless skilful in the management of his horse and the use of his arms. In spite of my efforts, he contrived to bring his horse's head round, to shake off my grasp, and drawing his sword, to stand upon the defensive in so masterly a manner that the farther attack became a matter of no small difficulty. I was now, however, too far committed to recede, but while I considered the best means of mastering without injuring him, he seemed to think I was daunted, and cried out in a jeering tone, "Ho, ho! Your fortunate face is likely to get scratched if you come near me. Better ride on to see your aunt at Metz, or back to Paris, and persuade the Cardinal to give you a place. See that it be not in the Bastille, though." "Ride in, Achilles, on your side," cried I, "while I ride in on mine. Quick, we have no time to lose." No sooner, however, did the old spy hear this order, and see it likely to be executed, than turning his horse back towards Clermont, he gave him full rein, and spurred off at all speed. This did not very well answer my purpose, and dashing my spurs into my beast's side, I made him spring on like a deer, overtook the fugitive before he had gone 20 yards, and once more catching his collar, brought him fairly to the ground. It was no longer difficult to master his sword, and this being done, he begged most pitifully for mercy. "Mercy you shall have," replied I, "but, by heaven, I will no longer be teased with such detestable persecution. 'Tis insupportable that a peaceable man cannot ride along the high road on his own affairs, without having a chattering old dotard sticking to him like a horse leech." Achilles had by this time ridden up, and taking some strong cord which he happened to have with him, I pinioned the arms of my indefatigable pursuer, and leading him a little way into the wood, I tied him tight to a tree, near a pile of faggots, which showed that the spot was so far frequented that he would not be left many hours in such an unpleasant situation. My only object was to get rid of him, and this being effected, I again mounted my horse and pursued my journey to Verdun, though, as I went, I could not help every now and then turning my head and looking down the road, not a little apprehensive of seeing the brown pourpoint and funnel-shaped boots pursuing me once more. I arrived, however, unannoyed, and notwithstanding the prayers and entreaties of Achilles that I would but stay a quarter of an hour to satisfy the cravings of an empty stomach, I instantly hailed one of the flat boats that lie below the bridge. The little man, judging of my intentions, spurred his horse as quick as light up to the traiteur's on the opposite side of the way, and before I had concluded a bargain with the boatman to take us and our 2 horses to Sedan, he had returned with an immense roasted capon and half a yard of bread. Once in the boat, and drifting down the Meuse, I felt myself in safety, and a full current and favourable wind bore us rapidly to Sedan. It was night, however, before we arrived, and we found the gates closed and drawbridge raised, and all the most vigorous precautions taken to prevent the entrance of any unknown person into the town during the night. "If you will disembark, sir," said the boatman, "and go round to the land gate, they will soon let you in, for there are parties of 50 and 60 arriving every day, and Sedan will be too small to hold them before long. However, they refuse no one admittance, for they say the Count will soon take the field." "Take the field!" said I, "and for what, pray?" "That I don't know," answered the boatman. "Folks say it is to dethrone the cardinal, and make the king prime minister." Whether this was a jest or a blunder, I did not well know; but bidding the man put me on shore, I led out my roan, and mounting on the bank, rode round to a little hamlet which had gathered on each side of the road, at about 100 yards from the Luxembourg gate. As I was going to inquire at one of the houses, I saw a sentinel thrown out as far as the foot of the glacis, and riding up to him, I asked if admission was to be procured that night. He replied in the affirmative, and proceeding to the gate, I was soon permitted to enter, but immediately my bridle was seized on each side by a pikeman, and the same being performed upon Achilles, we were led to a small guard house, where we found a sleepy officer of the watch, who asked, with a true official drawl, "Whom seek you in the good town of Sedan, and what is your business here?" "I seek his highness the Count de Soissons," replied I, "and my business with him is to speak on subjects that concern himself alone." "Your name and rank?" demanded the officer. "Louis de Bigorre, Count de l'Orme," replied I, "and this is my servant, Achilles Lefranc." "We shall soon have need of Achilles," said the officer, grinning. "I wish, Monsieur le Comte, that you had brought a score or two such, though he seems but a little one. Mouchard, guide these two gentlemen up to the castle. There is a pass." There is almost always something sad and gloomy in the aspect of a strange town at night. We seem in a dark, melancholy world, where every step is amongst unknown objects, all wrapped up in a cold, repulsive obscurity; and I felt like one of the spirits of the unburied, on the hopeless borders of Styx, as I walked on amidst the tall, dark houses of Sedan, which, as far as any interest that I had in them, were but so many ant hills. Lighted by a torch that the soldier who guided us carried, and followed, as I soon perceived, by 2 other guards, we were conducted to the higher part of the town, where the citadel is situated, and there, after innumerable signs and countersigns, I was at last admitted within the walls, but not suffered to proceed a step in advance, till such time as my name had been sent in to the principal officer on guard. I was thus detained half an hour, at the end of which time a page, splendidly dressed, appeared, and conducted me to the interior of the building, with a display of reverence and politeness which augured well as to my farther reception. Achilles followed along the turnings and windings of the citadel, till we came to a chamber, through the open door of which a broad light streamed out upon the night, while 100 gay voices chattered within, mingled with the ringing, careless laugh of men who, cutting off from themselves the regrets of the past and the fears of the future, live wise and happy in the existence of the day. "If you will do me the honour, sir," said the page, turning to my little attendant, "to walk into that room, you will find plenty of persons who will make you welcome to Sedan, while I conduct your master to another chamber." Achilles bowed to the ground, and answered the page in a speech compounded suddenly from 20 or 30 tragedies and comedies; and though, to confess the truth, it hung together with much the same sort of uniformity as a beggar's coat, yet the attendant seemed not only satisfied, but astonished, and made me, as master of such a learned Theban, a lower reverence than ever, while he begged me to follow him. Meet it as one will, there is always a degree of anxiety attached to the first encounter with a person on whom our fate in any degree depends, and I caught my heart beating even as I walked forward towards the apartments of the Count de Soissons. We mounted a flight of steps, and at the top entered an antechamber, where several inferior attendants were sitting, amusing themselves at various games. In the room beyond, too, the same sort of occupation seemed fully as much in vogue, for of 20 gentlemen that it contained, only 2 were engaged in conversation, with some written papers between them, while all the rest were rolling the dice, or dealing the cards, with most industrious application. Several, however, suffered their attention to be called off from the mighty interests of their game, and raising their heads, gazed at me for a moment as I passed through the room, and then addressed themselves to their cards again, with a laugh or an observation on the newcomer, which, with the irritable susceptibility of youth, I felt very well inclined to resent, if I could have found any specious plea for offence. The page still advanced, and throwing open a door on the other side of the room, led me through another small antechamber, only tenanted by a youth who was nodding over a book, to a door beyond, which he opened for me to pass, and left me to go in alone. The room which I entered was a large lofty saloon, hung with rich tapestry, and furnished with antique chairs and tables, the dark hues of which, together with the sombre aspect of the carved oak plafond, gave a gloomy air of other days to the whole scene, so that I could have fancied myself carried back to the reign of Francis I. A large lamp, containing several lights, hung by a chain from the ceiling, and immediately under this, leaning back in a capacious easy chair, sat a gentleman with a book in his hand, which he was reading, and evidently enjoying, for at the moment we entered, he was laughing till the tears rolled over his cheeks. As soon as he heard a step, however, he laid down his book and turned towards the door, struggling to compose his countenance into some degree of gravity. As I advanced, he rose and addressed me with that frank and pleasing affability which is the best and surest key to the human heart. "Count Louis de Bigorre, I believe," he said. "You catch me in an occupation which the proverb attributes to fools, laughing at myself; but with such a companion as Sancho Panza, one may be excused, though the same jest has made my eyes water 100 times. However, be you most welcome, for you have been a long expected guest at Sedan. Yet now you are arrived," he added, "however great the pleasure may be to me, perhaps, it would have been better for yourself had you remained absent." I replied, as a matter of course, that I could not conceive anything better for myself than the honour of being attached to the Count de Soissons. "Heaven only knows," said he, "what may be the event to you or me. But sit down, and tell me why you left Paris, whom you saw there, and what news was stirring in that great capital." "I have been 4 days on the road," replied I, bringing forward one of the smaller chairs, so as to be sufficiently near the prince to permit the conversation to flow easily, without approaching to any degree of familiar proximity. "Perhaps," I continued, "as I rode my own horses, I might not have had the honour of seeing your highness till tomorrow, had I not found it necessary to hurry forward to avoid a disagreeable companion." "How so?" demanded the count. "I hope no attempt was made to impede your progress hither; for if that has been the case, it is time that I shall look to my communications with my other friends in France." I gave the count a somewhat detailed account of my adventures on the road, that he might judge what measures were necessary to ensure the secrecy of his correspondence with Paris. "So," cried he, laughing, "you have met with an old friend of ours here, Jean le Hableur, as he is called. He is one of the cardinal's most daring and indefatigable spies, and few are there who have had address and courage enough to baffle him as you have done. He traced my poor friend Armand de Paul to the very gates of Sedan, found out that he was carrying dispatches to me, filched a letter from his person containing much that should have remained secret, and having made himself acquainted with his name, laid such information against him that Armand, at his return to Paris, was instantly arrested and thrown into the Bastille. Why, the whole country between Verdun and Paris is so famous, or rather infamous, from his continual presence, that no one here dare pass by that road for fear of meeting with Jean le Hableur. You should have gone by Mézières. But where are these letters you speak of?" I instantly produced them, and gave them into the hands of the count, who read the letter from the Duke of Orleans with a sort of smile that implied more scorn than pleasure. He then laid it down, saying aloud, with rather a bitter emphasis, My good cousin of Orleans. He then perused the epistle of Monsieur de Retz, and from time to time, as he did so, turned his eyes upon me, as if comparing the character which he therein found written down, and those ideas which he had already begun to form of me himself, from that outward semblance that almost always finds means to prejudice even the widest and most cautious. When he had concluded, he rose and walked once or twice across the saloon, thoughtfully running his hand up and down the broad rich sword belt which hung across his breast, which I afterwards found was habitual with him when any consideration occupied him deeply. I had risen when he rose, but still stood near the table, without, however, turning my eyes towards it, for the letter of the Duke of Orleans lying open upon it, I did not choose to be suspected of even wishing to know its contents. Sit, Count Louis, said the Prince, resuming his seat, and then adding in a serious tone, but one of great kindness, Monsieur de Retz, I find, has not made you aware of all the circumstances of my present situation, and perhaps has done wisely to leave that communication to myself. From the great friendship and esteem, I may say affection, with which my mother regards you, I had not a moment's hesitation in saying that if you would join me here, you should have the very first vacant post in my household suitable to your own high rank and the antiquity of your family. Since then, the place of first gentleman of my bedchamber is void, I have reserved it for you; but as that is a situation which brings you so near my own person, an unlimited degree of confidence is necessary between us. Your rank, your family, the high name of your father and grandfather, the admirable character which my mother attributes to yours, all seem to vouch that you are, that you must be, everything noble and estimable; but still there are 2 or 3 circumstances which you must explain to me before I can feel justified in trusting you with that entire confidence I speak of. Monsieur de Retz says, you have given him your history, which is a strange one, though how that can be, I do not know, for you are but a young man, and can have, I should imagine, but little to tell. He says farther that he met with you by accident, and seems to hint that, when he did so, you had not intended to join me here, as my mother informed me you would. He insinuates also that you were somewhat indiscreet towards him in speaking of your own affairs. Explain all this to me, for there is something evidently to be told. Make me your confidant without reserve, and in return I will confide to you secrets perhaps of greater importance. If you have nothing to tell but youthful errors or imprudence, speak without fear, as you would to a friend and brother. But, he added more gravely, if there is anything which affects your honour, which I may say I am sure there is not, I ask no confidence of the kind. Had your highness not required it, replied I should not have presumed to intrude my private affairs upon your attention; but now that I find you, most justly, think it right to assure yourself of the character of one to whom you design the honour of being near your person, I may be permitted to express what happiness and consolation I feel in being allowed to repose all my griefs and misfortunes in the bosom of a prince universally beloved and esteemed. When I spoke thus, I did not flatter, and I concluded by giving as brief a sketch, but as accurate a one as possible, of all the events which filled the foregoing pages of these memoirs. I will own, my lord, I added, that I told a part of this story to Monsieur de Retz, but only a small part, and that was in a moment of joy, when, after having lived lonely and miserable in a large city for upwards of a month, I suddenly found that I was expected and would be welcomed by a prince possessed of a treasure which few princes, I am afraid, can boast, a generous and a feeling heart. I was perhaps indiscreet in communicating even a part to any one but your highness, but you will not find that in your service I will be either indiscreet or unfaithful. I believe you, said the Count. On my honour, I believe you. And de Retz was too hasty in even calling you indiscreet, for your conduct towards our friend Jean le Hableur proves sufficiently that you can keep counsel. Your history has interested me more than I will tell you at present. I feel for all you have suffered, and I would not for the world barter that power of feeling for others against the most tranquil stoicism. Sympathy, however, though always agreeable to him that excites it, is little pleasing to him who feels it, without he can follow it up by some service to the person by whom it has been awakened. I will try whether that cannot be the case with you. But you are tired with your long journey, and the night wears. Ho, without there! Send Monsieur de Varicarville hither. We will talk more to-morrow, Monsieur de Lorme, since such is the name you choose." I rose to depart, but at the same time one of the gentlemen whom I had seen in the outer chamber conversing while the rest were gaming, entered, and the Count introduced me to him, begging him to show me all kindness and attention, as a person whom he himself esteemed and loved. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of De Lorme by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. The manners of Monsieur de Varicarville were at once simple and elegant. There was none of the superfluous hyperbole of courts. There was little even of the common exaggeration of society in anything he said. He neither expressed himself ravished to make my acquaintance, nor delighted to see me. All he said was, that he would do everything that depended upon him, to make me comfortable during my stay at Sedan; and thus I always found him afterwards, neither what is in general called blunt, which is more frequently rude, nor what is usually called polite, which is in general hollow. He had too much kindness of heart ever to offend, and too much sincerity ever to flatter; but the goodness of his disposition, and the native grace of his demeanour, conjoined, that real bienséance, of which courtly politeness is but an unsubstantial shadow. Poor Varicarville! I owe thee such a tribute, best and most excellent of friends; and though no epitaph hangs upon the tomb where thou sleepest, in the hearts of all who knew thee thy memory is treasured and beloved. After a few words of kindness, and having received the note addressed to him from the Abbé de Retz, he gave me into the hands of the Count's maître d'hôtel, telling him that I was the gentleman who had been so long expected, and desiring him to see that I wanted nothing, till such time as I was sufficiently familiarised with the place and its customs to take care of myself. He then left me, and I was conducted to a neat chamber, with an anteroom containing 3 truckle beds for lackeys, a small writing or dressing cabinet, and several other conveniences, which I had hardly expected in a castle so completely full as the citadel of Sedan appeared to be. Before the maître d'hôtel left me, I requested that my horses might be taken care of, and that my servant might be sent to me, hinting at the same time that if he brought me a cup of wine and something to eat, I should not at all object, as I had tasted nothing all day except a wing of the capon which Achilles had carried off from Verdun. My little attendant soon appeared, loaded with a great many more provisions than I needed, and congratulating both himself and me upon our sudden transportation from Paris, and the meagre diet we had there observed, to such a land of corn, wine, and oil. While I was undressing, some thoughts would fain have intruded, which I was very sure would have broken up my rest for the night. The agitation of being in new, strange scenes, acting with people of whom I yet knew hardly anything, and involved in schemes which at best were hazardous, was quite enough to make sleep difficult; and I felt very certain that if I let my mind rest one moment on the thought of Helen, and of the circumstances in which she might at that moment be placed, all hope of repose, mental repose at least, was gone. And where is any exercise so exhausting to the body as that anxious occupation of the mind? The next morning I was hardly awake when Monsieur de Varicarville entered my chamber, and informed me that Monsieur le Comte wished to see me; and dressing myself as fast as possible, I hurried to the Prince's apartments, where I found him still in bed. Varicarville left us, and the Count made me sit down by his bedside. "I have been thinking, De Lorme," said he, "over the history you gave me last night, and I again assure you that I sympathise not a little with you. I am much older than you, and the first hasty torrent of passion has passed away at my time of life; but I can still feel and know that love such as you profess towards this young lady, whom your mother has educated, is not a passion easily to be rooted out. Nor is the death of her brother by your hand an insurmountable obstacle. She evidently does not know it herself, and it would be a cruel piece of delicacy in you either to let her know it, or to sacrifice both her happiness and your own for such a scruple. The picture of Helen in the arms of her brother's murderer, and the horror she would feel at his every caress, if she did but know that he was so, rose up frightfully before my imagination as the Count spoke, and without replying I covered my eyes with my hands, as if to shut the image out. "This is an age, Monsieur de l'Orme," said the Count, "in which few people would suffer, as you seem to do, for having shed their fellow creature's blood, and yet I would not have you feel less. Feel, if you will, but still govern your feelings. Every one in this world has much to suffer. The point of wisdom is to suffer well. But think over what I have said. Time may soon bring about a change in the face of affairs. If fortune smiles upon me, I shall soon have the power of doing greater things than obtaining letters of nobility for your fair lady's father. Thus the only substantial objection to your marriage will be removed. From what you said of the house where you last saw her, and the liveries of the servants, it must have been the hotel of the Maréchal de Chatillon, and the youth whose conversation you overheard was probably his nephew. But fear not for that. He is a harebrained youth, little capable of winning the heart of a person such as you describe. The only thing that surprises me is, that Arnault, her father, should have acquired any degree of intimacy with so proud a man as Chatillon. But that very circumstance will be some excuse for asking nobility for him, and the favour will come with the more grace, as Chatillon is somewhat a personal enemy of my own. I thanked the prince for his kind intentions, though I saw no great likelihood of their fulfilment, and fancied that, like the cottager in the fairy tale, Monsieur le Comte imagined himself a great conqueror, and gave away crowns and sceptres, though he had not 2 roods of land himself. But I was mistaken. The Count's expectations were much more likely to be accomplished than I had supposed, as I soon perceived when he began to explain to me his views and situation. When a man's mind is in doubt upon any subject, and he has heard reiterated 1,000 times the various reasonings of his friends, without being able to choose his part determinately, it is wonderful with what eagerness he seeks for any new opinion to put him out of suspense, the most painful situation in which the human mind can remain. Thus the Count de Soissons, after having entertained me shortly with my own affairs, entered full career upon his, and briefly touching upon the causes which originally compelled him to quit the court of France and retire to Sedan, he proceeded: "Here I would willingly have remained quiet and tranquil till the course of time brought some change. I neither sought to return to a court where the king was no longer sovereign, nor to cabal against the power of a minister upheld by the weakness of the monarch. All I required was to be left at peace in this asylum, where I could be free from the insult and degradation which had been offered me at the court of France. I felt that I was sufficiently upholding the rights and privileges which had been transmitted to me by my ancestors, and maintaining the general cause of the nobility of France, by submitting to a voluntary exile, rather than yield to the ambitious pretensions of a misproud minister; and nothing would have induced me to raise the standard of civil war, even though the king's own good was to be obtained thereby, if Richelieu had but been content to abstain from persecuting me in my retirement. Not the persuasions of the Dukes of Vendôme and La Valette, nor the entreaties of my best friend the Duke of Bouillon, nor the promises and seductions of the House of Austria, would have had any effect, had I been left in peace. But no, never for a day has the cardinal ceased to use every measure in his power to drive me to revolt. The truth is this: he calculates upon the death of my cousin Louis, and upon seizing on the regency during the Dauphin's minority. He knows that there is no one who could and would oppose him but myself. The Duke of Orleans is hated and despised throughout France. The house of Condé is bound to the cardinal by alliance. He knows that he could not for a moment stand against me, with the king's support and authority, and he has resolved to ruin me while that support still lasts. For this purpose, he at one time offers me the command of one of the armies, that I may return and fall into his power. He at another threatens to treat me as a rebel and a traitor. He now proposes to me, a prince of the blood royal of France, a marriage with his upstart niece, and then menaces me with confiscation and attainder, while at the same time my friends on every side press me to shake off what they call apathy, to give my banner to the wind, and marching upon Paris to deliver the country, the king, and myself of this nightmare cardinal, who sits a foul incubus upon the bosom of the state, and troubles its repose with black and frightful dreams. As he went on, I could see that Monsieur le Comte worked himself up with his own words to no small pitch of wrath, calling to mind, one by one, the insults and injuries that the cardinal had heaped upon him, till all his slumbering anger woke up at once, and with a flashing eye he added, "And so I will, by heaven, I will hurl him from his usurped seat, and put an end to this tyranny, which has lasted too long." But very soon after, relapsing again into his irresolution, he asked, "What think you, Monsieur de Lorme? Should I not be justified? Am I not called upon so to do?" "I would pray your highness," replied I, "not to make me a judge in so difficult a point. I am too young and inexperienced to offer an opinion where such great interests are concerned." "Fie, fie!" cried he with a smile. "You, who have already acted the conspicuous part of member of the insurrectionary council at Catalonia? Why, we are all inexperienced in comparison with you. Tell me, what had I better do?" "If I must give an opinion, monsieur," I replied, "I think you had better endure as long as you can, so as to leave no doubt in your own eyes, in those of France, in those of the world, that you are compelled to draw the sword for the defence of your own honour, and for the freedom of your country; but once having drawn the sword, cast away the scabbard." "Then I am afraid the sword is half drawn already," said the Count. "There are 8,000 armed men in Sedan. Fresh troops are pouring in upon me every day. The news has gone abroad that I am about to take the field, and volunteers are flocking from every quarter to my standard. Yesterday I had letters from at least 60 different parts of France, assuring me that, one battle gained, but to confirm the fearful minds of the populace, and that scarce a province will refrain from taking arms in my cause. De Retz is in hopes even of securing the Bastille, and he has already, with that fine art which you have remarked in him, bound to my cause thousands of those persons in the capital who in popular tumults guide and govern the multitude. I mean the higher class of paupers, the well educated, the well dressed, sometimes even the well born, who are paupers the more because they have more wants than the ostensible beggar. These De Retz has found out in thousands, has visited them in private, relieved their wants, soothed their pride, familiarised himself with their habits and wishes, and, in short, has raised up a party for me which almost ensures me the capital." This last part of the Count's speech instantly let me into the secret of Monsieur de Retz's first visit to me. My good landlady's tongue had probably not been idle concerning what she conceived my necessitous situation, and upon the alert for all such cases of what Monsieur le Comte called higher pauperism, De Retz had lost no time in seeking to gain me, as he had probably gained many others, by a display of well-timed and discriminating charity. God knows I was not a man to look upon wealth and splendour as a virtue in others, nor to regard misfortune and poverty as a vice, and yet with one of those contradictory weaknesses with which human nature swarms, I felt inexpressibly hurt and mortified at having been taken for a beggar myself. Monsieur le Comte saw a sudden flush mount up into my cheek, and judging from his own great and noble heart, he mistook the cause. "I see what you think, Monsieur de Lorme," said he. "You judge it mean to work with such tools, but you are wrong. In such an enterprise as this, it is my duty to my country to use every means, to employ all measures, to ensure that great and decisive preponderance, which will bring about success, without any long protracted and sanguinary struggle. I assured him that I agreed with him perfectly, and that I entertained no such thoughts as he suspected. "So far from it," replied I, "that if your highness will point out to me any service I can render you, be it of the same kind you have just mentioned, or not, you will find me ready to obey you therein, with as much zeal as Monsieur de Retz." "There is a candour about you, my good De l'Orme," replied the Count, "which I could not doubt for a moment, even if I would. But what would all my sage counsellors say, the suspicious Bouillon, the obdurate Bardouville, if I were to entrust missions of such importance to one of whom I know so little, one who, they might say, was only instigated to seek me by a temporary neglect of Richelieu, and who would easily be led to join the other party by favour and preferment?" "I am not one to commit such treachery, my lord," replied I, hastily. "I am ready to swear before God, upon his holy altar, neither to abandon nor betray your highness." "Nay, nay," said the Count de Soissons, smiling at my heat, "swear not, my dear Count. Unhappily, in our days, the atmosphere which surrounds that holy altar you speak of is so thick with perjuries, that an honest man can hardly breathe therein. I doubt you not, De l'Orme. Your word is as good to me as if you swore 1,000 oaths, and I am much inclined to give you a commission of some importance, both because I know I can rely upon your wit and your honour, and because your person is not so well known in Paris as the other gentlemen in my household. But to return to what we were saying, still give me your opinion about drawing the sword, as you have termed it. Ought I, or ought I not?" "By my faith, your highness," replied I think it is drawn already, as you yourself have admitted." "Not so decidedly," answered the Count, "but that it can be sheathed again; and if this cardinal, alarmed at these preparations, as I know he is, will but yield such terms of compromise as may ensure my own safety and that of my companions, permit the thousands of exiles who are longing for their native country to return, and secure the freedom and the peace of France, far, far be it from me ever to shed one drop of Gallic blood." "But does not your highness still continue your preparations then?" demanded I. "Most assuredly," replied the Count. "The matter must come to a conclusion speedily, either by a negotiation and treaty, which will ensure us our demands, or by force of arms, and therefore it is well to be prepared for the latter, though most willing to embrace the former alternative." "And does the minister seem inclined to treat?" asked I. "He always pretends that he is so," replied Monsieur de Soissons; "but who can judge of what his inclinations are by what he says? His whole life is a vizard, as hollow, as false, as unlike the real face of the man. We all know how negotiations can be protracted, and he has used every means to keep this in suspense, till he could free himself from other embarrassments. He asked our demands, and then misunderstood them, and then required a fuller interpretation of particular parts, and then mistook the explanation, then let a month or two slip by, and then again required to know our demands, as if he had never heard them, and then began over again the same endless train of irritating delay. But, however, there is one of our demands which we will never relinquish, and which he will never grant, except he be compelled, which is the solemn condemnation and relinquishment of all special commissions." "I am not very well aware of the meaning of that term," said I. "May I crave your highness to explain it to me?" "I do not wonder at your not knowing it," answered the Count. "It is an iniquity of his own invention, totally unknown to the laws of France. When any one was accused of a crime formerly, the established authorities of the part of the country in which it was averred to have been committed took cognizance of the matter, and the accused was tried before the usual judges. But now, on the contrary, on any such accusation, this cardinal issues his special commission to various judges, named by himself, uniformly his most devoted creatures, and often the personal enemies of the accused. Under such an abuse, who can escape? False accusers can always be procured, and where the judges are baser still, justice is out of the question. The whole of France is no longer administered, but the personal resentments of Richelieu. The conversation continued for some time in the same course, and turned but little to the advantage of the minister. The Count de Soissons had real and serious cause of indignation against Richelieu on his own account, and this made him see all the public crimes of that great but cruel and vindictive minister in the most unfavourable light. The stimulus of neglect had, in my mind, also excited feelings which made me lend an attentive ear to the grievances and wrongs that the prince was not slow in urging, and my blood rose warmly against the tyranny which had driven so many of the great and noble from their country, and spilt the most generous blood in France upon the scaffold. I have through life seen self-interest and private pique bias the judgment of the wisest and the best intentioned, and I never yet in all the wide world met with a man who, in judging of circumstances wherein he himself was in any way involved, did not suffer himself to be prejudiced by one personal feeling or another. The most despotic lords of their own passions have always some favourite that governs them themselves. Far be it from me, then, to say I was not very willing and easy to be convinced that the man who had neglected me had also abused his power, tyrannized over his fellow subjects, and wronged both his king and his country. I was in the heat of youth, soon prepossessed, and already prejudiced; and whatever I might think afterwards, I, at the moment, looked upon the enterprise which was contemplated by Monsieur le Comte as one of the most noble and justifiable that had ever been undertaken to free one's native country from a tyrant. There was also in the manners of the Count de Soissons that inexpressible charm which leaves the judgment hardly free. It is impossible to say exactly in what it consisted. I have seen many men with the same princely air and demeanour, and with the same suavity of manner, who did not in the least possess that sort of fascination which, like the cestus of the goddess, won all hearts for him that was endowed with it. I was not the only one that felt the charm. Everybody that surrounded the prince, everybody that, in any degree, came in contact with him, were all affected alike towards him. Even the common multitude experienced the same, and the shouts with which the populace of Paris greeted his appearance on some day of ceremony are said to have been the first cause of the cardinal's jealous persecution of him. One saw a fine and noble spirit, a generous and feeling heart shining through manners that were at once dignified while they were affable, and warm though polished; and it might be the conviction of his internal rectitude, and his perfect sincerity, which added the master spell to a demeanour eminently graceful. Whatever it was, the fascination on my mind was complete, and I hardly know what I would have refused to undertake in the service of such a prince. At the end of our conversation, scarcely knowing that I did so, I could not help comparing in my own mind my present interview with the Count de Soissons with that which I had formerly had with the Cardinal de Richelieu, and how strange was the difference of my feelings at the end of each. I left the minister cold, dissatisfied, dispirited, and I quitted the Count de Soissons with every hope and every wish ardent in his favour, with all my best feelings devoted to his service, and my own expectations of the future raised and expanded by my communion with him, like a flower blown fully out of the influence of a genial day of summer. On leaving the Count's apartments, I passed through a room in which I found Monsieur de Varicarville, with several other gentlemen, to whom he introduced me, and we then proceeded to the grand hall of the château, where we were met by the personal suite of the Duke of Bouillon, who divided the interior of the citadel equally with his princely guest. The Duke had this morning made some twinges of the gout an excuse for taking his breakfast with the Duchess in his own apartment, and the Counts did so habitually. But for the rest of the party, 2 long tables were spread, each containing 50 covers, which were not long in finding employers. The table soon groaned with the breakfast, and every one drew his knife and fell to, with the more speed, as it had been announced that the tilt yard of the castle would be open at 8 of the clock, to such as chose to run at the ring, after which there would be a course de tête. Neither of these exercises I had ever seen, and consequently was not a little eager for the conclusion of the meal, although I could but hope to be a spectator. Chapter XXXVIII.